Chapter 176. That was the feeling. When I decided to take what I had learned and bring it out, I moved accordingly. The moment I made up my mind, my body moved on its own. Everything was visible, and I could react to it. The countless days spent training with the technique of isolation supported me. It works. My body moves as I intended. I only focused on one style of swordsmanship, northern-style greatsword fighting. The foundation of swordsmanship, divided into Zhong, Yung, and Kuei-yu, was developed across the continent through 5 basic forms. For example, Michihiryo used a style that combined Zhong, Yu, and Yung in his swordsmanship, while Ragnar focused on Yung and slightly added Kuei, teaching a sword style with that emphasis. That was the northern-style greatsword fighting. Of course, I only learned the basics. It was simple technique, but that was enough. Building on that foundation, I refined it. I see. I could see the form of the enemy's attack with my eyes and hear it with my ears. My senses intertwined, opening the door to my 6th sense, and everything kept coming into view. The blades pouring down, the order in which they approached. I could classify and distinguish them. I could perceive every one of them. The speed at which I reacted afterward was like a flash of light. Here, left. It was natural to have time to think. Right now, I was faster than the monsters and beasts surrounding me, and I had seen it coming, with my body following my mind. I moved more. I advanced 1 step ahead of my opponents and swung my sword once more. The strength! The heart of the beast needs to be activated quickly, or my body will break down. So I kept it short and instantaneous. The repeated process from today was not just about refining coordination, but also a natural result of training gained through the act of avoiding attacks. My heart pounded, and strength surged into my muscles. 4 times? No, I can swing it 4 times. With every heartbeat, my strength was embedded into my sword strikes. Clash! Each swing felt resistance in my hands. 4 of the gnoll's heads were cleaved. More precisely, each was bisected exactly at the crown. My body moved as I wished. My sword advanced as I intended. The coordination of my body amplified all my reflexes, and I could fully unleash everything I had learned. At that moment, Rem came to mind. How did he charge through the battlefield alone without getting hurt? How was that possible? With this level of skill, I could do it now, too. I slashed, cut, and tore apart again. I walked through time, intoxicated, feeling as if I had entered another realm. Then, I recalled the knight in training I had seen, how he had advanced alone and shown his strength. How could he do that? He said that will was necessary. But for me, it was something distant. So, does that mean I should give up? That's nonsense. What I can do now, I would do. I'm too busy to be discouraged. I had no time to falter. That's why I did it. I did everything I could, mimicking the charging technique of a semi-knight with the help of the heart of the beast and the isolation technique. I kept charging and charging until my limbs trembled and a sharp pain shot through my insides. Then I took a step back. Behind him, Luagarne let out a strange sound. Encrid's energy drained from his body. He asked for help, and Luagarne wrapped her whip around his wrist and pulled him towards her. He collapsed into her arms and fainted. It was only natural, as he had displayed strength comparable to a semi-knight, even without will. However, the onlookers had their own reactions. Those on top of the wall: Luagarne, Finn, Kryes, and Esther. A mysterious flame burned in their chests, goosebumps formed on their skin, and their entire bodies trembled. What kind of person could do that? Even though they were no bards, they felt the urge to compose a song in his honor. Damn, the name of the wall is a loss A wall builder who had just hit his head while carrying stones, remarked, blood oozing from his injury. Except for the lunatics, they would just call it the Encrid wall. Damn, why are my eyes tearing up? Some of the members of the citizen militia were even crying. They were not filled with joy of survival, but with an inexplicable sense of emotion as they watched the man running wild ahead. It is often said that something impressive leaves a mark on one's heart. The feeling, the inspiration, that is what imprints on the soul. Right now, this moment, Encrid had carved himself into their hearts. Amidst the cheers and chants, the monsters hadn't retreated yet. But at that moment they did. Encrid. Someone shouted his name as they shot arrows and threw stones. The monstrous horde finally stepped back. Who is that? Having seen him fall and return, they all asked in unison. I hope he's okay. I hope he hasn't been hurt. I hope he walks out of this and smiles. They all felt the same. They wanted to cheer for him. They would give anything for him. That was how they felt. And their expectations were met. Is the horde gone? Encrid stood up and walked, then asked. Duichi Pullman, the commander, stepped down from the battlements. He glanced at the glaive in his hand a few times, then, dissatisfied, tossed it aside. His subordinates would have been surprised. As a mercenary, he treated his weapons like his life. Duichi, stepping forward, knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and spoke. Thank you. In those short yet heavy words, everything was conveyed. It's not over yet. Encrid simply acknowledged the words without any smile. Duichi didn't expect his smile, his thanks, or his praise. He merely showed respect for the man who had stirred him. Seeing that, everyone knelt. Those standing on the wall and those below. Encrid only shrugged. However, those who had observed him for a long time knew. He was quite satisfied with this situation. After the battle, his knees had been strained and his muscles sore. But once he had bathed and returned to his hut, Encrid began assessing his condition. He had overexerted himself. His muscles were stiff, and his heart had tightened slightly. This much is manageable. He adjusted his body. It would take a day to recover, sufficient for now. Should he thank Odin once again? Odin had always emphasized that the technique of isolation also leads to the creation of a regenerative body. It's a term from the East and the North, meaning a body that, no matter how broken, always recovers. This technique is more than just a reconstruction of the bones, Odin had often said. The benefits of this were now clear. I'm fine. He clenched and relaxed his hand, feeling the relief as the tightness in his muscles began to ease. Whew. I'm still shocked. Cray spoke up from beside him. Everyone had been watching him. After all that, he hadn't fainted for half a day. He'd merely closed his eyes for a moment and then stood up, walking away as though nothing had happened. I'm seriously impressed, Finn added. Esther, on the other hand, merely stared at him silently. There was something unreadable in her gaze. Luagarne, in her usual detached manner, said what needed to be said. Once this is over, I'll be going back. It was simply time for her to return. As a frog, she was bound by a pact. She was not entirely free. Encrid nodded, responding indifferently. Don't raise your voice. Don't use honorifics. Then he added something with forceful insistence. Encrid was more concerned with preparing for tomorrow than anything else. His whistle daggers had been used up. And as for the enemy, the cultist, he was no fool. If they were retreating now, it was likely to preserve their forces and return. The ladders can be rebuilt. Seeing his own limits, Encrid was certain that another assault might be on the horizon. Should I lure them in? Given the display of his abilities, it seemed like it would work. Shouldn't we catch the cultist? He asked Luagarne. It was crucial to deal with them now, before they could slip away. "Of course," she replied matter-of-factly. Kreis stepped forward, whispering, "I think they'll come back tomorrow." Kreis had an excellent mind for these things. He was quick-witted and perceptive. "Should we try to bait them?" "Ah, sounds good." In just a few words, Kreis immediately began to devise a plan. It was a plan that seemed likely to succeed. Kreis's mind worked quickly, reading the enemy's psychological state and crafting a direction for the next move. Encrid took a full day of rest. No one dared disturb him. Although some of the monster horde remained within range, he couldn't afford to be completely at ease. But what had changed from the previous day was this: are we just going to let the monsters take our village? There was now a fierce energy radiating from the defenders. What Encrid had shown them, the way he fought, the resilience, had ignited a flame in their hearts. Before that fire could die down, the morning sun rose, and the monsters were at it again. This time, they brought with them what appeared to be a makeshift ladder with hooks attached to the ends. It was crafted from woven branches, and while not many, it seemed like a potent weapon. "Bastards!" Duish, gritting his teeth in frustration, muttered under his breath. Encrid opened the gate once more, and once again he stepped out to face the horde. His body had healed, aided by the regenerative body technique, which helped him recover his strength. Battle continued as before, with his body carrying him forward. 2 swords in hand, he fought like a monster slayer. The rumors would soon spread. He had become known for his ruthless combat style. Even if the fight had been quick and intense, the results were clear. Encrid was pushing his limits. After a bloody clash, Encrid coughed up blood. Ah! 2 days of fighting had taken their toll on him. His body was clearly breaking down. Meanwhile, Luagarne deliberately left herself open to an attack, and her left arm was severed. She bit her severed forearm, lifting it up as if to mock the very idea of defeat. The monsters and their ilk retreated once again, but Encrid was bleeding, and Luagarne had lost an arm. On the 3rd day, the monsters returned. "Aren't you tired of this?" The shout of a mercenary on the wall echoed as Encrid once more took to the field. "I merely saying, Noyan." Having already coughed up blood from the previous battles, Encrid lasted a shorter time in this skirmish than before. Dark, deep shadows began to form under his eyes. However, the number of monsters had been halved. The beasts had been reduced by nearly half, around 500 less. This meant that nearly 500 of those monsters had been slashed, stabbed, and killed by Encrid's blades. It was a victory after 3 days of relentless fighting, but it had come at a cost. Encrid finally collapsed and was carried back by the vigilante corps. By this time, even the number of arrows flying at them had decreased. The wooden wall held strong again. Just 2 or 3 more days. It seemed they only needed to hold out for a little longer. On the following day, with dark circles beneath his eyes and a pale complexion, Encrid went out once more. His fatigue was palpable, but like a candle burning brightly at the end of its life. He once again set the field ablaze with his ghostly prowess. "You, monster slayer!" a deep-voiced mercenary shouted. Inspired by Encrid, 20 members of the vigilante corps charged outside to fight in close combat. This was a defensive battle, preparing for a retreat if necessary. Thanks to this, no one died that day, though it had been a close call. The damage to the wall had worsened, and even without the ladders, it seemed that they would be in serious danger if the monsters attacked again. On the 4th day, Encrid truly seemed like a monster slayer. He had managed to reduce the number of beasts by 100, bringing the remaining count below 300. The ghouls were all gone, and the number of beasts had plummeted. The remaining hyena beasts numbered under 100. Thus, the morning of the 4th day arrived. The cultist was starting to realize the gravity of the situation. The cultist was used to people being killed with little effort, but now he had seen Encrid's power, and his thoughts were filled with doubt. He's a knight, at least a junior knight. A knight was a force of unimaginable power, someone you couldn't just face head-on, and the cultist knew retreat was the best option. But then doubt lingered. There was something off about this warrior. He had power, but he wasn't quite like the knights cultist had known. A knight should be able to strike from 50 paces or more. The cultist had heard stories of knights who could kill from a distance with ease, throwing arrows that could kill with precision. But the man they faced wasn't acting like one. Encrid had shown extraordinary power, but didn't fit the expectations. This was a borderland. Knights weren't supposed to be here. What knight would come to a place like this? They wouldn't waste their time. The cultist had come to a terrifying realization. Their enemy was not a knight, or even a junior knight. Encrid had incredible strength, but his true identity remained shrouded in mystery. He had performed unbelievable feats, yet he kept retreating, almost like a man possessed, with no regard for his own safety. How is he still standing? The cultist wondered as Encrid continued to push forward, fighting relentlessly despite his obvious wounds. The cultists led their monsters to press against the walls, hoping for the final push. They had learned from their mistakes and would not be deterred. "Come out, you bastard!" While pounding on the walls, the cultist murmured under his breath, thinking about the insane man who had been a constant thorn in his side. He knew Encrid would be there again, but he didn't know how much longer the man could last. Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Crace was right. It was a familiar voice from behind. "So it is." The voice made the cultist's fur bristle. He turned, startled, to see Encrid, with his darkened eyes and pale complexion, standing behind him with the frog. "It's been a while since I've seen your face," Encrid said, his voice thin but clear. He wiped at his eyes with a finger, clearing the dark smears from under them. The cultist's mind raced. This was the man who should be lying in the dirt, bloodied and broken. Yet Encrid's face was clear, his skin remarkably healthy, his body seemingly untouched by the carnage. How is he standing? Encrid had been on the brink of death, yet he was alive, looking better than ever. The cultist couldn't help but wonder if he was witnessing something unnatural, something impossible. Chapter 177. I don't really know either. What was that friend's usual behavior like? To understand someone, it's better to ask in various places. That's what Craze did. First, he started with Dooichi Pullman. He was polite. He would act like the tongue in your mouth, and he was thorough. He wouldn't start anything unless it was certain. Before becoming a socialite, he was considered a talented individual. He got along well with everyone, and there were no people he was at odds with. Everyone had good relations with him, and his greatest strength was said to be his meticulousness. He was sly. His actions, and the methods he used. This was Luagarne's opinion. Cunning and cautious in a way that doesn't move unless sure. Whether in gambling, betting, or anything else, he wouldn't act unless he was certain. Well, he did well in everything. But he was he tended to take a long time preparing. The captain seemed to like that. His position in the battle formation, was he always at the back? Oh, yes, he was always at the back, every time. Now that you mention it, that's right. After gathering the opinions of the vigilante group members, Cray built an image in his mind. In Crace's mind, the guy was like a petty goat, and he had a general understanding of his habits. If we're talking about personality, he's more like Saxon. Saxon is someone who gets things done when needed, but personality-wise, they are meticulous, careful, and tend to be picky. It's similar, though the opponent was much dumber. Much dumber. Crace created a script to draw out the sly and timid guy. More specifically, A scenario that placed elements that would make him drop his guard. How about we make him vomit some blood? Just use this. It was a small pouch made from a pig's bladder. It smelled bad since it contained goat's blood, but it wasn't something to keep in your mouth, just something to spill out. I think it would be good if he got hurt a bit. Since she's a frog, a little injury should be fine, right? Yeah. Luagarne was straightforward. He even came with his arm cut off. This would be more effective, right? But is it all right if I don't have one arm? I'm right-handed. Does that even count as an answer? Maybe it does. Anyway, the enemy would surely be relieved and confident of victory upon seeing the severed arm. Even so, the morale of the allies wasn't shaken. This was thanks to Encrid, something that was shown that day amidst the beasts and monster hordes. It left quite an impression. Even Craze himself let out a sound. It was a plan crafted considering all of that. This should work. It seemed like it would be good to steer the enemy's thoughts in one direction. One could even call it conditioning. They don't seem that smart. Humans have habits. Hiding behind is a habit, a routine. Could someone throw that away in an instant? Yeah, right. Identifying the enemy's position was an easy task for Craze. Later, by placing Esther next to Encrid, he also planted a preconceived notion in the enemy's mind. Where the leopard is, there Encrid is. As dawn approached, before the enemy could catch on, he sent Encrid and Luagarne out. Pin, try putting this on. After making Pin wear the clothes, he placed him on the wall, in what could be called a gallery, and positioned Esther next to him. It was time when the beasts and monster hordes, sensing victory, rushed in. For Craze, the enemy's hidden position was clear. He hid while being able to see where the enemy would be. They were probably wearing monster skins in the back. Reading the enemy's intentions and using that to set a trap, it was simple and easy. At least, that's how it was for Craze. That big eyes guy, he's useful. His face wasn't everything, Luagarne said. Encrid's jaw moved slightly up and down. He was acknowledging it. After the ambush at the place Craze mentioned, finding the guy disguised in hyena hide had been the right call. Encrid washed off the charcoal makeup mixed with water. He also brushed off the stone powder-like dust from his face with a swipe of his hand. Gray dust, like fine powder, scattered over his hand. It was dry and uncomfortable. These bastards, they tricked me. Ah, such a typical reaction. Every time something like this happened, there was something Encrid really wanted to say. His mouth itched. Only an idiot gets tricked. The world had become so harsh and crafty that these stereotypical reactions had become rare. It had been a long time since he had experienced such textbook-like dialogue, and for some reason it made him feel proud. These bastards. The cultist got angry, and his eyes turned red. A few of the monsters nearby reacted to the cultist's outburst and turned to charge. Kook! The cultist's brainwashing and confusing spell shook the monsters' minds. The pack of monsters was fearless. If they had seen their companions being sliced up by Encrid's sword, they should have scattered and run long ago. But instead they charged without fear. However, there was no need for Encrid to act. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! Crack! Luagarne's whip moved. The metal tip of the whip struck and burst one of the monsters' heads. One of them, holding a thick wooden shield, tried to block it. With a popping sound, part of the shield shattered, but the whip was stopped. It was a mutant monster. The creature behind the shield bared its fangs. As a few more mutant monsters closed in to block the path near the cultist, Luagarne puffed out his cheeks. Do you think I'll miss twice? You're a frog who doesn't know the value of your own life. Back then, didn't you know I wasn't ready? The guy had a very long tongue. With that thought, Encrid's hand moved. Whoosh! Light beams? Something like that. Flew. It wasn't a whistled dagger. It was much slower than that, but it was a knife thrown with the power of his immense strength. The speed was still fast. The knife flew straight for the cultist's forehead. It seemed it would pierce him. It was just before it hit. Wham! A mutant monster extended its left arm and blocked the knife. The blade embedded itself into the thick hide of the mutant monster. Without changing expression, the mutant monster used its other hand to pull the knife from its arm and threw it aside. Black blood oozed from the wound, but it only furrowed its brow slightly before continuing to glare at Encrid. Reaction speed. Not bad. No, it was excellent. The mutant monster's yellow eyes stared at Encrid, and Encrid met its gaze. The cultist was cautious, but not foolish. He knew that continuing to control the monsters like this was a stupid move. Why waste mana? There was an easier way. Make a leader for the colony. If the previous leader had been a reckless fool wielding 2 poisoned daggers, now it was the biggest mutant monster among them. Adding magic on top of that, it seemed as though a black haze began to rise over the shoulders of the newly appointed leader, mutant monster. "It's a cultist's trick," Luagarne said. It sounded like a vague warning. Encrid drew his sword. Not 2 swords, but 1. He gripped it with both hands and faced forward, eyes locked on the enemy. He included the black haze and the cultist in his line of sight. "What's it like?" Since some time ago, Encrid had started using Rem as a benchmark for measuring his opponent's strength. Is this like Rem? Or is it harder than Rem? If not, which is worse, facing Rem or this? To sum it up, no contest. When compared to Rem, this ignorant barbarian didn't even deserve a comparison. So, behind. After speaking, he charged. The cultist was confident. He trusted his summoning spell. He had believed in it even when he summoned a leader. No matter how skilled the opponent was, he had considered the possibility of unexpected strength and created the variable, this new leader. So the one standing over there was a variable, an unexpected force. And as variables met, the frog rushed toward him. The cultist was determined to use a foolproof strategy. The cultist judged that the one with the sword now, the one who had drawn it, was far more dangerous than the frog with only 1 arm left. Give up the flesh, the bones. The cultist did just that. A black lump fell from the tip of his right index finger. It was darker and denser than any shadow. Just looking at it made an ominous feeling settle in. Phantom of Valor. As the cultist muttered, the lump immediately began to take form. It was a strange shape, a human-like figure with thin legs and only 1 arm but no head. The right arm was thick, holding what appeared to be a blunt sword-like weapon. In the meantime, Luagarne swiftly advanced and swung his whip. The whip, with a whooshing sound, seemed about to shatter the cultist's skull. "Stop!" the cultist shouted, his eyes bloodshot. Thud! Thud! One of the mutant monsters blocked the whip with its body. Luagarne just shook her wrist. The whip flexed and twisted. It passed over the dead mutant and aimed for the cultist's head again. The whip moved like a living snake. The cultist twisted his body in an attempt to dodge, but the whip wrapped around his left arm and with a crunch broke the bone. "Damned frog!" Rather than scream, the cultist bit his tongue. A sickening crack echoed as dark blood poured from his mouth. For blood, as the cultist muttered inwardly, his left arm, still caught in the whip, fell off and melted into black sludge. "Filthy dog of Huarin!" the cultist yelled. The black sludge, which had once been his arm, transformed into a large 4-legged black beast, bigger than an average dog. The cultist had summoned so many creatures in succession that his insides felt like they were twisting. His vision blurred, and everything seemed to spin. Moreover, with the loss of his left arm, blood poured out relentlessly. Shit. It was a close call, but he might die if this continued. The cultist swallowed the blood that had pooled in his mouth and managed to regain his senses. Then he looked at the scene before him and let out a mocking laugh. The frog was fighting the beast he had summoned. On the other side, the half-witted knight, using bizarre techniques, was facing the phantom of valor, which was already dangerously close. "I've won." The cultist was confident of his victory. Luagarne wrapped her whip around her wrist as she faced the beast the cultist had summoned. The shorter her whip became, the more powerful it became. The opponent was hiding his true strength. The summoned creature he controlled was more troublesome than she had anticipated. Its legs were fast, its fangs were sharp, and despite not having eyes, it was surprisingly agile, dodging attacks effortlessly. This was no opponent to finish off in one blow. She had also seen the cultist summon two creatures at once. It was clear that he was no ordinary cultist. "Just hold on," she thought. "That's enough." The frog drew the weapon she had prepared. The hardest opponent to face, while traveling alone, was always an ethereal beast, like a ghost or an evil spirit. The creatures summoned by the cultist were of a similar, intangible nature. They were physical manifestations of spiritual entities summoned into this world. There were many ways to deal with them, but she preferred a simpler one. "For example, burn," she muttered, wielding a simple magic tool of sorts. Whoosh! Blue flames erupted on the tip of her whip. Naturally, this was a type of spell, a spell that would deal significant damage to the summoned creature. She did not know, however, that the cultist had burned his own life force to summon these creatures. She simply thought that the cultist was trying to block Encrid's movements while sending a troublesome summon for herself. Meanwhile, the Phantom of Valor, with its gaunt limbs, advanced rapidly towards Encrid, closing the distance. It was right in front of him. Encrid swung the sword he gripped with both hands, deflecting the club coming down from above. With a quick slash, he made a gash in the beast's abdomen. The blow was so deep it almost exposed its internal organs, but the mutant didn't seem to feel the pain. It pulled its weapon back and swung again. Encrid bent at the knees and waist to avoid the strike. Whoosh! The club passed just over his head. He quickly retracted his sword, slashing at the mutant's knee from behind. With a cross-step, he pressed forward, cutting deep into its calf muscles. Crack! That was enough. Unable to stand due to the severed calf muscles, the creature collapsed onto its knees. Encrid twisted his body and, with a sweeping motion, executed a spinning strike. Thud! The mutant's head was severed and flew through the air. The battle raged on, each move calculated and deadly. The mutant did not even manage to scream as it died. The movements during the fight weren't fluid, as each action was executed to suit the situation at hand, but Encrid fought as if anticipating an opponent like Ramball. For Encrid, facing many enemies was harder than fighting a single strong one. The outcome was decided in an instant, and the skill disparity was stark. By the time Encrid had finished with the mutant's calves, the black mass sent by the cultist, the Phantom of Valor, was closing in. As he decapitated the mutant, the summoned entity swung its pitch-black sword, the one held in its hand, in an attempt to strike. This was the cultist's final desperate effort, a lethal move. The Phantom of Valor was a one-hit kill summon, one that would disappear after delivering its blow. It was the kind of spell used when someone was determined to kill. Encrid, seeing the creature charge forward on its emaciated legs, raised his sword. The black blade came crashing down from above, moving too quickly to dodge, an unexpected burst of speed. There was no way to avoid it. Having already planned to kill the mutant and block this attack, Encrid readied his sword. He blocked and deflected the blow. Just as the cultist had hoped, the Phantom of Valor ignored the physical defense and delivered a strike that would cause fatal damage to any human spirit. Even though blood flowed from both the cultist's mouth and arms, his eyes gleamed with anticipation. Die. The moment he spoke, the swords of Encrid and the Phantom of Valor collided. Esther observed the battle from atop the walls. The cultist's spell was futile. However, for someone unprepared, such a clumsy spell could be deadly. Knowing this, how could she simply watch and do nothing? She tore the worn leather armor from her body and added her magic to it. This was her offering in exchange. A gift for him. Esther split part of her magic and imbued it into Encrid's sword, ensuring it would react to any similar tricks the enemy might attempt. Encrid saw a faint blue glow emanating from his sword. It was a crack in time. The glowing blue blade shattered the black sword and cleaved the mass of blackness in two. If it had been a human, it would have been as if the sword had sliced through their chest. The sensation of the cut lingered in his hand. Was there something like flesh in there despite its appearance? The severed mass of black began to ooze black smoke, wriggling before it scattered and vanished. The cultist's eyes widened, as though they might tear. "What is that?" Encrid responded honestly, though with a bit of bewilderment. It wasn't exactly confusion, but he took a few more seconds than usual to think, before answering. "I don't really know." The cultist's head seemed to boil with anger. His lips parted as if to say something, but then faltered, unable to form words. The strike to his psyche was palpable, and suddenly, the world before his eyes began to spin. His breath caught in his chest. The man who had overexerted himself finally collapsed as his heart seized. Sometimes death felt tragically meaningless. The cultist clutched his chest, gasping several times before collapsing forward, his head slamming against the ground with a sickening thud. At that moment, the fog that had clouded the minds of the surrounding beasts and monsters lifted. They too had instincts. The moment they saw their kin slain by a human, they fled in every direction. The colony had been destroyed. Meanwhile, Encrid continued to examine his sword closely. Was this a magical sword? If so, was the blacksmith from Borderguard a mage? It didn't seem likely. Such a combination didn't fit at all. Chapter 178. "I let myself fall for you, really? Anytime at all. Just come by. No, you're welcome anytime. No, I insist. Have you married? Oh, that's fine too. Perfect. Yes, anytime. Anytime you'd like. You're welcome to settle down here. My daughter's quite pretty, living together. That sounds good. Don't you think?" The village chief, thoroughly drunk, repeated what sounded like the same line for the 19th time, and his equally intoxicated neighbor nodded in agreement without hesitation. With each bob of his head, food crumbs tumbled out of the man's thick, unkempt beard. Yes, of course, agreeable." Anyone could tell that they were both thoroughly drunk. The chief seemed to lose his composure completely when tipsy. Encrid had once caught a brief glimpse of the chief's daughter. She couldn't have been more than 15. A child. While early marriages were a tradition in the West, they weren't common in the central regions. It was clear this was drunken nonsense. Ha. The chief and his bearded companion, laden with food, staggered away with their arms slung over each other's shoulders. Encrid silently watched them fade into the crowd. Whenever a village overcame a crisis, it inevitably celebrated with a festival. Whether or not the border guard's blacksmith was a sorcerer, when Encrid had killed the cultist, Luagarne had shaken her head. Was there any reason to let him live? When he had cast her a questioning glance, she replied simply, "He already dead. It stopped." The cultist's end had come from cardiac arrest. The beasts, upon regaining their senses, scattered in retreat. The few remaining ones attacked but didn't require Encrid's intervention. A quick whistle of an arrow through the air saw to the rest, landing squarely in the skull of the nearest beast. "We've won. We've protected our home." Cheers and shouts of joy echoed through the air. mixed with the triumphant cries of the survivors. And somewhere among them, his name rang out. Encrid! It seemed every villager now knew his name, calling it out with gratitude and celebration. The voices of those saved, of those who had seen his back in the heat of battle. It wasn't a bad feeling. Encrid sheathed his sword, turned away from the sound of cheers, and began walking. Through the crowd, through the swelling excitement of a village beginning to breathe again. Long live Encrid's wall! An odd chant drifted to his ears. Apparently, the name was unanimously decided by a stubborn construction worker, endorsed with a nod by the chief, and even considered appropriate by Deutsch Pullman, the captain of the guard and an aspiring future power broker of the city. Naming a wall, huh? It wasn't bad, to be honest. He figured it was probably half a joke anyway. And so went the night when they defeated the beasts and monsters. The village chief brought out all the remaining food in the village, and everyone ate and drank together. Encrid joined in, eating, drinking, and enjoying the festivity. Another drink? He accepted the cup of alcohol handed to him by Finn and took a sip. It was good. The apple cider had a pleasant balance of sweetness and tartness that blended harmoniously with the distinct flavor of the alcohol, filling his mouth with rich taste. Good, isn't it? The man who spoke had a scruffy beard that looked as though a rat had chewed on it. Though his face and name were unfamiliar, the man grinned broadly and asked again, eager for an answer. Encrid nodded. Yeah, it's good. That's my pride and joy. The scruffy-bearded man puffed up his chest. He was evidently the cider maker. This one's been saved for a special occasion. But I'll give it to you. Though his speech was rough, the emotion behind it wasn't. He offered the cider with gratitude. Because of you. It was his shortened way of saying, because of you, we're alive. The cider he presented was different from what the others were drinking, something special. With a pop, the bottle was opened. Encrid took a sip. It was different. The flavor, the taste, the aroma. Everything was different. The scent of apples lingered at his nose, while a savory richness deepened with each sip. A sweet, velvety taste wrapped around his tongue, compelling him to drink more. It was the first time Encrid had ever tasted alcohol like this. This seems like a rare drink. It was meant for when my daughter got married. The cider had a bit of history behind it. When he asked if it was really okay to share something so special, the man replied, "There's still one bottle left." He laughed brightly as he spoke. Despite his rat-like beard, his laughter was pure and genuine, radiating simple joy. "Come here. Greet him too." The cider maker soon brought his wife over to meet Encrid. She was beautiful. They say talented people marry beauties, and it seemed the saying was true. Enjoy it. After a brief introduction, Encrid continued savoring the cider. Throughout the night, the village chief, Deutsch Pullman, and many others stopped by Encrid's side, sitting down for a moment before moving on. Villagers had laid out a large platform in the village square, turning the celebration into an impromptu festival. "We'll commemorate this day every year. How about calling it Encrid's Day?" Did they have to name everything? What's in a name anyway? Someone countered, and others nodded in agreement. They decided to commemorate this day, marking the start of summer every year. Would they actually go through with it? Encrid sipped his cider, watching them idly. The village chief, drunk, kept repeating himself. Meanwhile, the chief's wife boasted that in 2 years, their daughter would grow into a beauty that could charm the entire city. Doesn't seem likely. The chief's daughter was just an ordinary child. She was so shy that she couldn't even approach Encrid to talk to him. Instead, a brazen little rascal came up to him and boldly demanded to serve under his command. "Take down 5 of Deutsch Pullman's militia members and come back," Encrid replied. The kid looked determined. "Consider it done," and then promptly went to pick a fight with a drunken militia member, only to get a flick on the forehead that sent him running away in tears, trying to act grown up, but still the kind of kid who might wet his bed at night. Still, there was something endearing about his bravado. In a tough world, even such dreams felt admirable, and Encrid quietly cheered for him. Thanks to you are in order. Deutsch Pullman seemed to have a strong tolerance for alcohol. He didn't seem to get drunk easily. Though his nose was slightly red, his words were clear, and his tongue wasn't slurring. He silently tipped back his glass a few times before grumbling. He said I couldn't have anything like this. Cursing the cider maker, he then added, "If you ever need a glaive, just call for me. I'll dance on the edge of a blade and swear it." It was a mercenary's vow, a solemn promise to answer the call no matter what, dancing on the edge of a blade, poetic and resolute, to dancing on the blade's edge. For the first time in a long while, Encrid exchanged the mercenary's greeting. Until next time. With that simple farewell, Deutsch got up and left. Encrid took another sip of the cider. Even after a few drinks, his head wasn't foggy. Nor did he feel like picking up his sword and swinging it wildly again. The battles had already been replayed in his mind enough times. Resting is important, brother. For some reason, Odin's words came to mind. Encrid agreed. Rest was always important. And if today could be at one rare day in the year to truly rest, it would be a good thing. With that thought, he ate and drank. One of the militia members, who was an excellent hunter, had caught a deer somewhere. They roasted it whole, and the one who prepared it did an excellent job. The meat was tender, with barely any gamey smell. The seasoning was perfect, not too much, not too little. Phew, if I go back and tell them about this, will anyone believe me? Finn, who was moderately drunk, approached and said, "What? The massacre of beasts, the madman's dance with twin swords." When drunk, Finn showed the makings of a bard. Chuckling to herself, Finn wandered off to another part of the celebration. Then Craze appeared, his face flushed from drinking, and jabbed Encrid in the side. Encrid had known Cray was approaching, and had felt the jab coming, but decided to let it slide. "Let's go treasure hunting," Cray said. "Sure, no, I mean it. Do you think I'd keep it all for myself? No way. Seriously, you don't trust me? Sure, let's go. It's just half a day away from here, I'm telling you. I've got the whole entry plan worked out. Traps? No problem. Sounds great. Don't you think now's the time to decide?" Grice's eyes burned with enthusiasm. Who'd given this guy so much to drink? As Encrid sipped his cider and looked up at the moon, Cress blinked his large eyes a few times and asked, "But what did you just say earlier? Ask tomorrow's you when you're so—" "Sorry," I said. "Get lost." At first, the crowd was clustered around Encrid, but as time passed, people drifted away to mingle among themselves. Watching this, Encrid thought it was a pleasant sight. The moonlight bathed everything in a soft glow. The temperature was comfortable, not too hot. It wasn't the season for swarms of insects yet, and northern regions of the continent weren't known for being bug-infested anyway. With cider in hand, venison barbecue, and all sorts of special treats brought out from people's homes, cheeses, smoked meats, and other delicacies, it felt like a feast. It might seem wasteful to some to use up so much food, but for an occasion like this, what was the harm? They had eliminated the threat of the colony. The corpse of the cultist and the remains of the beasts were all laid out outside the village. The weapons the gnolls had used were purchased by the village at fair prices and paid for in krona. From tomorrow onward, though, the villagers would be busier than ever. There would be bodies to dispose of, damaged barricades to repair, stones to haul in from the quarry, and laborers to recruit as the village expanded. Would they end up absorbing nearby smaller settlements? It was the usual way. That's how frontier villages grew into towns, and eventually into cities. Those with skills would be brought in, even if it meant spending from the village's coffers. And so the village would turn into a fortress. To build proper walls and possibly even an inner keep, how long would it take? Without the aid of a mage, and relying solely on the craftsmanship of a guild. It would still take years, Encrid thought. Add in the construction of a manor and other considerations, and it might take even longer. But with the mayor's overflowing enthusiasm, they would find a way. In a land dominated by beasts and monsters, trade routes were sparse, making external resources hard to come by. Everything would have to be done quickly and decisively, he mused. It could be done. Encrid snapped out of his scattered thoughts and raised his head. The village square was alive with noise. Some sang songs, while others strummed lutes. That one knows how to play, he noted, listening keenly to the melodies. He looked up at the stars scattered across the sky, their patterns resembling someone swinging a sword. His mind wandered with that image when a voice interrupted. Aren't you curious how to gain a will? It was Luagarne. The question came from the spot beside him where Frog had taken a seat. Encrid didn't turn his head or respond. Luagarne spoke again, this time more insistently. Why don't you ask? Only then did Encrid slowly part his lips to answer. I'll know when the time comes. Was it complacency? No, it wasn't that. The man Encrid had shown himself to be thus far was far from complacent. Luagarne didn't know why he felt this growing impatience, but found himself compelled to share. It wasn't the first time either. All this while, he had felt the same desire, to reveal something, to confide. Unable to resist, she spoke, only to be met with such a calm reaction that it made her want to provoke Encrid even more. Do you think you can become a knight? Who knows? Another lackluster reply. A response that felt entirely out of place. As Encrid turned his gaze back to the moon, he added, A dream. It's just a dream. Short but sharp, like a blade sinking straight into the chest. Encrid's words were like that. Luagarne placed a hand on the breastplate over his heart. His left arm was still regenerating, leaving him a one-armed knight for now. It felt as though the muscles of his heart were tightening. That's how squire knights use will, Frog said, breaking the comfortable silence. They channel it into one or two specific movements, almost at random. Even that is no easy feat, but it's the minimum threshold to surpass one's limits and enter the realm of the extraordinary, the land beyond master. Why was Frog suddenly delving into such a topic? Was it the moonlight? Or perhaps the apple cider? Do you get drunk, Frog? Encrid asked. Sometimes. But not now, Frog replied, his honesty unwavering. He continued, without hesitation. Right now, I think I'm intoxicated by a man. There was no need to ask who that man was. Frog didn't seem to expect an answer either. Squire Asia was captivated by the idea of a will that could generate momentum, Frog mused. A knight was someone who wielded will with mastery. A squire knight was someone who could use it, even if only in part. Even among squires who have glimpsed the use of will, many never become full knights. Most don't. Do you still wish to be one? Was this lengthy explanation just to ask that question? Regardless, it was helpful. Encrid nodded silently, his gaze unwavering. You will. You'll become a knight. Dreams once torn to shreds, Encrid had patched and mended them. Now, they felt closer, almost within his grasp. Frog gazed intently at Encrid. On the surface, there was no trace of burning passion, but having watched Encrid for this long, Frog could tell. A relentless man, Frog thought. This was someone who carried a roaring flame deep within, hidden from the world. And because of that, he was admirable. Beautiful, even. If you become a knight, I'll let myself fall for you, Frog said. For Frog's people, the concept of reproduction and love were entirely separate. Thus, they could love humans too. Frog's love, however, was unlike the human concept. It wasn't just different. It was an entirely distinct notion. Their love knew no boundaries, nor did it involve physical attachment. If the man they loved met another woman, that was fine. They might even approach that woman, introduce themselves, and seek her understanding. It was rare for humans to receive Frog's love. Such a thing was extraordinary, almost unheard of. Encrid, perplexed by Frog's words, simply stared for a moment before nodding. "Do as you please." His nonchalant response and composure revealed the breadth of his character. Frog found herself liking that about Encrid even more. With the moonlight painting the scene, the two shared their drinks. Then, as if claiming a rightful place, a leopard sauntered into their midst. It glared at them as if it too wanted to join in the revelry. "Want some?" "I," Encrid asked. The leopard opened its mouth wide. The rare apple cider flowed into the feline's waiting maw. It swallowed, let out a low rumble, and growled softly. "Good, huh?" Encrid asked. The leopard responded by opening its mouth once more. Chapter 179. Encrid. The soldiers from the Viscount Ventra's army finally arrived at the frontier village. Having received an urgent dispatch, a portion of the cavalry had galloped ahead for reconnaissance. Upon arrival, their captain surveyed the scene before him. Wasn't this place supposed to be under attack? The cavalry captain asked, confusion evident in his voice. He had taken it upon himself to scout ahead, and what he found was far from the chaos he expected. What in the world are they doing? Why are they burying corpses? Rather than scenes of devastation, the villagers were hard at work digging trenches and burying the carcasses of monsters and beasts. The black blood of the creatures, oddly enough, was known to enrich the soil, making it more fertile. Even the poison coating the ghoul's claws would neutralize and dissipate when buried properly. For these reasons, the villagers were toiling away with shovels and pickaxes, striving to enter the bodies. The once uneven land surrounding the settlement had been transformed into an even rougher patchwork of turned soil. Sweat glistened on the faces of the settlers, who moved as one, both villagers and soldiers united in their efforts. "Yes, sir. The dispatch was marked urgent," the adjutant replied, holding up the crumpled message. But the situation before them hardly seemed to warrant the haste. Large colony. Swarm of gnolls. Immediate support required. That was all the note had said. The urgency had been clear in its brevity, leaving no room for speculation. However, there had been no specifics on the numbers or scale of the enemy. Indeed, when Duich sent that desperate message, he hadn't bothered with such details. He had simply conveyed the bare minimum, which was enough to spur reinforcements into action. "Well, from where I'm standing, it looks more like they're trying to farm monster corpses," the captain muttered. The sight before them was almost picturesque. Apart from the occasional grotesque monster carcass dotting the landscape, the situation looked far too peaceful for a place that was supposed to have been under dire threat. To make matters more surreal, snippets of a crude labor song floated over to the captain's ears. "Whistle and swing, he struck them all down. Name the wall in his honor. Enk. A ridiculous tune, sung to even more ridiculous lyrics. "Find out what's going on," the captain snapped. They had raced here in a frenzy, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake, only to find this. At his command, one of his men spurred his horse and galloped off toward the village. Da-duck! Da-da-duck! The sound of hooves echoed through the clearing. The subordinate who had ridden off to assess the situation returned and reported the findings. "What? One man single-handedly cut down 500 gnolls?" The villagers were honest in their explanation. "Apparently, he's some legendary free knight, or maybe a mercenary king or something." "No, that's not it. He's a squad leader from Border Guard," the subordinate clarified. A squad leader had single-handedly taken down 500 gnolls. Of course, it wasn't something he'd done in a single day, or so they said. They also mentioned that he had dealt with a cultist. No! Actually, the cultist had died. He had tricked the devious opponent and struck from behind, seizing the cultist's heart before he died himself. Cultist? Was he some lowly thief, lurking in the hills? Or maybe a weakling with a small brain? This is ridiculous. The captain let out a scoff. How could a mere squad leader do something like that? Is that so? Well, let's see the face of this guy. The captain ordered, and they entered the village. He already left, the village chief said, stepping forward as the representative. Already? His mission was to deal with the colony. And just like that, he had left. How straightforward was this guy? The captain scoffed again, this time more audibly. The situation they were facing was curious, to say the least. The only witnesses were the mercenaries and the villagers, all of whom had spoken of the same story. While it was hard to imagine them all lying, it was equally difficult to believe everything they said was entirely true. When cornered, people tend to exaggerate. The captain knew this principle well. Those on the edge, no matter how much space they had left, would always feel as though they were about to fall. The villagers and mercenaries were likely the same. 500 gnolls. At most, maybe 50, maybe 100 at most. If this so-called mercenary really couldn't handle even that small of a colony, it would only prove his lack of ability. They probably exaggerated, the captain decided, unconvinced. He wasn't planning to dig up the buried corpses to investigate further. It's fine. In the end, as long as the village was safe, that was all that mattered. There had been some talk about Encrid's war or whatever, but the captain didn't feel the need to intervene. 50 or 500, it doesn't matter. The squad leader had saved the village, and that was the truth. However, the fact that he had left, leaving his reputation inflated, didn't sit well with the captain. I'll make sure to see him again sometime. He was tempted to knock him down a peg. Cutting off the arrogance from his tongue would be a satisfying task. With that thought, the captain turned his horse around. It would be fine to stay a bit longer. The village chief expressed his disappointment at the news of Encrid leaving. It was the morning, 2 days after the festival-like night had passed. As Encrid washed up after a long, sweaty day, a few of the village women had gathered to watch him. He's in great shape, handsome too. He's good at fighting, he's got a good personality. Strong, too, definitely down there. The last comment was perhaps a bit too forward, but it was more of a mix of admiration, respect, and perhaps even a bit of reverence. It wasn't a bad feeling. Encrid simply enjoyed the attention in moderation. As he was about to leave, Deutsch Fullman came over and immediately thrust his glaive forward. Though the weapon was thrust at him, Deutsch's tone was full of respect, and his posture showed admiration. What stood out most, however, was the look in his eyes. Those eyes! Encrid liked eyes like that. They were fierce and burning with intensity. Sure. It was a simple spar. Whack. Once with a vertical swing, once with a horizontal, easily deflecting the glaive. Encrid quickly closed the distance and landed a solid punch to the spot just beneath Deutsch's ribcage. With a thud, Deutsch gasped and crumpled to the ground. GKK. Who? He struggled to catch his breath, and after a moment he slowly lifted his head and spoke. Such power. He stood up and bowed his head deeply. Thank you. Encrid simply nodded in acknowledgement. Encrid casually nodded in response. There was no reason to linger, so he decided to move right away. I'll come with you. Despite being told to rest in the village and recover, Finn insisted on following him. I'm a ranger. There was a lot packed into those words. Rangers go ahead first. That was the motto of their group. I don't like falling behind. It is exactly stubbornness. Finn wasn't seriously wounded. Her injuries weren't fatal, and the treatment had been excellent. It had been Crace's skill at work, after all. A versatile guy, Crace. He was good for almost everything, except combat. Especially when it came to using his head. More importantly, there wasn't much danger on this journey anyway. At most, they'd encounter some monsters. Probably just monsters and beasts. When a colony is established, most of the surrounding monsters lose their territory. It was a natural phenomenon. A colony meant a group was being formed. So the nearby monsters who had banded together into a colony were now defeated, and it would be hard to find another group of monsters anytime soon. "It'll be fine. Treasure, treasure," Christ chanted, his voice filled with excitement. From what Encrid had heard, the treasure map Craze had pointed to was only about a day's journey away. "It's nothing. Back in the day, we'd have to deal with traps and complications, but now, well, if you've read the Crystron dungeon breakthrough method, it's a piece of cake." Confidence was evident in his tone, and in truth it wasn't a big deal. After packing some provisions and a few bottles of apple cider, they set out. "Come back again, definitely. Definitely." The village chief bowed his head as they left. It wasn't just him. The entire village came out to bow their heads. Encrid nodded as well. "If the opportunity arises." His farewell was a bit rough around the edges, but it carried sincerity and made the sentiment stand out even more. With that, the journey began, and it would end just as simply when they found a treasure along the way. "Let's go find some treasure. Treasure!" Christ cheered with enthusiasm. Encrid, amused, nodded. "I'll go that far with you." However, Lua didn't leave right away. He didn't rush to go back, though it wasn't clear if it was because he didn't need to, or if there was something he was still lingering on. Encrid didn't feel the need to ask. Instead, Encrid responded casually. "Duel?" He treated her just like he always did. The comment about falling for him was something to be left for later. Time would tell if it meant anything. For Encrid, the most important thing wasn't some fleeting future, but learning from her in the present. In terms of sheer strength, if it came down to it, if he wanted to kill, Encrid was confident that he could surpass Lua. However, her experience and skill were far from fake. When it came to combat prowess, she was more than capable. Before reaching the peak, one cannot see the full scope of the surrounding landscape. It's only when you stand atop the summit that the view changes. Now, Encrid could see it clearly. He had gained perspective. What he could see now was the path to surpass Lua. Are all frogs like this? It was unlikely. Lua had often mentioned that she was a scholar. That's not a bad suggestion. I've gotten a bit rusty myself. I'll need to spend some time honing my skills again. It seemed that she had also learned something while fighting the cultists. With the wooden swords clashing, she focused on walking her path, reflecting on what she had gained, learned and perfected. "You're a fascinating person," Lua said after the sparring, when the sound of the wooden swords clashing had faded. "No talent is quite like yours, really." Encrid dismissed it casually. His dream was still to become a knight, and there were many mountains yet to climb, many paths still ahead of him. Taking a single step forward wasn't enough. It couldn't be. Even if the step was large, it couldn't reach the faded and torn dreams that lay ahead. Even if he did reach that point, would he be satisfied with it? He wasn't sure. Becoming a knight wouldn't be the end of everything. The dream remained, and the reasons behind it, the journey across the continent, kept adding layers of meaning to his heart. Some of it was resentment, some lingering attachment. "The most surprising thing is your attitude right now," Lua continued. "I've never seen anyone like you." Encrid remained unchanged. Learning and mastering new things quenched the thirst inside him, and for now, he was focused on quenching that thirst and following the signposts toward his goal. Again? Still the same. After the next sparring session, they both sweat and refreshed themselves with a mix of water and apple cider. They walked along the path, which had no streams in sight. Leading the way was Finn, with Kraige chattering by his side. According to the map, this should be the area. What do you think, Finn? Looks right to me. Krais's talent was something to behold. When his life or Krona was at stake, that's when his true ability shone. He was able to find the path by just looking at a small part of the map. Finn helped him along, of course. That's even more impressive, isn't it? Big eyes, then Rem, Ragnar, and Odin. Jackson, Dutch. The Mad Squad. They really suited that name. Compared to them, was Encrid not the normal one? His dreams were big, and as long as he didn't spare any effort, that level of ambition was acceptable within his bounds. Of course, that was only Encrid's own way of thinking. Was it only Lua who was shocked by Encrid after his battle with the Horde? Even Esther was taken aback. Crazy bastard. He'd seen someone change in a single night many times before, but this time felt different. Slaughtering hundreds of monsters without using any spells? Did he have some magical weapon? Maybe he had picked up a cursed sword or something? No. It was just the same as always. His sword, his armor. It was just that the person himself had changed. This could truly be considered the strength of a semi-knight, could it not? The strength itself wasn't entirely clear, but in the end, that's what the result pointed to. Kraise was also surprised, but he didn't overthink it. He's a squad leader after all. He was already crazy and obsessed with swords, so this could be expected. Wasting time thinking about things that didn't make sense was pointless. Kraise didn't waste his mental energy on such things, and simply accepted it. Among them all, the one most surprised was Finn. How was he doing this? When he first met him, Finn didn't think it would be like this. He had been surprised when he saw him fighting among werewolves, and he was surprised again when Encrid killed a wizard. But those were things Finn could understand within the bounds of reason. Now, it was like he had crossed some boundary of human limitations. Most of all, it was the resilience. It's like he could slap a frog across the face. He fought like he was going to die, and then the next day, he was revived and ready to fight again. It wasn't as if there was a priest nearby pouring holy power into him. How could he even do that? Finn tried to figure it out, but eventually gave up. In reality, those who'd seen Encrid had mostly given up trying to understand him. It was inevitable. A really strange guy. Lua's mutterings perfectly summed up everyone's feelings. Really? Encrid responded, still unfazed. After a short journey, they hadn't encountered any monsters or beasts. The place they arrived at was the area behind the rocky mountain. It had taken a day to get here after taking a detour, but if they had rushed, it would have only taken half a day. They'd sparred, eaten, and rested enough during the trip. There was no rush. As Kraise had said, there was a treasure to be found on the way, and that was the real goal. Behind the rocky mountain, the land was covered in scattered stones, short grass, and a few trees poking through. It wasn't exactly a plain, nor was it wasteland, but it was a rocky terrain of sorts. Captain, do you know about this? What? Kraise suddenly spoke up in the midst of this desolate landscape. Chapter 180. The eyes of those who chase dreams are always burning. Kraise crossed his arms and continued, his eyes shining brightly. The man named Dolph, who owned the treasure map, made the dungeon a long time ago. Wondering what nonsense he was going to say next, Encrid looked at Kraise, who flashed a confident smile. It was irritating, but there was nothing to say, so Encrid just stared at him. That means this method didn't exist before, Kraise continued. Times had changed, and as the years passed, treasure hunters had become more cunning. They risked their lives disarming traps to enter dungeons and obtain their rewards. They focused on results, skipping over the tedious process of disarming traps. This was the essence of the Crystron dungeon breakthrough method, as Kraise had mentioned. It's a technique called retreating. It was a shortcut, but if it worked, it was a brilliant method, as Encrid himself had experienced. If capturing the leader of the monsters was a wall, why wait for him, or sacrifice the village? Why choose a disadvantageous battleground? Instead, find a way around it. This is it. Chryse found a rock, about the size of an adult man, and said, "Please, Luagarne." At that, Luagarne willingly stepped forward. She pushed the rock, and with a loud thud, it toppled to the side. Underneath, an old hole appeared. Chryse took out a shovel from his bag and dug a few times before speaking. "This is the entrance, roughly speaking." He began walking confidently. After about the time it would take a finger-length candle to burn, Chryse smiled again. "It should be around here." Chryse grabbed the shovel and started digging. Of course, this was no task he could do alone. "Come on." This time, it was Encrid. He picked up a shovel and started digging. What he meant was that they would bypass all the traps and make a hole to access the treasure hidden inside. It wasn't a fresh idea, but in the past, when Dolph created the dungeon, it might have been an unimaginable method. It was a shortcut, but far more efficient than risking their lives disarming traps. Encrid agreed and helped. Esther prowled around, claws raised, but Encrid shook his head. "Rest for a while." The leopard looked exhausted, its fatigue clearly showing. "Kjar." The leopard seemed pleased with the suggestion, letting out a cry before curling up in a corner to lie down. It closed its eyes as if it were truly worn out. Except for the sparring on the way here, Encrid had carried it in his arms. It looked completely drained of energy. Anyway, Chryse's words were right. Just pick up a few treasures on the way and we're done. Are we leaving this behind? Well, maybe there's nothing left. Someone might have taken it without the map. But that's unlikely. It was the third time he had casually said that nothing much would happen. As they dug, the dirt crumbled and fell away, revealing an artificial passage. "See?" Chryse spoke. This was the result of taking turns digging with Encrid. A few gold coins rolled inside the hole, reflecting the light. It didn't seem particularly dark deeper inside, but a handful of gold coins couldn't be all there was. As Chryse had said, it was easy. Wow. Finn's eyes also sparkled. Chryse had promised a share of the krona, and Finn could take a few krona pouches with him. Luagarne and Esther weren't interested, and Encrid, seeing the broken sword, thought it would be good to find some krona. They would go down, gather the treasure, and return. It was still an easy task. It should have been. It should have been a simple task. The sun was setting, and before long the moon had risen. Chryse glanced at the moon briefly and then spoke. "Let's all go together. I don't think it would be bad to spend the night here. We might have more things to carry." There didn't seem to be any real danger. There were no monsters around, and they wouldn't be staying in there for more than a day. The sun was already setting, wasn't it? Since they had to camp anyway, if there was no danger inside, it would be best to stay the night down there and leave tomorrow. Chryse, having made these calculations, spoke up. Rather than being bothered by pointless insects, it was better to stay the night and move on tomorrow. And everyone agreed. That sounds good. Encrid agreed too. As he did, he wondered if there might be anything else besides the gold coins. Could there be something useful? Though he didn't lack for krona, his sword had taken too much damage in the recent fight. Especially the sword made from Valerian steel and Norian iron. The blade was badly worn. Apart from reshaping the edge, the core was also damaged. "I can't use this." For mercenaries, weapons were life. A swordsman who couldn't appreciate the value of his weapon was already starting off wrong. Encrid, of course, knew how to assess the condition of his weapons. He had fought against hundreds of beasts and monsters. If the sword was still intact, that would be strange. Both swords' blades had been ruined. His armor was also torn in several places. The leather parts were ripped, and there were holes in some of the chainmail areas inside. Thinking about this, Encrid glanced to the side and saw Luagarne moving without much care. "We'll be late returning, won't we?" When Encrid spoke, Luagarne puffed out her cheeks and responded, "It's fine. I'm just enjoying it." The atmosphere was warm and cheerful. Encrid had handed over some seasoned jerky to Esther. In the meantime, Finn tied a rope to a sturdy tree. The ranger knot method was shining in its full glory. It won't come undone unless it's cut, and it's not something that can't be climbed. It was a precaution for any possible situations. Very ranger-like. After setting up the rope, they let it down through the hole. Encrid went down first, followed by Finn, Cray, and then Esther, who jumped and dug her claws into the wall as she descended. Lastly, Luagarne coiled her feet around the rope and lowered herself down with a series of soft thuds. Once everyone was down, they looked up. By now, the moon had risen. It must be around midnight, Encrid thought to himself as he recalled the time. "We'll camp here and go up tomorrow." "Perfect timing," Cray spoke from behind. Encrid nodded. There could still be some lingering dangers, so he lit a torch and began scanning the area. Behind them, where Crays had found the dungeon entrance, was a long corridor, but it was so narrow that they would have to crouch just to get through. "If we go out through there, my back will hurt," Encrid thought. It wasn't a real concern, but it was that tight. Fighting in such a space would make it difficult to react properly. Not a good place to use a sword. Encrid judged it that way. There didn't seem to be any other dangers. Everyone shared the same thought. There wasn't as much dust as expected, and there were no traps that would burst when stepped on. Esther yawned lazily with a kayar sound. She looked more tired than usual, so Encrid picked her up and passed the torch to Crays. Luagarne, scanning the surroundings, murmured, "Old traces. What would she look like as a scholar?" Encrid also fell into thought for a moment. She knows ancient languages and is a talent reader affiliated with the kingdom too. Apart from her combat skills, the frog was versatile, and her value was certainly not low. Finn couldn't find any danger in the passage ahead or behind. As a ranger, Finn wasn't quite a treasure hunter, but he knew how to spot traps. "Everything looks fine." If it were a trap that she couldn't see, it would likely be related to a spell, or a highly advanced trap. Not a simple one like a tripwire or a pressure plate that fires arrows, but a kind that activates just by brushing against it. Things that would be difficult to notice unless you're a professional treasure hunter. It would be excessive for a rich person to set up something like that. Such a trap would really be something that you'd only find in an ancient tomb. It would need to be tied to magic at the very least. Finn saw Crays walking beside him. Crays, having picked up a few gold coins that had fallen on the ground, was scanning the surroundings with the light of the torch. So far, nothing had happened. No danger, no special events. The passage was short, and soon they reached a round tunnel. At the end of the dungeon there was a pedestal and an old, worn chest. On top of the pedestal there was a sword, its blade covered in dust. To put it nicely, it was antique. To put it poorly, it was a hopelessly old sword. "We've come the right way." Crace couldn't hide his excitement. They had dug properly and found the right path. At this point, could they not call themselves treasure hunters? Reading the Crystron's dungeon solutions had been worth it. Since his childhood, after learning to read, Craze had gotten his hands on all sorts of books. He had thought that those books would be the way out of the swamp of poverty he had grown up in. It had been the right choice. And now, wasn't he finding treasure? Is all that much krona needed to open a salon? Encrid's casual question broke the mood. "Yes, of course," Craze answered without taking a breath. "Really?" Encrid asked with a glance. Craze, after a long time, began to recount his dream. "I'm going to open the most luxurious and extravagant salon in the capital, one that everyone will want to enter. I'll even have membership cards. But That's not all. I'll open branches all over the continent. The eyes of someone chasing their dream always burn brightly. Encrid had no right to mock someone else's dream, and seeing Krez's eyes so full of light, he simply cheered him on. Yeah, go for it. Except for the worn-out sword stuck in the center of the pedestal, there was nothing special about the two chests. Seeing gold coins scattered along the passage, there had to be something here. With excitement, Krez approached the chests. It was possible they might be rigged, with poison darts ready to shoot out if the chests opened. Krez stepped cautiously. Behind him, Luagarne offered more valuable advice than gold coins to Encrid. You're lacking if you only learn the basics. You need to properly learn swordsmanship and train it into your body. Then you'll be able to go further. For example, Northern-style swordsmanship. You learned it from that guy, didn't you? The frog's sharp intuition was at work. After glancing at Ragnar and then at Encrid, she deduced the connection. She nodded. Encrid nodded back, and Luagarne spoke again. If you can learn proper Northern-style swordsmanship from that blonde guy with red eyes, it would be great. Can't you teach me? I'm bound by a pact. This is already an extraordinary vacation. I need to return. Luagarne spoke with genuine regret. The pact. A frog was easily swayed by desires and impulses. Because of this, they had made a vow of the heart. The frog, who often avoided directly speaking of the word heart, would refer to it as pact instead. That's why a frog's pact was not something to be taken lightly. It was a rule that must be followed above all else, even before their own desires and impulses. Living without adhering to the pact was rare for a frog. It was almost unheard of. For this reason, the term naive frog swordwork had come into existence. It was said that a naive frog could be deceived by humans or other species, selling their pact and starting a massacre with unwanted swordplay. That's true. Encrid realized again that Luagarne's words about breaking the pact weren't trivial. Was there even a need for that? To swear such an oath, binding her heart to someone else? Why? Why go that far? Encrid couldn't bring himself to ask her to revoke it. There was no one who didn't know that the frog's oath was serious. Everyone knew that frogs enjoyed severing the heads of those who insulted their pact. Defeating someone in battle was one thing, but insulting them was a different matter. So Encrid kept silent. It was then. Kia. Esther, who had been curled up on one side, suddenly let out a fierce cry. Chapter 181. A crazy guy is chasing me with a sword. Encrid sharply turned his head. It was a reflexive action, driven by his sense of evasion, as his body moved instinctively. In an instant, he took in his surroundings and assessed the situation. Krez, staff, chest, sword. Encrid's eyes caught sight of something murky spilling out from the sword, stuck in the pedestal. The grayish substance spread around and enveloped the space, surrounding the tunnel. Esther's body slammed into the ground with a thud, toward the exit the way they had come. The gray veil just barely blocked Esther's path. Thwack! The leopard's body hit the veil and bounced back, and Encrid reached out, catching the leopard in his arms. It was a movement as swift as the wind. Encrid gently cradled the leopard, scanning the area, his other hand resting on the hilt of his sword. It was the kind of atmosphere where something could leap out at any moment. Finn, Ainsi. With those words, Finn stood behind Encrid. Luagarne had taken care of Krez, pulling him away from the staff he had been holding in a daze. She too had become alert. Encrid didn't have time to check on Esther. His danger sense instinctively kicked in. This was the unique danger detection ability that only Encrid, someone who had died countless times, could possess. And nothing. That's nothing. Meanwhile, Krez's muttering reached Encrid's ears. Encrid's gaze shifted toward him. Ugh. Esther, seemingly uninjured from hitting the veil, spoke. Encrid gently set the leopard down and approached Craze. It appeared Craze had opened the chest with his staff. Inside the chest there were no poison darts, only dust and a small letter. As Craze unfolded the letter, he muttered, "Has it already been looted? Or did that fool Dolph go mad? Let me see." Encrid stepped forward and examined the letter. "Only those who claim the treasure may leave. Did we enter through the back door? Sorry, but the traps here are only for those who enter." Whoosh! With the sound of the torch crackling, Encrid let out a small groan. He could almost hear the sound of the letter's owner chuckling. That fool Dolph, with his terrible taste. Treasure. The chest was empty. What about the other chest? Just then, Cray, with his staff, opened the other chest. There's nothing. That one was empty too. It seems in this era they called sneaking out backdoor escape. Damn it. Treasure my foot. Craze held his head in frustration. A wealthy ancient noble had caused a sharp-witted soldier of the present day to fall into despair. It was inevitable. The trap had been laced with magic, and such tricks were impossible to predict. No one could have avoided this. Finn said the same. Encrid turned away from the eager look in her eyes. He noticed the sword that still stood on the pedestal. The sword, which had been covered in moss and dust, had changed. The blade now shimmered with a faint bluish hue, while the hilt was still so rusted that it looked ready to crumble and the blade was dull. Something about it had changed. The blade color has changed. Could it have been maintained in a place like this? Who would have taken care of it? Did they plant a skeleton soldier here to oil the blade? The sword was clearly not in pristine condition. It was worn, but it had somehow survived the ages. That was unusual. Weapons like swords, if not maintained, would naturally become useless. Normally, a weapon made of metal would have become rusted and shattered if found in an ancient dungeon after all these years. It was only natural for a sword found in an old dungeon to shatter after one swing. Over time, the core would have been damaged. To a mercenary, a weapon was life itself. The less confident they were in their skill, the more they relied on their weapons. That was why Encrid had always paid close attention to his weapon over the years. Thus, he had a keen eye for swords. Even though the blade wasn't sharp, and the hilt was so worn it looked like it would crumble, there was something about the sword that caught his attention. The core is still intact. It was a decent item. Of course, it needed some maintenance. If there was anything to be called a treasure, it would be that sword. For how long has that bastard Dolph been building this? Encrid asked. At least 50 years, I'd say, Craze answered, his face still grim as he turned away. With only the sword left, naturally, everyone's gaze focused on it. A sword that had been stuck in place for over 50 years and was still in such good condition. If that wasn't treasure, then what was? It was the only thing left. I'll pull it out, Cray said. His discomfort was brief. He quickly stood up, muttered a curse about Dolph, and moved forward. It was kind of strange. He had an innate talent for hiding and running away, yet couldn't ignore the messes he made himself. Before anyone could say anything, Craze grabbed the sword's hilt, only to release it immediately. Ugh! It seemed he was startled. Everyone watched him in silence, and Craze continued. No, seriously, some crazy guy is chasing me with a sword. How could a crazy person be chasing him with a sword, just from grabbing the hilt? All right, I'll try it too. Finn stepped up. Bravery and, at times, recklessness. Another word for a ranger. Those who are brave but reckless, the first to walk ahead. That's exactly what rangers are like. Before anyone could stop him, Finn grabbed the sword hilt and immediately let go. Holy crap, this is real. Encrid's gaze lingered on the sword's hilt. A cursed sword. Luagarne stared at the sword, her hand swiping through the air as she puffed her cheeks. A cursed sword, huh? She stepped forward, as soon as her hand touched the hilt. Slurp, whoosh. My human, Persikiano, Karo, eh. Encrid made a small noise. Luagarne tried again. Whoosh. Her hand couldn't grip the hilt and slid off upwards. Wait, I almost saw something. Frogs had slippery skin. That's why they use loops to hold weapons. For her, a cursed sword was too smooth and slippery. There wasn't even a proper pommel at the end of the hilt. That's the only treasure here, Crace muttered, glancing at the sword. It seemed he'd have to pull it out. Do you trust what Dolph left behind? Encrid asked. If they judged it as treasure and pulled the sword, but it turned out to be a deadly trap, there would be no way out. Yeah, well, we have to trust it, right? He's a bastard. But Dolph lived his life with honor. They say he never lied. It's probably trustworthy. If someone like that were to lie, it would be catastrophic. But for now, it seemed they had no choice but to trust him. Encrid thought about it, then shook his head subtly as he stood before the sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! By them, Luagarne had tried several more times to grip the sword. I can see it. Someone's holding a sword, she said, her eyes half closed, as if concentrating. Crace clicked his tongue and fiddled with his fingers. They had to pull out the sword, but every time they touched it, some crazy guy seemed to appear, chasing them with a sword. For a brief moment, he didn't want to meet that person again. He didn't want to see them at all. Cold sweat dripped down his back. Luagarne gave up trying to grip the sword and shook her hand, speaking. A cursed sword, or more precisely, a sword possessed by an evil spirit. An evil spirit? Encrid, too, had wandered the continent for quite some time, but he'd only encountered an evil spirit once. It had been a creature called Wraith, an evil spirit that thrived on human anxiety and fear. He had been hired to deal with it, but there was nothing he could do in that place. The entire village had been wiped out, and its residents had turned into evil spirits. It had been horrific. Mercenaries, armed with steel, had been powerless against them. A priest had to be called in, one who could wield divine power. How much did that cost me again? Encrid thought. He had paid from his own pocket. After all, he had been hired, so he had to resolve the issue. That was his mindset. What was ironic was that the one who hired him was a ghost. The remnants of a human soul that hadn't yet become an evil spirit, constantly crying and wishing for something. The child's wishes had been so earnest that she had disguised herself as a street urchin to make the request. And, as promised, Encrid had eradicated the evil spirits from that village. I think I lost my entire fortune on that one. Calling a capable priest, one who could use divine power to banish evil spirits, wasn't cheap. This was to say that evil spirits were entities that regular mercenaries could not handle. While Encrid was lost in these old thoughts, Cray mumbled to himself, "Oh, then, if I kept holding on to it?" Luagarne quickly answered, "That would crush your skull." That was a chilling response. As Craze absent-mindedly rubbed his arm, Encrid nonchalantly placed his hand on the sword. Pull the sword out, take it, and then leave. It was a simple proposition. Besides, he was curious. Encrid gripped the sword's hilt. Without even blinking, he could tell that the surroundings had changed. The air density itself felt different. It was like standing on thick, sticky mud that pulled at his feet. And from above, something began to fall. A sword, a blade falling vertically down toward him. His body reacted. Instinctively, he drew the sword and swung it, meeting the falling blade with a horizontal strike. Gun! The moment their swords met, Encrid pushed back with force. With a heavy noise, the sword floating in the mist was pushed back. He used both strength and recoil, stepping back in the moment he had created. The sticky ground made it difficult to move his feet. Thud, thud. He stepped back, kicking the ground. Whoosh! A breeze blew, and the mist-like fog disappeared behind the floating sword. Beyond the vanishing fog his opponent appeared. The figure was clad in a helmet and plate armor, with blue flames in place of eyes behind the visor. What is this? There was no speech, no breathing. He couldn't sense any signs of the sword being swung. There was nothing the opponent should have had as a human. Then the sword began to move. Clang, clang, the strikes followed, and Encrid realized something was wrong with his own body. My strength isn't there. He had lost something. His reaction speed was about the same, but his body was stiff. Most importantly, his opponent's swordplay was shockingly structured, with a style that seemed to predict the next few moves. Whenever Encrid struck instinctively or reflexively, it was as though the opponent had anticipated it. His sword flowed past Encrid's, and then continued into the next attack. This time, it was a thrust. Hiss. Encrid inhaled and pulled his body back. He had to retreat. He would need to redirect his focus outward immediately. Instinctively, he recognized the way out of the situation. The problem was that his opponent was too close. If I hesitate, I'll be cut. It was an obvious truth. Despite his physical abilities, it seemed the opponent could read all of Encrid's moves. That was the result. Thud-dut. He was struck in the abdomen by a gauntlet wrapped in iron. But Encrid didn't back down. With a forceful swing, he struck the enemy's shoulder with his sword. He aimed for the neck, but it was blocked by the shoulder guard. They saw that coming? Afterward, the swing he made was barely avoided, but the elbow that followed hit his cheekbone. Crack.k. There's something you learn after experiencing having your neck snapped several times. It's that you're about to die. Snap. Bone. Encrid spat out a final breath. He thought it was the end, but when he opened his eyes, he found himself back to normal. He had escaped either a mental world or a demon's playground. Captain? He saw the big eyes of Cries looking at him. Beside him were Finn, Luagarne, and Esther. Are you all right? How long has it been? His throat felt strangely dry. Encrid asked while rubbing his neck. The pain was still vivid, and he could feel it clearly. His neck felt cold, but it hadn't twisted in a direction he couldn't return from. It was just the lingering pain and the moment of death. It feels like less than a minute. Encrid frowned. This was rare. He had died, but hadn't really died. It was like fighting with bare hands in there, a feeling of fighting without using everything he had, speaking only with the sword. To Encrid it felt like fighting with limbs that weren't even his own. Are you sure you're okay? Yeah. Encrid nodded at Crace's words and looked thoughtfully at the sword. It hadn't been drawn. It was still the same. It looked like a noblewoman watching with pride. Of course, inside the sword was just a lump of metal. Did you take the hit? Luagarne asked from the side. My neck snapped. From inside? Encrid nodded. At that, Luagarne fell into thought. He couldn't physically fight an evil spirit, but the evil spirit hadn't been able to harm him either. It had been the same during his earlier commission. So, was it the same now? He didn't think so. The feeling of death was real. Even though he knew it was fake, it felt just like actually dying. Being a seasoned expert at dying many times, Encrid understood that. Meanwhile, Luagarne was inspecting the grey curtain. She was feeling it with her fingertips and tapping it. On the opposite side, Esther was scratching the curtain with his claws. What does that leopard know to act like that? Finn muttered, seemingly perplexed. Maybe. Encrid knew that the lake panther near him wasn't normal. For now, they were all busy assessing the situation. The answer came from Luagarne. She tapped the curtain, examined the sword, and despite slipping several times due to the sword's slickness, she tried to grip it a few more times before speaking. It's more of a guess. What is it? Encrid asked. She spoke in a serious tone. though reading a frog's emotional state was difficult, and she wasn't entirely sure. The words of the frog, who was standing with his arms crossed, sounded plausible. You have to die at least several dozen times. Only then will you see something that might be called treasure. For Encrid, this was an easy task, but Luagarne couldn't know that. Chapter 182. A crazy guy is chasing me with a sword. 2. This sword was originally not a magical sword. It was called a spiritual sword, but it wasn't really imbued with a spirit. In fact, it could be said to be a part of the mind itself. However, in the past, a genius mage, through his magic, realized a brilliant idea. Is there a way to pass on abilities to future generations? He pondered and devised. His genius idea soon brought it to life. However, his magical talent was exceptional, but his understanding of humans was poor. Completely dedicated to one goal, the spirit imprisoned in the sword existed only to teach a single lesson. As a result, it caused blood to flow from the ears of every student. That was not the proper way of transmitting knowledge. After his failure, the mage created a method for passing on the techniques of swordsmen and warriors, the art of handling the body. The swordsmanship will be passed down through the generations. And so, the magical sword became a tutor. Was it Dolp? He really seemed to hate his descendants, Luagarne said, tapping her cheek with her tongue, expressing her discomfort. The magical sword tutor, though it touched on the realm of necromancy, did not suck blood or turn its wielder into a berserker. What would happen if a human spirit were trapped inside a sword? The mage didn't understand humans. He truly didn't. He put human souls, their spirits, into the sword. And so, only a single purpose remained for the spirit inside the tutor. It didn't matter whether the student died or bled from the ears. The spirit would just do its job. To learn a technique, one had to overcome death countless times. To surpass the tutor, one had to defeat it with the same swordsmanship, and only then would the spirit trapped in the sword disappear. The treasure mentioned here was probably swordsmanship. Luagarne blinked one eye. If all you want is swordsmanship, it's possible. But, though your body may not die, you won't be able to withstand the death of your mind. So, rather than trying to deal with the sword, it would be better to find another way to open the barrier. Luagarne spoke, and Encrid, after briefly looking at the sword, turned his gaze back to Luagarne and asked, "So, you're saying we have to learn swordsmanship by overcoming death?" "Yes, it's nonsense. What kind of human could do that?" Luagarne's tongue clicked against her cheek again. Was it similar to how humans might express frustration? Ah, damn it, my mistake. "I'm sorry." Craze bowed his head. "Well, damn it. With the food we have left, we can last more than a fortnight. But can we sell the tunnels below or above?" Ben asked. Even in the face of failure, the ranger was already brainstorming another solution. Meanwhile, Esther had curled up and fallen asleep. Is she really sleeping in this situation? Encrid thought as he looked around. So we just have to risk death and learn swordsmanship? Yeah, that sounds like a scam, Encrid mumbled. Honestly, if you consider dying from poisoning after being surrounded by your own group, isn't this easier? Isn't this easy? Encrid furrowed his brow. He couldn't help but wonder if this was truly the way. Learning only swordsmanship? That doesn't make sense. Encrid, after thinking for a moment if that was really all there was to it, replied, "I'll do it. Experiencing death multiple times is not an easy thing. Want me to show you what happens right now?" Luagarne was upset. Human minds wear down easily. Yes, Encrid was indeed that kind of remarkable person who doesn't step back. Suddenly he seemed to have gained skills, and was showing signs of previously unknown potential. But for mortals, death is always a worst-case scenario in any form. Enduring that's something only through great discipline could one even attempt. Even among the priests who serve the god of patience and suffering, 9 out of 10 failed. That was what the tutor was like. Now, there were only a few left across the continent. And yet, here was one. An antique, something a collector would pay gold for, wanting it desperately. To weave a trap here? The barrier would not open unless one was a proper mage skilled in magic. Though Luagarne didn't have deep knowledge of magic, she understood a little. In a half-hearted attempt, she whipped the barrier with her lash. But it didn't even leave a scratch. It was certainly a troubling situation. I'll try again. In the midst of all this, Craze grabbed his sword again. They keep coming after us. It's like they're berserkers. He released the sword like the wind. Grabbing and letting go was no challenge. That was also the essence of the tutor's sword. If I let go of the sword, I can return. Once the mind is made up, giving up is easy. But that's when the curse entwined in the tutor's sword will never be undone. To overcome the hill of death, you have to be a special type of person who gets a thrill from dying over and over. Of course, Encrid wasn't such a pervert. It doesn't seem that difficult. It was inevitable to have such thoughts. After all, there had been things done up until now. For a moment, Encrid wondered if this was another barrier, like the boatman showing up, but it didn't seem like that was the case. Damn it, I honestly thought this would be something as simple as finding a fairy tale on the side of the road. Crace, who occasionally became a bit of a fool when hit by Krona, grumbled in frustration. Should we ration the food and try to survive as long as we can? Maybe the barrier will weaken with time. Finn brought up a more practical suggestion, worrying about their future. This is completely unexpected. Even Luagarne couldn't hide her confusion. Scratching her head, Encrid remained calm. Without hesitation, he grabbed his sword again. Enki. Luagarne, usually composed, raised her voice, but that was all. It quickly turned back to the muddy ground. It was the second time. As soon as Encrid stepped onto the muddy ground and surveyed his surroundings, he swung his sword. Thud! With a horizontal strike, he pushed the enemy's sword aside. The enemy's sword, which seemed to retreat, suddenly curved and pierced his side. Encrid immediately reacted, striking down with his sword. Clanged. Tick. The sound of blades clashing rang out lightly. Oosh. Yeah. A wind blew from somewhere. The mist cleared, and through it appeared a figure with a head of iron and blue flame eyes, wearing partial plate armor. Heart of the beast. It didn't work. Though it does feel a bit unfair that it doesn't. But it didn't matter. If he recognized it as a mental world, or a sort of demon's front yard, that would have been enough. He had experienced this once before. Though it had only been once, he had repeated today's events at the cost of his life countless times, rolling through them. Thanks to that experience, some things only needed to happen once to be understood. For example, recognizing the situation once was enough. Because of that, Encrid was able to remain calm even though the current situation was unfamiliar. Ah, Tuasis. His voice still worked. He tried opening his mouth as a test, and the sound came out just fine. Can you speak? The answer came not in words, but from the sword. Thud! The armored figure, holding a cold sword, lunged at him, kicking up the muddy ground. Whoosh! A heavy strike. A downward cut from above. Not only was it fast and powerful, but the trajectory of the strike was tricky as well. Encrid blocked it in the exact same way. He blocked and pushed back. In return, the opponent, following the same pattern, tried to stab his side. Encrid responded in kind. Just as it seemed like they would keep repeating the same actions like some kind of play, the blade suddenly shot upward. No, It was the pre-planned sequence of attacks. The blade rose from below, aiming for his chin. Encrid bent his left knee and twisted his body. The blade scraped past his right chin and narrowly missed his forehead. Thanks to the twist of his body, a gap was created, and Encrid's sword cut across the enemy's waist. Clanged, died. Can even this be blocked? As he continued to clash swords with his opponent, Encrid became absorbed in the situation. He swung his sword again and again, trying to open the door of his sixth sense to read his opponent's intentions, but failed. The price came through his body. The steel blade of his opponent's sword pierced Encrid's chest. He woke up, having been stabbed in the area that would have made Luagarne panic. Huff! What he? A sharp pain spread from his heart to his entire body. He was dead again. This was his second death. However, his body was intact. His heart was racing, and the pain was real. But he hadn't truly died. So, this must be what makes it so hard to endure. No, actually, this wasn't so bad, was it? It seemed much better than actually dying. Did you get stabbed there? Luagarne was right next to him. Encrid nodded and stood up. After taking a few breaths, he felt okay. He could move. It wasn't like he had been seriously hurt. If I squeeze it, I'll feel the pain of death. The moment is brief, and what I need to do is steal the swordsmanship. Something about this felt very familiar. You're a fool. Attempting it itself is foolish, unless you're trying to go mad. Had Luagarne always been this much of a nag? Encrid thought back to the first repetition of the day. The stab from back then, hadn't it already become a part of his body, something that felt like his own technique now? Along with the sword he had been holding just moments ago, the cursed sword tutor. Inside that sword was something like a demonic entity that carried incredible swordsmanship. Is this the right way to do it? Encrid calmly ignored the nagging and instead swung his sword. He focused on the form, showing what he had learned from the opponent. His intention was clear, to train or to discipline himself. Luagarne stopped nagging and stared at him without blinking. Inside, Luagarne thought something to herself and muttered under her breath. Did you hit your head? Has it already been damaged? He hadn't been injured. Encrid shook his head to her words, not adding anything more, and continued swinging his sword, muttering to himself. It felt like a path was on the verge of revealing itself. Was it like this? To Luagarne, Encrid seemed slow, very slow. He was sluggish and lacking in the natural talent to wield his body or handle a sword. I'm doing it myself, and yet he's barely improved. Luagarne considered herself a scholar. She wasn't the kind of scholar who just sat around reading books like some reclusive figure. She had also studied swordsmanship. Luagarne had such a deep understanding of it that she had a significant influence on the martial arts of the major families on the central continent. She hadn't lived long for no reason. She was a frog recognized not for her strength but for other qualities. Among those qualities, her talent for teaching was particularly exceptional. Even so, Encrid's skills were progressing slowly, very slowly. Of course, there were moments that were hard to understand. In moments of absurd crises, there was a sudden, sharp change in him. No preparation, no signs, no indications, nothing at all, and his skills increased just like that. For Luagarne, this was the first time she encountered such a person. He was incomprehensible, beyond understanding, and something that simply could not be grasped by any knowledge she had. Can you take a look at this? We're stuck here anyway. He spoke nonchalantly, and Luagarne muttered what she had been thinking. I think you've hit your head, Kaya. The leopard, who had been lying down nearby, nodded. Are you sure you're okay? Kryze asked. What is this? Is it not a demon possessing him? Finn asked, filled with anxiety. Encrid calmly swung his sword again. It wasn't perfect. It was still clumsy. But Luagarne could see the intent in his sword. If the opponent were in front of him, Encrid would push to the left and follow up with a thrust. Encrid moved similarly. There were still issues with his footwork and a few other details, but right now, Encrid was in the process of manifesting the form. Just as Luagarne was about to say something, Encrid spoke up. "I think I can do it again." With that, he quickly grabbed his sword again. "You're crazy. Totally crazy." Luagarne couldn't help but admire him anew. Chapter 183. A crazy guy is chasing me with a sword. 3. Luagarne didn't express disbelief. In a situation like this, to suddenly say it's time for sword training, no matter how crazy someone is, this doesn't make sense. But then again, that's the answer, isn't it? Because it's that guy. It feels like it makes sense because it's Encrid. Soon Encrid, who had been trembling while holding the sword, put it down and retreated. Did he give up? Giving up once is easy. After the first time, it gets easier. If you retreat even once, the tutor will become an insurmountable wall. That would be a critical weakness for Encrid. Luagarne watched him with concern. Showing another method would be troublesome. Encrid, muttering, didn't even catch his breath before grabbing the sword again. Well, the name of the squad led by our unit is Madmen's Squad. Grace turned the statement around. No. At this point, it seemed like he was outright calling him a madman. It was a commotion of sorts. While Esther was still lying down, Encrid grabbed the sword 4 more times and showed a light smile. This is it. Then he swung the sword in the air. Luagarne realized by now that trying to stop him would be pointless. What should I do now? Crazy bastard. She couldn't help but admire him. That's not it. The best thing was to teach him. Encrid welcomed Luagarne's guidance. Winning a fight and mastering swordsmanship were separate issues. Luagarne had rich experience and outstanding sword skills. She could parry, strike, and read her opponent's intentions. A conversation with a sword, an orchestra formed with the sword. Encrid memorized what he had seen and was helped by Luagarne. The evil spirit dwelling in the tutor's sword also had remarkable swordsmanship, but it was nowhere near as good as Luagarne's. If only there had been a ring on this sword, something that would activate with just a touch of a finger, Luagarne might have been able to solve. Cress had tested it, and nothing happened just by touching the sword. It needed to be gripped tightly, only with a certain amount of force. So it was beyond Luagarne's ability. After a few more tries, it was the same. I can see it, but there was too little time to do anything. After that, Encrid was the only one who ever picked up the sword. It feels like things are going well, Finn mumbled as she made camp. She took out the blanket from her backpack, peeled the hard cheese with a knife, and sliced it thinly. Then, placing it on the hard bread she had sliced, the meal was ready. It's also my responsibility. Grace, seemingly thinking of something, grabbed the sword once again. And then he died. His body remained intact, but he suffered the mental exhaustion. It happened when Encrid wasn't holding the sword. Grrr. Cries fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, but it was a pointless act. Esther just slept, and naturally their roles were defined. Encrid picked up the sword, then put it down and returned. The frog used that as a basis to teach swordsmanship. Finn and Cray prepared the sleeping arrangements and the meal. Esther ate, slept, and woke up. There wasn't a proper place to relieve themselves, so everyone took care of it in a corner. The curtain blocked down to the ground, but to some extent, they could still dig into the earth. The place they dug out roughly resembled a half-sphere, with a slightly bulging bottom, like a prison. They took care of their business in that space. We can go without relieving ourselves for over a week, if necessary. Finn nodded, envious of the frog's words. A full day passed. Luagarne inwardly admired them. She had many things she wanted to say, advice she wanted to offer, so much that it almost felt like something was boiling up inside her. The things she had been giving them along the way had been insufficient. Normally, it would have been something she would summarize on the way back. But now, at this moment, the words she had were becoming unnecessary for Encrid. What did Encrid need for the future? She tried to answer that question, but he's already on his way to finding the answer. Still, some advice would be necessary. Christ kept his mouth shut, thinking it was his fault. It had been an easy task, like picking up fallen silver coins, but suddenly they were trapped, unable to see even a step ahead. His mind was busy spinning, trying to figure out how to escape this place. Of course, the answer wouldn't come easily. He was blinded by the krona. It was something that happened because he hadn't considered the worst-case scenario. Kreis reflected on his mistake with regret. As the situation started to change in strange ways, Finn completely let go of her thoughts. She simply observed Encrid. Even here, with the sword work. It was consistent, if you could call it that. But to surpass the role of a tutor, one had to continue with the sword work. Still, I can't say he's normal. That's the thought that comes to mind when looking at Encrid. No, beneath his outstanding skills there must have been this kind of madness. Watching that, Finn felt something new filling her chest. A small or perhaps even bigger realization. She had, at some point, set her limits and stopped. All of that had been breaking bit by bit since meeting Encrid, and today she finally grasped the seed of some realization. Limits aren't set by me. El Karaz-style martial arts, her training as a ranger. Had she ever tried to go beyond that? Why had she stopped? Everyone said it was the right way. But Encrid was different. Without saying anything directly, through his actions, his attitude, and his approach to life, he was speaking a different message. Finn quietly embraced a wave of emotions. It was something she hadn't expected, but it was enough to make her close her mouth tightly. Esther was lost in self-reproach. It was a pathetic curse, something not even worthy of being called a curse, something that couldn't even be called reaching the realm of a spell. And yet, she didn't realize this and got trapped. If she were the person she was before, the leopard, she should have immediately bitten her tongue and died in shame. She didn't lack reasons. From placing a spell on Encrid's sword to continuously using her magic power to enhance her body, everything had been excessive. Her body was bound by a curse, and the door to her magical world was shut, so she had been operating in a roundabout way. All of those things came back to her, leaving a mark. Even so, how could she not have realized this? It was because she had neglected the task at hand. She had thought the journey back would be leisurely and didn't focus on recovery. Esther needed time to recover the spent energy and lost stamina. She didn't know what would happen next, but she wouldn't just sit back and watch. Esther lay down. She buried her head and tried to take a light nap. Within a week, she thought she could recover enough magic to break this pathetic barrier. Half asleep, Esther thought for a moment before drifting off. The situation intertwined, and the strange time passed. It's important to know what's lacking in yourself. Even amidst this, Luagarne didn't hold back in her teaching. This had nothing to do with the tutor's swordsmanship. It was simply teaching. Fighting and winning were separate from the mastery of swordsmanship, and Encrid was clearly feeling this as well. Luagarne was a great teacher. It was obvious that she was far better than any instructor from the school Encrid had sacrificed krona to. When playing card games, what happens if you don't hold the cards? It was Luagarne's words. This was a perspective that Encrid had never encountered before. He was inwardly surprised by her words, and he was once again struck by how excellent of a teacher Luagarne truly was. She wasn't just a teacher. She could give him the guidance that would help him set milestones. Basics, it's all about the basics. Whatever you do, you must first build up your body. If you don't know how to hold a sword, you can't lift it. If you don't know how to lift it, you can't swing it. You have to open your eyes to move forward, but must you always keep holding the sword? That's why all that's left is contemplation. Think it over. Reflect on it. You'll burn the candle of life. Until it goes out, you must fuel your own body and keep burning. If you don't die, there's something to gain. Why not just farm? Must you really hold a sword? There were countless instructors. They all said the same thing. The basics are important. And so, that's what they did. They focused on the basics. They strained their eyes in effort, moved their feet quickly, and even when swinging the sword, they didn't do it carelessly. Even so, they were often told the same thing. They were told to farm. Why must you hold a sword? If a guy sitting at a gambling table brings a bag full of silver coins, what should he have in his hand? At first, Luagarne tried to stop him and was baffled. But after a while, it seemed like she was enjoying the situation. Well, it could have been Encrid's own misunderstanding. It wasn't easy for a human to read a frog's expression. It was just an instinctive feeling. You can't sit at a gambling table without cards. Right, cards. You're just a fool sitting there with a pouch full of silver coins. Silver coins were the basics. No one sits at a gambling table without at least a few coins. But no one sits with just a few coins either. Somehow, after hearing those words, Encrid couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. They said to lay the foundation. That foundation, they said, had been laid. The slow development was frustrating, so Encrid had once learned the Balin-style mercenary swordsmanship as a way to break through. But could the mercenary sword be that card? It works. But what's better is swordsmanship that's been honed over a long time. The Balin-style mercenary sword, in the end, is just too focused on one-sided attack methods. If all the cards in your hand are jokers, they're useless. What a brilliant metaphor. Jokers only shine when they're connected with other cards. That's how the Balin-style mercenary sword was. Zhang Junuan's theory and Leonesis Oniak defined the branches of swordsmanship. The people who came after them made swords based on those branches. Even northern-style swordsmanship isn't just one thing. It's the same for central continent-style swordsmanship. Through the correct understanding and trial and error, combined with the talent one possesses, swordsmanship is created. What Luagarne was talking about was one of those branches. To be precise, it was the swordsmanship taught by a tutor. This is a magic sword, but what's inside it is real. In fact, Encrid had rarely learned any other style of swordsmanship apart from the basics. It had all been superficial. Luagarne once again emphasized the necessity of swordsmanship. If you properly learn a swordsmanship derived from the traditional sword style, it will feel like your opponent can read your every move. This was something Encrid had experienced many times already. The evil spirit that lived within the sword was doing something similar. I see. Encrid nodded, still with the same fiery gaze. The torchlight reflected in his eyes, mixing the usual blue light with red, creating a glowing, intense look. When it came to learning, Encrid was unabashed in expressing his emotions. To Luagarne, that was fascinating. Truly a madman for the sword. Or rather, a sword maniac, one might say. Up until now, everything Encrid had learned wasn't so much about sword techniques, but rather the preparation required to handle a sword. That was the crux of what Luagarne had said. Encrid realized this as he learned swordsmanship from his tutor. I'll just go grab some swordsmanship for a moment. With a joke, he once again took hold of the sword. It was a cycle. So, rather than experiencing a real death, Encrid would learn through a softer, more peaceful form of death. To be honest, though, it's an easy and enjoyable task. For Encrid, that was the case. He grabbed the sword, and after swinging his body side to side for a short time, he returned. He blinked his eyes and shook his head. "Did you get hit again?" This time both legs got cut off. His tone was unnervingly calm, considering what he was saying. The final strike was supposed to be a downward slash, but somehow it turned into a diagonal neck strike. He had seen the process, so he understood it. So, what was needed now? Encrid picked up the broken sword he had been using instead of a wooden training sword, still in its scabbard. Luagarne's heart skipped a beat, unknowingly. Her interest surged and her cheeks puffed up in excitement. "You are truly... what an incredibly fun guy." Even the tutor couldn't limit him. No, look at this now. His mind had already surpassed that of the tutor. That was the gist of what could be said. Teaching him new swordsmanship wasn't possible. That was because Luagarne was bound by a pact regarding it. But guiding him through the swordsmanship he had already learned, that was entirely feasible. And so they did just that. He entered and stole the technique, then immediately implemented it. It was possible because he had perfect control over his body. Afterward, Luagarne refined it for him. Once he mastered it, he picked up the sword again. This time, Encrid casually mentioned that his fingers had been sliced off. Then he stabbed my neck, and the blade curved like a snake. "It was a wrist snap," Luagarne replied. Once again, Encrid trained, and although his eyes felt like they were darkening from exhaustion, he remained indifferent. He took breaks in between, of course. If you don't eat and drink, your body will break down. While taking a short rest, Finn muttered as he stared blankly at the sword. "This reminds me of an old legend. Something about drawing a sword and becoming a king." Encrid, who was also resting, overheard this. Just drawing a sword and being made a king? Huh? It seemed like a pretty shoddy legend to him. Isn't a king someone who holds power through politics and various other circumstances? Legends and stories are often exaggerated, so it wasn't that surprising. After that, Encrid spent most of his time focusing on swordsmanship. He had drawn and let go of the sword more than 100 times. It might have seemed like self-torture, but Encrid was indifferent. The pain lingered in his body, but to someone who repeats this kind of day, the sensation felt weakened. It works. Encrid felt joy again in learning swordsmanship. It had only been a day and a half. Instead of repeating death every day, he could now immediately engage in high-quality sword exchanges simply by holding a sword. He didn't waste any time and immersed himself completely. A brief but intense period passed, and that was enough. "It's done." Those words came from Luagarne's mouth. Was it thanks to the tutor? No, it wasn't. More than anything, Encrid was different now. He was far from the person who once struggled with meager talent. He was a completely different person. Encrid reflected on all the todays he had experienced up until now. In the process of reviewing and rethinking everything, how had he missed all that? What had he gained from it? It wasn't something simple to describe, but if Encrid were to summarize it in 2 words, it would be talent. In the midst of the group he had been playing with, his body had been ingrained with discipline. From the heart of a beast to the instinct of evasion, he had trained his body, increasing his strength, agility, and reaction speed. He had also learned to fully control his body. Luagarne was surprised. To her, it seemed like Encrid had gained a talent that wasn't there before, and as he gripped the sword once more, he soon felt the sensation of the slippery ground beneath him and the clang of metal approaching. Clang! The swords collided. What had changed was that now Encrid could read his opponent's swordsmanship. Chapter 184. Liberation. If one could endure pseudo-death, which resembled dying but was far easier, just endure it. If only that could be done. There was a living textbook, one that showed every move in detail right before his eyes. This was, in essence, a good thing. Cursed sword or malevolent spirit aside, it was good, at least to Encrid. Think about why you step your left foot to the side. There was also a teacher who meticulously interpreted the textbook. Thus, this was only natural. Encrid absorbed swordsmanship like a soaked cotton ball drawing in water. No, he engraved it into his body, leaving understanding for later. He had learned this while honing his sense of evasion. Is understanding even necessary? When he didn't understand, he simply threw his body into it. By repeating it, he could engrave it into his body, postponing understanding for later. You're insane, no matter how I look at you. Luagarne spoke with a mix of admiration. Encrid let it slide by. He was too immersed in swordsmanship at that moment. In truth, it was nothing short of enjoyable. What had driven him to learn the Valence-style mercenary swordsmanship in the first place? It was an inner thirst. He had longed for proper technique and swordsmanship, a foundation that would grant him the power to move forward. The basics! That was what every teacher, every instructor, and every person who had taken his coins had told him. He didn't dislike it. He didn't think it was wrong. It was just, it's fun. As any human would, he simply wanted to see what lay ahead. And so Encrid repeatedly gripped his sword with a smile. A smile. A bright smile, pure and untainted. To be honest, I'm starting to find you a bit frightening, Luagarne remarked. I completely agree. It's chilling. Finn chimed in, while Craze remained surprisingly composed. Well, he's always been like this, but it's definitely worse now. Bryce had witnessed countless insane acts from Encrid. In a way, he thought it was fortunate that Encrid was smiling. It was better than him silently swinging his sword until his palms burst open, without so much as a grin. To wield a cursed sword and experience pseudo-death. That was something Christ himself couldn't even dream of attempting. But the squad leader might be able to handle it. That thought crossed his mind. It was a mix of intuition and keen perception. Craze saw the essence of it. As long as there was the joy of growth, Encrid could transform the pain of death into the drive of effort. And so he delved deeper. Into the sword and himself. Into swordsmanship. A sword was a tool for killing people. Swordsmanship was a method for killing others. Footwork, posture, stance. Everything is for the next move. Think. Encrid swung his sword again, adding to the repeated thoughts sparked by Luagarne's words. To encounter an exceptional textbook, he relentlessly grasped the cursed sword inhabited by a malevolent spirit. There were times he loosened his grip, and then immediately tightened it again, even right after dying. As the cycle passed hundreds of times, the spirit began to hesitate. Was it real? Did I see that right? Encrid wondered. The spirit, which would usually charge at him instantly, now hesitated instead of swinging its sword. For Encrid, this hesitation was the last thing he wanted to see. Let's not do that. Let's both do our best in our respective roles, he said earnestly. By respective roles, he meant the spirit should keep stabbing into the mind of the one holding the sword, unrelenting in its torment. Hesitation was utterly unwelcome. With his sincere plea, the spirit resumed its duty. It attacked. They clashed. Encrid honed his swordsmanship, learned from it, memorized it, internalized it, pondered over it, and reviewed every move. Then he gripped the sword again, repeating the cycle. Once you knew how to move your body properly and could manifest what you imagined with precision, all that remained was to understand the movements. Thus, by memorizing an entire set of swordsmanship techniques and hearing Luagarne's thorough interpretations of each move, mastering them became surprisingly straightforward. The creator of the cursed sword, who had bound a spirit within it, would likely have grabbed Encrid by the collar if they saw this happening. But such is the way of the world. Things rarely unfold as planned. Well done, said Luagarne. Before them lay the spirit, its chest slashed open and its neck severed. Blue light flickered weakly between shards of metal, as if it were trying to speak. Encrid silently watched the spirit. Eventually, the spirit within the sword spoke. "Thank you. Thank you? What was there to be thankful for?" The spirit shared its story, a fairly long one. "Keep it short," Encrid interrupted, not particularly interested in listening. The spirit faltered, its blue light dimming further. Forced to condense its tale, it spoke briefly and bluntly. "I was trapped unjustly, and my swordsmanship was never complete. It was only half of what it should have been. Finding the missing half was my lifelong wish. For a mere swordsman to become a spirit bound to a blade required more than just enchantments and spells. It demanded a deep, unfulfilled desire, the kind that could anchor a soul to this world as a vengeful spirit." The spirit's desire bore similarities to Encrid's. One had dreamed of becoming a knight. The other had wished to restore their family's lost swordsmanship. In their intensity, both aspirations mirrored each other. Encrid nodded. If the opportunity arose, he would help. That's all the nod meant. He was busy enough chasing his own dream, and couldn't carry the weight of someone else's on his shoulders. As the blue light flickered one last time and faded, a faint human figure appeared and spoke. "And let's never meet again." The spirit had had enough. It was sick of this. The last thing it wanted was to see someone like Encrid ever again. It was genuine. Naturally, the two wouldn't cross paths again. One would depart, freed from its cursed existence. The other would remain in this world. The spirit, which had now moved on, found this arrangement quite satisfying. "Really, let's never meet again," it repeated for emphasis. Encrid tilted his head in puzzlement. Why such words, when it had been the spirit tormenting him all along? "My family's name is—" the spirit began to say. Encrid couldn't catch the spirit's final words. Its energy dissipated, and everything around him began to crumble. Beyond the collapsing world, familiar faces appeared. Thus, leaving the mental realm, the cursed spirit bound to the sword disappeared. "We've won!" Luagarne's voice called out. This was reality. Encrid nodded in response. "Was it dangerous?" Luagarne asked again. Encrid shook his head. It hadn't been dangerous. Inside that space, nothing remained but swordsmanship. It was a battle of strategy, not one won by brute force, but by defeating the opponent through pure technique. He had likely gripped the sword over 100 times, though he hadn't bothered to count. In terms of time, it had taken just over a full day. The grey veil dissolved, silently. As it vanished, Esther raised her head and glared at Encrid. Yes, she glared intently. Esther was stunned. How had he done it? Defeating a spirit through divine or magical means was one thing, but purging it by sheer physical effort and willpower was something else entirely. Even for the most skilled sorcerer, the latter is nearly impossible, she thought. Currently in the form of a panther, Esther had once been a powerful mage and witch steeped in the magical arts. From her perspective, what Encrid had achieved defied logic. How can someone do such a thing? The reality was that the spirit had been purified through relentless, near-death level exertion of swordsmanship, combined with the spirit's own act of sharing its unfulfilled dream. But Esther had no way of knowing this. She blinked repeatedly in astonishment, and Encrid noticed. "What's wrong? Hungry?" he asked, waving a hand dismissively. Esther, feeling a mix of irritation and disbelief, let out a small snort and lay back down. She decided to chalk it up to coincidence. There was no sense in overanalyzing something with no clear answers. Encrid, for his part, admired Esther. For a panther, she really does have an expressive range of emotions, he thought. It was entertaining to watch. Even now, her surprised eyes had prompted his question about hunger, and her subsequent expression of what seemed like disdain was almost amusing. With a faint smile, Encrid sat down. His legs didn't tremble, but after a day spent tirelessly swinging his sword and undergoing repeated near-death experiences, he felt the weight of exhaustion. To say he wasn't fatigued would have been a lie. Still, it wasn't so bad. Craze was right after all, he thought. He'd once joked about picking up stray coins, but this time, what Encrid had picked up felt more like gold than copper. He had learned new swordsmanship. How much had it advanced him? It was hard to say. The measure depended on the standard. Still, it wasn't arrogance he felt, just a small, budding sense of confidence. The soldier ranking system in Norelia is meaningless, he mused. Ultimately, what he needed was rem. Testing himself against his axe, perhaps earning a scratch or two on his cheek, seemed like a promising next goal. It felt like a refreshing target. Let's sleep, then head out, he said. Encrid spoke. It seemed like a good idea to stay for the night. The grey veil was gone, and there was no immediate danger. There weren't even any bothersome insects around. The place was cool but not damp, perfect for a night's rest. And so the group decided to settle down for the night. As Encrid lay down, he dreamed. In his dream, the cursed spirit appeared once more. Let's have another match, it said. Encrid nodded, and again he won with ease. Swordsmanship begins with understanding the movements. But what happens when every single move has been memorized? If the opponent only repeats predictable patterns, there's no reason to lose. Beyond that, a bit of understanding had also been added. The reason for stepping the left foot outward was to prepare for a thrust after cleaving the opponent's crown. Adjusting the wrist to match dozens of possible evasive or blocking maneuvers turned a basic movement into an unpredictable strike. One fundamental technique led seamlessly into another, forming a continuous flow. This was swordsmanship. As he reflected on this anew, the dream began to tear apart. From the void, a ghostly ferryman suddenly appeared. The ferryman said nothing, expressing no intent. Still, it seemed bitter. Using my curse for something else? That's what its presence seemed to suggest. Encrid lightly rested a hand on his right hip and offered a salute, silently conveying an apology. When he opened his eyes, he was back inside the cave. It had been a meaningless dream. You sleep so peacefully, Luagarne remarked upon his waking. You didn't sleep? Encrid asked. I did. Luagarne, staring at him blankly, suddenly asked, You really intend to become a knight, don't you? There was no need to elaborate. Encrid nodded, and Luagarne replied simply, I see. Then, in a tone both casual and meaningful, she added, It doesn't have to be in this country, does it? Her words lingered in the air. Though they seemed to beg further inquiry, Luagarne turned away, signaling she had no interest in continuing the conversation. Her statement hadn't been a question, but rather advice. Encrid understood this and chose not to press further. This country, he mused. As a child, he hadn't grasped the concept of nations. As an adult, he had come to understand that knights bound by oaths of loyalty didn't align with the ideal he had once imagined. So, was there another path? It wasn't a question he needed to answer yet. When the time comes, I'll decide then, he thought. As long as he followed his heart and treaded the right path, that would be enough. That was how he had lived so far. Whether one called it conviction or stubbornness, it was his way. Let's move out, Encrid said, just as a voice cried out. Hey! Grace's startled exclamation rang out. There's a hidden box under the chest. Kreis looked up, meeting Encrid's eyes with excitement. Whatever Dolph's intentions had been, it was clear the man enjoyed toying with people. After diverting attention with an empty chest and a letter, then locking them in a dungeon with a cursed sword, he'd planted a hidden treasure only for those sharp-eyed enough to find it. Ancient gold coins. The find was significant. These were artifacts from an era long before the standardized imperial currency of krona. For over a century, the Empire's gold, silver, and copper coins had been the standard. Naturally, krona referred to imperial currency. But these coins hailed from a time predating that era, somewhere between history and legend. While not priceless, their value depended on the buyer. With the right collector, they could fetch up to 10 times their weight in modern gold. There were over 10 of these coins. Each coin was the size of a palm, making them far from small. The pouch they filled was satisfyingly heavy. "Divide them," Encrid said. Encrid spoke firmly. Kreis looked dismayed, but eventually nodded. Even after Luagarne refused to take her share, Encrid insisted, pressing the coins into her hands. "You're taking that, right?" Kreis asked, as though it was the most obvious thing in the world. It was clear he was talking about the sword planted in the ground. Before Kreis even finished speaking, Encrid was already standing before the sword again. The cursed swordsman's spirit had been freed, leaving this world for the realm beyond. So, what remained? "That's obviously worth a fortune," Kreis said. Encrid grasped the sword with one hand and pulled it free in one smooth motion. His strength bordered on the superhuman, perhaps bolstered by the frequent use of Giant's heart. He felt stronger than ever. The sword, though filthy, still pulsed with a faint vitality. The blade would need sharpening, but it seemed salvageable. After giving it a few practice swings, he noted the balance was decent enough, though the hilt and pommel would require significant work. "You're not selling it, right?" Kreis asked hopefully. "No, I'm keeping it," Encrid replied. Both of his swords were in poor condition, so this find was fortuitous. With their loot packed and ready, the group finally began their return journey. The roads were eerily quiet. Neither monsters nor beasts were in sight, likely due to the lingering effects of the large colony they had just escaped. Even common bandits were nowhere to be found. Finn, demonstrating remarkable recovery, occasionally challenged Encrid to spar during their travels. Unable to fight seriously, they slowed their movements to practice strategy. Encrid, now far more seasoned after his swordsmanship trials, never lost to Finn. Eventually, Luagarne announced her departure. "Well then, I'm off," she said. "See you around," Encrid replied plainly. Kreis waved, and Finn gave her a curt nod. Esther barely acknowledged her departure. Luagarne, equally unbothered, turned and left without hesitation. Watching the lone frog fade into the distance, Encrid, too, quickly put any sentiment aside and turned his attention forward. "She vanished quickly," Kreis commented. "Well, it's strange she stayed with us for so long in the first place," Encrid replied. Kreis thought otherwise, but kept his thoughts short and blunt. The captain, that nickname again. It was the most irritating title to hear, reminiscent of the Captain of Charm or some such nonsense. "Captain of Charm," Kreis teased again, his smirk widening. Encrid didn't let it slide this time. "This is an Il-Karaz wrist lock. You should learn it. It's useful." With that, Encrid expertly twisted Kreis' wrist. "Ah!" Kreis's scream echoed across the summer sky. Thus, without further incident, the group returned to Border Guard City. Upon their return, the higher-ups, specifically those in the cult's sacred land who had dispatched the priest, were baffled. They failed? The speaker was a bishop responsible for overseeing the diocese, a strikingly handsome man with golden eyebrows and a sharp gaze. Clad in a white robe adorned with golden embroidery, his appearance was as impeccable as his demeanor. His expression turned incredulous as he repeated the report. "Was it knights? No? What? A platoon leader? A leopard?" The explanation left him even more astonished. Chapter 185. Did you hit the kids? The hierarchy of the cult was similar to that of a typical temple. Pope, followed by cardinals, bishops, priests, and then the believers. Sometimes there would be monks in between priests and believers. When referring to high priests or senior clerics, it typically meant bishops or higher. The golden-haired man was a bishop. Externally, he held another important title, and this bishop was no ordinary one. He was a solid figure that had grown into a strong tree from the seeds sown by the cult. Are you telling me that a single platoon leader caused this failure? Yes. The bishop furrowed his brow at the subordinate priest's words. His previously handsome face twisted into a grimace. What nonsense! Could a mere platoon leader cause the collapse of a gnoll colony? Didn't a knight intervene and cause some trouble? No, that's not it. Well, that doesn't make sense, does it? The bishop shook his head, dismissing the thought. Would the kingdom of Norelia even have the resources to send knights or soldiers here at the moment? It was impossible. There were a multitude of pressing issues, and some things were beyond saving. The kingdom's territories were overrun by the Black Sword bandits. To the west, there was a raiding city formed by settlers. To the east, a nation ruled by a butcher-like king constantly provoked the kingdom. If that were the end of it, things would be fortunate. In reality, problems seemed to be spilling over like a flood. For example, the power struggle between the nobles and the royal family. Truthfully, it was all the fault of the split between the royal factions and the noble factions. The power of the kingdom was divided, and as a result, other groups began to seek opportunities to grab what they could. While it seemed that Asfen to the north had been dealt a blow, the bishop wasn't sure it was the right move. Was that a bit too much? The bishop thought so. Some of the kingdom's troops, stationed in the south and west, had been redirected to strike Asfen. It had been unavoidable. If left unchecked, the entire grain-field plains would have been lost. But even with this effort, the bishop thought they'd only managed to maintain the status quo. Yet Norelia had won a significant victory. The battle against Asfen had stretched the kingdom thin, and as they were vulnerable, the raider city in the west quietly took advantage of the situation. The southeastern kingdom, ruled by the Butcher King, had also made a move. What about the Black Sword bandits? Would they just sit idle? And the southern region, where the kingdom failed to prevent the rise of monstrous beasts, things were bleak there too, with reports of increasing refugees. But when Asfen retreats, will it be over? What about the conflict between the remaining cities? If Asfen retreats, what's left? The grain-field plains. Moreover, trade routes would open, which would lead to competition over resources. There would be a fight for control, as everyone tried to grab more, eyeing each other's land. The kingdom, already drained of strength, would hardly be able to mediate effectively. It's a miracle the kingdom hasn't collapsed yet. Such was the state of the kingdom, and it was for this reason that the bishop had come here. There were many gaps to exploit, plenty of resources to be seized, and many decaying areas ripe for the taking. How could the cult resist such an appetizing prize? It wasn't for no reason that the Demon's Sanctuary cult had established its foothold here. They had invested massive amounts of resources into this area, both financial and material. This place was ripe to become the new Demon Sanctuary. It could become a holy land. Yet one of their preparations had been destroyed, and they were left in a state of confusion. All because of a single platoon leader? How much krona had been invested in this project? It wasn't a small amount. What about the weapons they had supplied to the gnolls? The investment from the cult had directly benefited the frontier village. In exchange, some of the financial rewards had been received by Encrid, though technically, Krez had been the one to broker the deal. The bishop had no knowledge of these details. All he knew was that he was deeply displeased. What should he do? After a brief moment of thought, the bishop concluded, just a platoon leader, huh? Had it all been luck? In reality, no one had witnessed Encrid's battle from this side. There were a few surviving monsters, but they weren't going to relay any word of it. It must have been luck. Thinking about it, it made sense. The walls were solid, and it was probably a coincidence that the early believers got caught. And when they tried to clean it up, the priest's true identity was exposed. Moreover, the preparations for a siege had been in place by accident. But isn't there too much coincidence? There was likely some skill involved as well. However, the conclusion was that it was luck. So then, just because that guy was lucky, does that mean his luck will continue? It was unlikely. I'll send a cultist skilled in assassination. If there was a problem, it could be controlled, the bishop thought. Of course, he never heard the news of Encrid's assassination. The bishop didn't even pay attention to the rumors. He simply continued preparing for the next phase. If he were a part of the kingdom, what would be the biggest problem? It wouldn't be the Black Sword, the monstrous beasts, or the neighboring states, like wild packs of wolves. The greatest problem would be the cult. And of those the kingdom calls the cult, the bishop was the central figure in this region. So the bishop continued his preparations. Encrid's existence was soon forgotten. Every now and then, someone capable of great feats would appear. Sometimes it was just a soldier, but it was always temporary. Surviving between 1,000 monsters? Let's call it pure luck. And then, what's next? What will he do when another similar crisis comes? He was destined to die anyway. That's why the bishop dismissed it. The border guard was still the same. Nothing had changed. Did you arrive? Well, something had changed. It was the attitude. The soldiers, when seeing Encrid, had completely changed their behavior. A soldier on the outer gates showed military respect. He nodded. With that, an unfamiliar face appeared. Are you here to welcome me? It was the fairy platoon leader. She responded to Encrid's joke with a playful tone, taking it further. I have to come when my lord arrives. If my fiancé gets wounded and loses something important, I would have to give up one of the pleasures of my life, wouldn't I? Wasn't that a bit too high of a joke? Encrid thought as the fairy commander continued without a hint of laughter. If you lose an arm, you won't be able to hug me. But it seems like your arms are still intact, so everything's fine. The fairy's eyes swept over Encrid's body. Something seemed different. But what? The fairy's senses were sharp. I should go report to the battalion commander. Go ahead. Encrid nodded, and the fairy nodded back before heading off. She seemed to be leaving for some business. So it wasn't a proper welcome after all. It was just a coincidence. Encrid gave a military salute as the fairy left and turned back. She definitely had something to attend to. As expected, just a coincidence. Could it really have been a welcome? She wasn't someone with nothing to do. It seemed improbable. Once inside the city, Esther had disappeared. Should I go as well? No. He sent Craze away and only brought Finn along. Finn fell into deep thought without a word, then suddenly spoke. Her tone had a strange force to it. I've made up my mind. About what? I'm giving up on taking you down. Was he still targeting me? Instead, I'll target Auden. Finn's eyes gleamed. Encrid inwardly shook his head. As for Finn, maybe, but Auden, that man wasn't just religious. He wielded divinity. That meant he was a priest. Of course, being a priest didn't mean he couldn't marry or take a woman to his bed. That Auden, that clumsy fool, would never manage to have a woman. Encrid silently nodded in response. The charm of a platoon leader is outside my scope. Finn spat out nonsense and then quickly went on his way. Weren't we supposed to go report together? Apparently not. Left alone, Encrid headed towards Marcus's office. He entered and offered a military salute. Marcus silently observed him before speaking. I've already received contact. However, there are conflicting opinions. Conflicting opinions. I don't understand what you mean. If he didn't understand, then he simply didn't understand. Trying to predict would only create unnecessary words. He had heard that contact was being made from the pioneer village. Marcus propped his chin on his hand. In the pioneer village, they're planning to name the walls after you, and there's talk of slaying 1,000 of those beasts. Was he really going to put his name on the walls? He couldn't imagine such a thing officially happening, but the village chief, Duichi, and the so-called craftsman were serious about it. It seemed definite, considering it was mentioned in an official report. They were all mad, it seemed. And the other one is the commander of the Ventria Baron's army. He says you have killed about 50 of those beasts, and have cautioned you not to exaggerate your achievements. Now let me ask our platoon leader, which one of these is the truth? Encrid immediately responded, "Believe what you want to believe." Would they believe what he said just because he told them to? Did he have that much weight in his own words? His counterpart was the battalion commander, the leader representing the city. They probably already knew the answer. More importantly, their eyes were already telling him everything. Despite the tired, worn face, their eyes were smiling. Is that so? Yes, that's right. Marcus watched Encrid with quiet attention. Where had this guy come from? Still a knight? Yes, I see. What was he trying to imply? The cult appeared. At any rate, the key point had to be reported. The pioneer village wasn't far from the border guard, and the appearance of the cult was a sensitive matter. Those bastards. After expressing his viewpoint, Marcus removed his hand from his chin and took a sip of his cold tea. The lukewarm tea slid down his throat. 1,000 of them. He didn't think Encrid could have taken down that many in one go. That seemed like something even a lower-ranking knight would struggle with. It wasn't entirely accurate, but that was Marcus's judgment. At least, he couldn't dismiss Encrid's might. He had already ignored the words of the Ventria Baron's army. Marcus knew Encrid. Sure, it was hard to believe the story of him cutting down an entire colony, but he must have achieved something comparable. Had Marcus seen it with his own eyes, he probably wouldn't have thought this way. But the truth was, it was a story that was hard for anyone to believe. What Encrid had done seemed almost unbelievable. It wasn't because the Ventria Baron's commander was an idiot, though the man was indeed half an idiot, but it was hard to believe, plain and simple. The villagers must have been intoxicated by the joy of surviving on the edge of life and death. After pondering, Marcus spoke again. Do you love this city? I don't hate it. Do you have a lover? No. Perhaps? Yes, I like women. Conversations with perceptive people are simple and easy. Marcus nodded and said, effective immediately. Your independent platoon will be promoted to a company. You are now the company commander. Is that true? He had just completed one external mission. If the credit for that was recognized properly, it wouldn't be a small matter. That much was true. But hadn't Marcus mentioned conflicting reports? Yet, now, he was being made a company commander. My platoon doesn't even have 10 men. You're a company now. How could that even make sense? Does that make sense? I'm the one responsible for this city. If I say it makes sense, it does. It felt like a stretch. Are you insulting your superior with your eyes? No, sir. It still felt forced. It's not forced. The battalion commander had spoken. What could Encrid do but nod? He gave a salute and finished his report before turning to leave. I hope you come to love this city. I'll try. A perfectly soldierly response. Saying that, Encrid turned and headed back to his barracks. Back already? That tone, what could it be? I doubt even if I went back to my hometown I'd feel like this. It was exactly as it seemed, a feeling of returning home. Rem, as usual, was watching, axe in hand. The subtle, unspoken expectation in his eyes urged Encrid on. Rem didn't seem to allow even a moment of rest. Then again, when had Encrid ever been allowed to rest immediately after arriving? The journey had been peaceful, and he had already rested enough on the way. Encrid's gaze turned to Rem's face. The scratches on Rem's face before he left had completely vanished. As the goal resurfaced in his mind, he spoke. Want to spar? Encrid's mouth opened instinctively. His heart began to race. Rem's lips curled into a wide smile. "Have you gotten better? I heard you cut down hundreds of beasts. I heard you were flying. Let's see how much fun you..." Rem spoke as he gripped his axe tightly in both hands and took a step forward. Encrid felt an odd sensation. Before, he hadn't understood the significance of that one step before a fight. No, he hadn't even realized it. But now, he understood. Right foot a half step forward, and the first swing of the axe would be with the left. The weight distribution, the preparation for the next move, all of it flowed naturally from Rem Arn. He made no effort to hide his intentions. Whether Rem knew that Encrid was watching or not, he squinted slightly and locked eyes with him. "This feels odd." Encrid felt that something wasn't quite right, that this wasn't the usual barracks. Before Rem could respond, Ragnar and the others began emerging one by one. There wasn't a soldier in sight. And then Encrid noticed something. A training ground had been set up, right in front of the barracks. The area was cleared, and a low fence had been erected. "The battalion commander made us our own training grounds," Cray said, who had arrived earlier. The perceptive Cray had read Encrid's intentions. Did they really need to go this far? "They said the battalion commander is having doubts about the way the soldiers are being trained," Rem remarked, his usual fiery tone still intact. He pointed behind him with a thumb, speaking casually as though it didn't matter. "No matter how barbaric they are, no killing our own men in the barracks. So I told them to do it here," Ragnar added from behind. "It seems it's because they're being noisy. They've been causing a ruckus." "Not my fault," Jackson chimed in, casually sweeping his hand across the group. "Huh? I'm sure our brothers just wanted to join in because it seemed fun." "Probably thanks to your efforts in getting them involved," Auden said, making it seem like they were all in on it. The training ground wasn't just because of noise. It was clear the reason was far more than what they said. This was just a joke among the team, a playful remark after so much time together. From a ragtag group to a crazy squad, now they knew each other well enough to joke around. "Did you beat them up?" Encrid asked. Rem frowned at the question. "Do I look like the kind of person who just goes around beating people for fun?" "You're leaving me speechless, Rem." Encrid's daily routine usually included sparring or fighting, so why would it be a surprise? Yet this time was different. Rem looked half defensive. He hadn't beaten anyone this time. He had only been clearing out distractions while focusing on the sparring. "Do you really think I beat them?" Rem glared. "Yeah, shit, you got it right." Rem let out a small laugh. That was the signal. After his laughter, his feet shifted. The direction of his weight soon became the direction of his attack. Swordsmanship was a collection of techniques designed to kill. It was a path Encrid had honed over time, developing a keen sense for such moves. Thung! The axe and sword collided with a resounding clang. The dull blade of the sword wasn't sharp, but it was stronger than any blade Encrid had held before. It could be called a magic sword, though it had simply become a sturdy sword, practically a famed blade in its own right. Encrid had already grown accustomed to his new sword. Why? To fight with this very axe. The sword and axe clashed, and a battle of reflexes followed. The speed of Encrid's strikes had noticeably improved, and his blade curved like a serpent, a product of his refined wrist snap technique in swordplay. Clang! The sword, having ricocheted off the axe, curved upward, forcing Rem to lean back. He too positioned his axe and delivered a short, sharp cut. Encrid leaned to the side to dodge. Flick, flick. They both left small scratches on each other's faces. Rem squinted, letting out a sharp exhale. Though surprised, he quickly shifted his focus to the next thing. Intensity. Momentum. Encrid felt the spark of excitement in Rem's eyes. Rem licked the blood from his lips, his eyes glinting with excitement. "Shit, I'm surprised." The words were full of sincerity, and everyone watching couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Encrid and Rem exchanged blows, and Encrid easily held his ground. The growth was undeniable. The transformation was so vast that it could be said even the heavens and earth would be surprised by it. A guy who had no talent before? Coming back like this? It was impossible not to be stunned by how far he'd come. Everyone's eyes spoke volumes. Chapter 186. If the lie is white after Encrid left, or rather everyone including Rem, became unusually diligent after a long time. Instead of tormenting passing soldiers, Rem spent more time swinging his axe alone. He put in some effort. He kept sweating. Ragnar did the same. Would Audin be any different? Everyone except for Jackson was the same. Jackson, who spent much more time outside the barracks, only occasionally joined them. Thus, the deadly sparring sessions continued, with lives hanging in the balance. It was truly intense. Damn it. All the soldiers watching clicked their tongues. Watching Ragnar, Audin, and even the ferry commander join in the fight, the soldiers felt a sense of defeat. Despair patted their shoulders. Was there anyone who could look at them and grit their teeth, vowing to catch up? Are these guys crazy? Even Torres, from the frontier defense, furrowed his brows. What the hell, this isn't even about discouraging others. His dissatisfaction was quickly felt throughout the barracks. Could they really believe that by swinging swords every day, they could reach such a level? Even the ferry commander was not falling behind. They're pretty good. Even Rem had said that. It wasn't just good. It was enough that, except for Will, one could believe they were of knight-level skill. What kind of commander could someone with this kind of skill even be? There were also those who did the same thing with less skill, working as commanders in the same way. So, considering that, the ferry commander wasn't bad at all. It was all due to the chaos. The reason the battalion commander had given them a separate training ground was because of this. The ferry commander had even made an active suggestion. The atmosphere in the barracks has gotten a bit messed up. After that simple report, a training ground was created immediately. It made sense. Once, due to Encrid, a training craze had spread. But it had already cooled off. It wasn't easy to intentionally create such a thing, but a few passionate sparring matches had made it happen. There were monsters like that in this world. Because of those monsters, a deep sense of depression had spread throughout the barracks. The guy who had been lounging lazily in his bunk, clearly like that. But Ragnar was truly a genius among geniuses. How could he swing a sword so sharply from such a broken stance? Torres secretly tried to imitate the movement and fell over. Literally, that was a trick you couldn't replicate just by watching. And what about Rem? Not only was his personality nasty, but his axe skills were nasty as well. Swinging both axes powerfully, from the very first strike, it looked nearly impossible to block. And what about the one who blocked it all? Brother, go to heaven. His speech might have been soft, but he was always ready to kill. And that wasn't all. He didn't even fall behind with bare hands. Sometimes he'd even pick up a club, but generally, he fought with his bare hands. Audin was a master of unarmed combat. In previous battles, he had snapped enemy necks like breaking a cornstalk and bent their limbs like twigs. May you go to the Lord's side. He was a fearsome expert. After that, there was the quietly insane Jackson, who only wielded his sword in silence. Finally, the ferry commander made the grand finale. All the soldiers watching them felt their motivation drop drastically. These were people who hadn't even been training properly, yet their talent was dazzling. It was talent so overwhelming it felt blinding. And then, Encrid returned. In the meantime, Rem had sharpened his senses with sparring sessions where his life was on the line. He hadn't fought for the fun of it, but for a better tomorrow. It had been a long time since he had swung his axe. Before the sparring where his life was at risk, he felt confident he could defeat someone like the semi-knight, Asia. No, he was sure he could kill her. The technique Will used, even if it was night level, was still about handling the body, so he wouldn't just collapse in an instant. If a rare knight with exceptional skill came, it wouldn't be easy to win. But still, he wasn't going to die from a single sword strike. And Rem had really honed his skills. He put in effort for self-improvement. Ragnar was the same. His laziness was now a thing of the past. He practiced with his sword every morning and evening, deeply lost in thought. He wasn't just sleeping, he was in deep meditation. Even so, won't the match end? Rem was half serious. If he took it any more seriously, one of them would have to die. If it was a sparring match, it should have ended right there. But still, a little more. Encrid's sword fell from above, aiming for his crown. As Rem swung his axe to block it, the blade bent downward. This time it didn't resemble a snake, but more like a bird of prey. It seemed like it was swooping down, targeting its prey like a hawk. The sword accelerated in mid-swing, threatening to pass outside Rem's view. Barely managing to catch the trace of it, Rem made another defensive move. Clang! Damn it! Rem couldn't help but smile. When had he ever sparred with his squad leader like this? Before, yes, it had been fun. But it was more of a playful level of enjoyment. It felt like a dance. Just a bit of fun. But now, along with excitement, a sense of euphoria filled him. He wanted to feel more of this, just a little longer. The axe, which had originally been swung to test his skill, was now closing the gap between them. According to the initial standard Rem and Ragnar had set, a warm-up sparring session had now turned into one where lives were at stake. Blood. Blood. In the moment when Rem crossed his axe, thinking he had blocked the strike completely, a thrust slipped through the small gap and grazed his cheek. It was just a scratch. Barely a scratch. But he hadn't blocked it. Rem's lips twisted into a strange grin. It felt so enjoyable it was almost maddening. His excitement surged, and it felt like something new was flowing through his body. His mighty heart was stirred, eating his entire body. His heart pounded, and in sync with that, he swung the axe powerfully. The sparring that had started with half a life at stake quickly escalated into one where full lives were on the line. In that instant, Encrid's eyes glazed over, and his sword fell to the ground like a snapped thread. Rem was shocked. Damn it! There was no time to recover his axe. He was about to split his squad leader's skull and witness the brain splatter. It was time for the opening between openings. Bang! A sword came in, blocking the path of the axe. Thwack! Then two hands grabbed his muscular forearms. Lastly, the thick hand of someone grabbed his left wrist, which was reflexively moving to strike. One by one, it was Ragnar, Jackson, and Odin. Are you going to kill him just by looking at him? Damn, what do you mean kill him? I was trying to stop it cleanly with good control. Why are you getting in my way? It was bravado. They all understood, and they knew. Ragnar, Odin, and Jackson had all seen it. Their squad leader had changed. He had returned as someone of an unexpected, unparalleled level. There was no hesitation in his strikes, his sense of tactics, and even his coordination. How about his reaction, speed, and physical abilities? Jackson had figured it out at a glance. The sense of evasion. It was quite satisfying. What was especially noteworthy was that Encrid had truly mastered it. Jackson nodded to himself. Ragnar, however, noticed something else. Refined swordsmanship. Was it his skill with the sword? No, his entire approach to swordsmanship had leveled up. His method of swinging, and even the way he thought about it, had changed. It wasn't just a superficial difference. He combined his strengths with his swordsmanship. He wasn't just blindly following orders anymore. He had properly understood and internalized his technique. In just 2 months. Even if the frog had worked tirelessly, Could this level of improvement have been possible? Ragnar knew better than anyone that his squad leader had changed, and would continue to change. What he needed was talent in controlling his body, and now that foundation had been laid, Ragnar wasn't lacking in perception. But this? Among them, only Odin had fully grasped Encrid's physical abilities. It makes me smile, brother squad leader. It was truly a satisfying state of physical condition. The level of training, the changes in his physical abilities. What lay at the heart of it? The technique of evasion, was that it? The foundation of the cat's senses that Encrid had adopted. It's the technique of isolation. Monks, who primarily focus on physical training among priests, are called monkras. The technique of isolation was a more refined version of their training methods. Encrid's body had been shaped by that technique. He must have also developed regenerative abilities. The exceptional recovery rate was one of the reasons his body could be remade like this. It was a time of satisfaction again. Finally, Rem was shocked. Deeply so. When did it come to this? It was really surprising to think about. The crazy guy who had asked for a sparring match on their first meeting had now become a crazy guy with real skill. He had completely evolved into a certified crazy guy. It was nothing short of amazing, and Rem found that thrilling. Was it important how his skills had improved? No, it wasn't that. It seemed like it would be fun, even more so in the future. Just because a special training ground had been built didn't mean the place was fully enclosed. The fence had holes in it, barely high enough to reach an adult's chest. At least, it marked a boundary. Beyond that boundary, there were those watching the sparring, the soldiers who had lost their motivation and spirits. Among them was vengeance. Monstrous bastards. Rem and his mad squad were truly a group of monsters. And watching Encrid, who led this monstrous group, Vengeance couldn't understand how he had come to stand there. Encrid had returned. Vengeance had seen it. He saw how Encrid didn't back down an inch in front of Rem. Vengeance knew his beginnings. Because he had disliked him, he understood him even better. Encrid had been nothing special, just a lowly soldier. That was all he was called. Old and talentless. But what about now? It was strange. When looking at Rem, Ragnar, or Odin, they seemed like monsters, but when looking at Encrid, he made others want to imitate his effort. He made them want to stand by him, at his side, on the same level. Was it because they had seen his effort until now? Or was it just the difference in familiarity? Vengeance didn't know. He had no such worries. Only desire remained. Today is special training. Yes. The soldiers of Vengeance's squad answered in unison. It wasn't just Vengeance. All the soldiers felt the same way. The flames of motivation surged in their hearts as they watched Encrid fight. It was perhaps inevitable that the heat of training would rise the next day. The day Encrid returned, he sparred with Rem. I think I overdid. I'm still not fully accustomed to it. His eyes were spinning, and his strength was drained, all from overusing his monstrous strength. Well, Rem had charged at him with intent. Won't I get used to it after using it more? Encrid said, but Rem was skeptical. Had anyone other than himself fully mastered this? It didn't seem so, and Encrid was the first to not just mimic but fully internalize it. The next day, he sparred with Ragnar. Where did you learn your swordsmanship? From a passing evil spirit. It wasn't a lie. Then Jackson rarely joined in for a spar. Odin showed him a new joint-locking technique. Encrid was glad to have those around him, supporting him like this after his return. How enjoyable it was to wield his sword and move his body continuously, to advance toward a new self. Even without repeating today, he could still gain something. Fiancé? The ferry commander also showed up, and naturally, the sparring continued. That was when Encrid understood. When the squad leader picked up a sword, he was just as good as Rem. We've reached the same rank now. When are you going to take me to a meal? The fairies' jokes about food, when would they stop? But Encrid didn't mind it anymore. There was no need to say anything about it. It had become a part of everyday life. Esther, who had been sleeping for a couple of days straight, now only came into his arms once every 2 days. He didn't even notice any changes. Grace had sold some ancient coins he had recently found and got a good price for them. He also sold various weapons they had collected in a nearby village at a favorable price. With all these things, Krona had become quite prosperous. During his training, Encrid visited the blacksmith's forge. Did it break? What about the armor? The armor was torn, pierced, and the chainmail inside had many broken links. It was pretty much ruined. The sword had snapped. The core was damaged. It was beyond saving. He decided to take it anyway, hoping he could melt it down and reuse the material. 2 swords. Just happened that way. He smiled wryly. It was a relief that it had ended with just this. Do you have any leftover chainmail? Encrid asked. The blacksmith sighed and nodded. I don't have any right now, but I can make some for you. Good iron came in recently. Encrid nodded and then pulled out a sword. It was what had been called a cursed sword. Can you sharpen this blade? The blacksmith inspected the sword and spoke. This isn't a common item, is it? Just the blade? No. I want you to replace the pommel and the grip too. And the balance feels a bit off. The blacksmith nodded. The blade itself was excellent, but the accessories were a mess. Good quality deer leather just came in. I'll wrap the grip with it. He was offering to fix it. Encrid nodded, and after paying a fair price, he stopped by a dried meat shop to grab a few pieces. Before he knew it, it was already evening. Don't you want more to eat? I have to go. He couldn't ask the blacksmith to work on his sword too, so he planned to get it through a trader coming in. Oddly enough, he was unarmed. Encrid felt the emptiness at his waist. Even though he had a short sword, guard sword, a knife strapped to him, it felt incomplete. The weather's nice. But the atmosphere in the city didn't seem to be. After asking a few passing merchants, the answer came quickly. There are rumors that a band of thieves is targeting the city, and monsters are gathering from the south. Also, there was some commotion with a messenger from the eastern city. Border Guard was a military city, located right on the border of Aspen. Would a band of thieves target a place like this? It was unlikely, unless they were particularly daring. Still, there were always crazy thieves. They had caused problems even when Aspen was fighting. As for the monsters, that was a perpetual issue. The East, if they were talking about the City of Swords, then it wasn't unusual for them to stir up trouble there. Still, the fact that such rumors were circulating meant trouble was brewing. There's an old saying, when ominous rumors spread, children increase and goods decrease. It meant that people stayed indoors, and merchants visiting from outside became scarce. A similar problem had occurred before, when monsters had overrun the area, and the border guard had been dispatched. Encrid had even taken on a request during that time. It had been when he faced the harpies. That had been a fun battle. The feeling of the sword was satisfying. Anyway, the rumors were spreading, but no orders had come down yet, so they'll figure it out. The battalion commander had his job to do. Encrid had been appointed as a company commander, but it was still unofficial. It was the personal decision of the battalion commander. Behind him were the nobles. What could he say about them? These serpentine bastards who seemed to have royal blood running through their veins. They were everywhere in the city. It didn't sit well with him, but he couldn't just stab every one of them in sight. I'm not Rem. Of course, that would be impossible. When he returned to the barracks, Rem was there. Yeah, I can't live like that. What's wrong with your eyes? Rem had the kind of sharp intuition that rivaled Grace's. especially when Encrid was cursing him. Did you go around cursing me? Walking through the market? No, I bet you cursed me in your head. Sometimes when Rem got too sharp, it really felt like he had extraordinary perception. Encrid acted according to his beliefs. If a lie could make someone feel more at ease, then that lie could be considered pure. No. He shook his head. Then why do I feel like you're angry? That's because your personality's twisted. I think you cursed me again. No. Sharp intuition and white lies exchanged in the air. Encrid had grown used to this place. It felt like home now. And the battalion commander said that he hoped for him to start loving the city. It wasn't a passionate love, but he didn't dislike it. Truly. Chapter 187. Are you really going to be a knight? Watching Encrid, one couldn't help but clench their fists. Most soldiers felt the same when they looked at Encrid. They knew how he clawed his way up from the bottom. They saw firsthand how effort was rewarded right before their eyes. Looking at Encrid, soldiers like vengeance tightened their fists, and in those hands they gripped spears, swords, and maces. The soldiers banded together. They swung their weapons. An unseasonal fervor reignited the barracks. These soldiers have been training harder than ever lately. What's gotten into them all of a sudden? The shift in atmosphere was palpable. Encrid, who also noticed the change, casually remarked. Hearing this, Cray snorted. Are you really asking because you don't know? Would he ask if he already knew? I'm heading to the marketplace to check on the mood. I'll be back. Without answering directly, Craze left. Whatever the reason, Encrid liked the enthusiasm and vigor filling the barracks. Effort never went unrewarded. It would save lives someday. Thanks to that, please spar with me. More soldiers started seeking him out. This had happened before, but now, Encrid welcomed it warmly. The only difference this time was funk, whack, dosh. The fights ended in 1 or 2 moves. What was the point if the fight wasn't even competitive? Gaps in their stances were too obvious, and Encrid's body moved instinctively to exploit them. A newly acquired style based on orthodox swordsmanship allowed him to step left, pulling his body out of reach while swinging his blade to the right. Create a blind spot in his opponent's vision. Humans instinctively feel uneasy when something is out of sight. They naturally adjust their position to eliminate that blind spot. And in that moment of adjustment, strike. It was only 2 movements, but it worked repeatedly, even against the border guards. You've changed. Though the training sword's tip was dull, taking a direct hit to the solar plexus left Torres clutching his stomach. He muttered under his breath. No, this wasn't just a change. Encrid was starting to feel like a proper knight, or close to it. How did his skills improve so dramatically? Even in the border guard, where the limits of human capability were constantly tested, this level of progress was rare. Torres was one of the guards, and had observed Encrid's journey closely. This guy, he might actually become a knight. There was a time when the idea of Encrid becoming a knight would have been dismissed as delusional, a faded, ridiculed dream. But now, even to others, that dream no longer seemed so impossible. Should I start adding sir when I address you? Or do you still prefer just soldier, Torres? What? I'm only an acting commander, Encrid said, pointing his thumb at himself. Commander, sir. Just kidding, you jerk. Torres smirked as he spoke. Rank was rank, but relationships were relationships. There was no need for Encrid to maintain a strict superior-subordinate dynamic with Torres or Vengeance. They weren't his direct reports. The chain of command in the Border Guard's standing army was relatively loose. In the capital garrison, a mistake in recognizing rank might earn you a beating, but that was their problem. This was the Border Guard. You're starting to remind me of the 4th Company commander. Torres's comment made Encrid pause. The fairy's humor? Sigh. Anyway, I'm off. Even after Torres left, more border guard soldiers approached Encrid for sparring matches. Encrid found no reason to refuse. His days followed a steady routine. Mornings were spent practicing isolation techniques and swordsmanship. After lunch, someone inevitably asked, "Care for a round?" Rem would often be the first to challenge him, still formidable as ever. When Rem activated his heart of strength, Encrid felt he could keep up, barely. "If I overdo it, I won't make it through the afternoon training." Encrid had already paid the price for overexerting himself a few times. He learned to pace himself. This was training, not a life-or-death battle. Rem adjusted his efforts too. He wasn't looking to smash heads like he might in a real fight. After sparring with Rem, familiar faces began to appear one by one. "Take a look at my technique?" Vengeance also showed up occasionally, clearly asking for formal guidance. Encrid, believing in the philosophy of teaching is learning, always obliged. But about that title, Encrid couldn't resist adding a joke. "You're starting to sound like the fairy commander," Vengeance quipped back. Hearing the same comment Torres had made earlier, Encrid frowned slightly. This is oddly annoying. For days on end, the weather had been perfect. Other than a brief dawn drizzle on the third day after their return, it was nothing but sunny skies. Beautiful weather. "Perfect for training," Encrid muttered, enjoying the morning sunlight. Rem, overhearing him, asked from behind, "Didn't you say the same thing on a rainy day? Is there ever a bad day for training in your book, Commander?" Encrid thought for a moment before answering. "Nope. Maybe if you get hit on the head a few more times, you'll go back to normal. Don't give up, Commander. You can be a normal person." Rem declared this with exaggerated fervor. "Wipe the crust from your eyes before you start preaching." Encrid snapped back, carrying on with his usual day. The next day it rained, but the schedule didn't change. It was as if yesterday had been copied and pasted into today. Many eyes in the barracks watched it all unfold. They'd grown used to it by now. Rain or shine, this was who he was. Encrid had gotten stronger, had changed, and had even become a company commander. But fundamentally, he was still Encrid. 15 days had passed since their return. On one of those sunny afternoons, after their sparring match, Rem sat on the ground, wiping sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. "That apple cider was good," Rem said casually. The words caught Encrid's ear. Why do I feel like there's more to that statement? Encrid's instincts, or maybe his intuition, told him Rem was hinting at something. Rem? Being roundabout? This was rare enough that Encrid decided to wait silently for him to continue. "Got any left?" "Sneak me some," Rem eventually asked. "None left." Encrid didn't need to check. He knew only his personal stash, reserved for emergencies, remained. Rem had guzzled down his share instead of sipping it like everyone else. Even Ragnar, who rarely complimented anything, had praised that cider. Everyone had enjoyed it. Jackson had taken a couple of sips, and Odin had taken about 5. Still, Rem had now been indirect twice. Something was definitely up. "Did you kill someone?" Encrid asked bluntly. "What? I'm asking if you killed some officer while I wasn't looking." If that were the case, the situation might be manageable. If it hadn't been discovered yet, then it was well hidden. Handling the aftermath would be the real challenge. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "So, not murder. Did you beat someone up? Cripple them?" "That'd be bad, but not as bad as murder. Hopefully not to the point of crippling them. Not the first company, right?" When Encrid pressed further, Rem finally muttered, "I have to ask, what exactly do you think of me?" A mad dog that snaps if you prod it the wrong way. A lunatic who'll pummel anyone who pisses him off, regardless of rank. A sadist who bullies subordinates for fun and torments those he likes twice as much. That look! Damn, I think you just broke me. I've never seen anyone look at me like that before, Rem grumbled, feigning a dramatic injury. First time? That's surprising. Encrid had only half suspected his words were true. It was mostly a joke. After bantering a bit more, they went to lunch. During that brief lull, Rem finally spoke up. Well, as long as you didn't kill or beat anyone, it's fine, Encrid said. Rem sighed, looking up at the sky before speaking. He was sitting beneath a tree, about 5 paces away from Encrid. The tree had been planted by Marcus, their battalion commander. Too bleak without some shade on the training grounds, Marcus had remarked. From the shade of that tree, Rem began. When I was young, my father taught me how to use a spear. It was fun. Where's this going? The words of that cursed sword spirit came to mind. Families, swordsmanship, bloodlines, unfulfilled aspirations. Those chains that bound it to the earth. Could Rem have his own chains? Humans, after all, tend to be tethered to something. Dreams, status, power, or even money. I learned to hunt. That was fun too. What's with this guy? And I learned the sword. That was fun too. Should Encrid teach him how to talk properly? He had no trouble taunting or teasing people, yet now he was fumbling awkwardly. Moments like these made Rem seem more vulnerable than even Ragnar. Indeed, the remaining members of the company all acted similarly when they spoke about him. They stuttered, stumbled, and seemed unsure, except when discussing swordsmanship. Then they spoke with remarkable clarity. Encrid didn't know everything about them, but bits and pieces of their stories had trickled through over time. For example, Rem was from the west, and Ragnar was from the north. This latest story from EM, however, was something new. His delivery might have been clumsy, but the content was worth listening to. Around that time, the Western War broke out, Rem said, his tone subdued. It wasn't pretty, but what could you do? When someone comes at you to kill, you can't just hand them your neck. Wars were still raging across the continent. Even now, Norelia had escalated its conflict with Aspen to seize the Green Pearl Plains. That would eventually go down in history as the Green Pearl Plains War, or something similar. The Western War Rem mentioned, however, had been particularly gruesome. Dozens of pioneer villages, each proclaimed their own king. Some called it the Western War, while others referred to it as the War for the Throne. In the end, one tribe emerged victorious, but it was a Pyrrhic victory that left the West desolate and ruined. The Empire later absorbed the region, citing its devastation as justification. Back then, I used the sword. That was fun too, Rem added, catching Encrid's skeptical look. What's with that stare? Damn genius. Apparently, every weapon he picked up was fun. Piecing together what he'd heard, Encrid surmised that Rem had been active during the Western War. Given his current age, that would have been when you were around 15. Yeah, about that. 15. And what was I doing then? Encrid tried to recall. Was that when he'd been desperately trying to leave his village? Or still believing he had some hidden talent? That was back when he thought time was fair, that effort alone would suffice. Time isn't fair. Listening to Rem now made that glaringly obvious. For those with talent, time flows differently. It works more in their favor. So, there's something I want to ask, Rem began, breaking the silence. His words were disjointed and lacked context. There was no let-up, and though it wasn't his intention, it came across as a mix of humble bragging and rambling about war. Something about killing a bear-like guy from a neighboring tribe. How should I know who that was? At the end of all this, however, came his question. Do you really think you'll become a knight? The question seemed to come out of nowhere. Yet, Encrid wasn't surprised at all. Perhaps it was because he'd asked himself the same question so many times before. Can I? Is it possible? What does it even mean to be a knight? These questions had plagued him constantly, but answers never came. So he simply taken one step forward at a time, because that was the only path available to him. Rain or snow, under a blazing sun, or even while marching toward a mission that might end in death, he just kept going. Calling him tenacious wouldn't even begin to capture it. Yeah? His answer was devoid of hesitation. Encrid's tone was calm, as it always was. His response was as unremarkable as his demeanor. But to Rem, it was refreshing, almost startling. And do you think you'll actually make it? Who knows? It was the plain truth. No one knows the future. Even prophets were dubious at best. That's so? Yeah. All right then, all right. A few trivial words passed between them. Life went on as usual, eating, resting, sparring. Rem didn't bring up the question again. He seemed nonchalant, though what he truly felt inside was anyone's guess. Deep down, though, Rem was still pondering. If he truly becomes a knight, if it really happens, should I go back to retrieve what I left behind? It was a heavy thought, weighing on Rem's mind. What he had left behind when he departed from his homeland, retrieving it might not make him a knight by the continent's standards, but it would elevate him to a knight's caliber. The continent's sticklers narrowed the path to knighthood into a singular, rigid route. But Rem thought differently. In the West, they didn't use the term knight. They spoke of heroes, pioneers of the continent, a term rooted in ancient legends. Rem had once been the foremost candidate to be the next hero, once. After a brief moment of contemplation, his thoughts flitting back and forth, Rem made his decision. Watching Encrid tirelessly swing his sword day and night, Rem resolved, "Then I'll become a knight too," he declared. It was the kind of remark that Encrid would normally twist and tease mercilessly. Something along the lines of, "Really? Why bother? You can't become a knight just by knocking out your superior officers. Is your head all right?" But instead, "Really?" Encrid's response was calm, straightforward. What came next was even more typical of him. Sparring? For some reason that simplicity delighted Rem. Truly, what an unshakable man. Even in his demeanor and his words, there was a faint glimmer of respect. That warmed Rem more than he expected. Meanwhile, outside the city walls, a figure shrouded in a black hood gazed up at the border guard's fortress. Tall enough that even an average monster would find it hard to scale. But what about a high-tier beast? And then, "Temporary alliance," came a raspy voice, issuing from a dark blade at his side. The aura emanating from the weapon felt like the breath of thieves, a suffocating presence. It was enough to create chaos. Chapter 188. Even without showing it, even as a band of thieves, we cannot underestimate the Black Blade's strength. If we involve them, Martai will back down immediately. Martai was the name of a city in Norelia, known for its complicated history. At times, it was a fief under the Eastern mercenary king, and at others it fell under Norelia's domain. This made it a city of mixed heritages, though it was currently Norelian territory, ruled by a self-proclaimed general. Half Norelian, half Eastern city. Such was Martai's identity. Martai had recently declared what was essentially a threat of war against Border Guard, which is why this topic was being discussed. The speaker was one of Border Guard's nobles. Border Guard had several nobles. While their authority was far from matching that of central nobles, they weren't insignificant figures. These individuals held considerable influence over the city of Border Guard. For instance, the man in front of Marcus was one such noble. What was his name again? Marcus didn't even bother remembering his name. Just another noble who pockets gold from the Black Blades. That's how Marcus remembered him. He considered the man to be little more than a member of the Black Blades thieves. Frankly, he wanted to cut him down, lop off his head and be done with it. But the ferry company commander was, officially, his subordinate. Except, She didn't feel like one. There was always the sense that any action taken would come with consequences. Marcus trusted his instincts. For various reasons, he couldn't simply cut down the man in front of him. Besides, Marcus wasn't the sort to solve everything with violence. He wasn't some brute who saw his sword as the only solution. More importantly, with a little thought, it seemed this man wouldn't be too difficult to deal with. Short-sighted fools were always easy to bait. Martai's advance is troubling, but we'll focus on defense, Marcus said firmly. The noble affiliated with the Black Blades pursed his lips but said nothing more. Had he pushed further, Marcus might not have been able to restrain himself. Well, maybe not to that extent. Still, Marcus could convey his feelings. After all, he was nicknamed the War Maniac for a reason. That image, that moniker, had been carefully cultivated. Marcus stared at the noble with a blank expression. To some, it looked like a glare. To others, merely a gaze. But the effect was undeniable. The noble fell silent under the deadly indifferent eyes of the war maniac. With that, Marcus moved on. Next agenda? It was a regular meeting. Border Guard was a military and fortress city. Even though they had recently driven out Aspen, there was no shortage of tasks. For example, from the south, there were reports of a significant group of monsters moving northward. This was due to certain southern nobles mishandling the monster threat and exacerbating the issue. Leaving that group of monsters unchecked would lead to problems. It was a matter that required attention. The fact that the southern monster disturbances were impacting the northern border guard was, frankly, a pain. Damn nobles. Nobles cared only for their land and wealth. It was because of people like them that such problems arose. The noble in front of him was no different. Marcus could hardly stand the sight of him. Thinking about these things constantly was sure to shorten his lifespan. Thus, Marcus deliberately shifted his train of thought. His thoughts wandered to Encrid. While the noble before him wasn't worth remembering, Encrid was unforgettable. Facing a gnoll horde to save a frontier village. What a story. Truly something to admire. He had reportedly slain 1,000 gnolls on his own. While the story was likely exaggerated, one thing was certain. Encrid had grown stronger. Even the commander of the 4th Company had vouched for it. In real combat, no one could confidently claim victory over him. Marcus had a vague sense of the fairy commander's abilities. She was far superior to most well-known warriors. Her exploits on the battlefield were proof enough. If such a figure recognized Encrid, that said a lot. Once, he was a mere amateur, obsessed with brute force training. There had even been rumors calling him a lucky soldier. What nonsense. It wasn't luck, it was skill. And he had the character to match. Even without showing it, even if it didn't show outwardly, Marcus could tell by Encrid's attitude and the results of his actions. What struck Marcus the most, though, was the image of Encrid when he spoke of his dreams. Battlefields, swords, and something radiant. Could he truly become a knight? Marcus, who had seen countless people over the years, could rationally conclude it was impossible. But if he had to speak from what he saw and felt in Encrid as a person, I'm not sure if he can, but I hope he does. Day or night, it didn't change. Seasons shifted, but it was the same. Encrid was constant, living every day as if it were the same as the last. A man who approached life one step at a time. That consistency made Marcus want to help him along his path. Thinking that a gentle smile appeared on Marcus's face. The noble from the Black Blades, watching this, abruptly spoke again. Appointing him directly as a company commander without a proper formation is reckless, don't you think? Even if he has proven himself on a mission, the rumors of exaggeration are widespread. He was referring to Encrid's appointment. At those words, Marcus's previously composed and intimidating expression shifted. His brow furrowed, and the corners of his lips turned downward in a scowl. Enough. It's my decision, If you don't like it, then you can take over as battalion commander. While Marcus had left room for discussion regarding involving the Black Blades, there was no leniency when it came to Encrid's name. His stance was clear. He wouldn't entertain any objections or differing opinions. It was evident that anyone challenging him here would face Marcus's sword. The Black Blades noble found this infuriating, but killing Marcus wasn't an option. Damn bastard, he thought bitterly. And with that, all his anger turned toward Encrid. To receive cheers, trust, and admiration from some inevitably meant drawing hatred from others. The Black Blades noble, one of the key power players in Border Guard, was among those who hated Encrid. He despised him without reason. So much so that the thought of killing him crossed his mind. After the meeting, when the meeting ended and the nobles left, the ferry company commander gazed at Marcus and spoke. "Who gave you the nickname War Maniac?" The ferry was perceptive, and Marcus didn't bother denying it. "I did. Clever of you. I'll take it as a compliment." It was exactly that. Marcus wasn't someone who loved war or relished in fighting. He merely crafted that image for appearances. Why? It excused him from getting too involved in central politics and made it easier to lower his enemy's guard. In reality, Marcus wasn't particularly exceptional at leading wars. He could deploy armies when necessary, but his true talents lay elsewhere. For instance, his discerning palate for finding fine wines. "Why don't you joke around with me like you do with Encrid?" The banter between Encrid and the ferry company commander was well known within the garrison. "I dislike jokes," she replied before turning to leave. After pondering her words for a moment, Marcus let out a dry laugh. Cherry humor. How difficult. Of course it was fairy humor. She loved jokes, after all. The Black Blades noble's name, Vancento. Vancento grew up in a monster-bordering region heavily influenced by the wastes. Food was always scarce there. To young Vancento, everything was to be taken, not bought. That was his reality. A loaf of bread was equal to a human life, sometimes even more valuable. After surviving a brutal childhood, Vancento eventually made his way to a city. With some luck, he managed to establish a small trading company. While the company grew through blood, blades, fists, and threats, it encountered no major obstacles. Around that time, Vancento made connections with the Black Blades. Their immense power became the backbone of his expansion. After 10 years in the trade, he sold his company, amassed a fortune, and bought a noble title. Like his childhood, his life was built by taking and taking more. Now Vancento's target was the city of Border Guard. More specifically, he aimed to seize it using the Black Blade's strength. Lacking noble bloodline and holding a purchased title, he knew his limits. Thus he dreamed of achieving something greater than his title. A city. Vancento envisioned a future where the Black Blades ruled the land, and he was its master. Becoming the mayor or lord of Border Guard sounded appealing. "Well, I'm so true. Boy. Once that happens, I'll deal with that ferry woman first." The ferry commander of the 4th Company always caught his attention. "Should I kill Marcus or that thunderous fool first?" "Not Marcus. If he dies here, it'll draw attention from the central authority. That's something we don't want." "Just get rid of that Encrid fellow," Vancento said. His bodyguard and member of the Black Blades nodded in agreement. The bodyguard, who also couldn't stand Encrid, silently thought, "Propping up a nobody like that, huh?" It was a common illusion, after all. Sparring? That was something easily accomplished with coordination among squad mates. The stories circulating about Encrid were flimsy at best. Taking down 1,000 gnolls? Ridiculous. What was he supposed to be? A quasi-knight? Or maybe even a knight from an order? The bodyguard had seen Encrid's skills in person a few months ago during training at the garrison. "He's decent," he admitted, "but better than him." No way. Narrow-minded people often mistake their limited perspective for the whole truth. Though Encrid had changed tremendously since then, the bodyguard refused to see it, dismissing him as a pretentious nobody and leaving it at that. Well, as for those squad mates of his, they were impressive, remarkably so. Taking on 2 of them at once would be a struggle even for him. Why such skilled individuals were causing a ruckus in a frontier fortress city was beyond him. Regardless, the plan was steadily progressing. The Black Blades would begin building their kingdom here. It would start small but grow steadily. Eventually, Norelia would fall, replaced by the Black Blade Kingdom. Lost in his own ambitious dreams, the bodyguard released a pigeon. The bird would deliver a message. Even for something as minor as removing an eyesore like Encrid, the Black Blades wouldn't waste resources. They were meticulous. Of course, there were likely larger objectives beyond killing one man. The Black Blades assault team in response to contact from inside the city. The Black Blades sent 10 fighters. Each was exceptionally skilled. Their leader, Dunbakel, was once a renowned mercenary. A beastkin with a delicate appearance, Dunbakel wielded her scimitar with a balance of grace and destruction. Her abilities earned her the title of a city-level powerhouse, meaning her skill was enough to leave a mark on an entire city. The 9 others accompanying her were nearly on par with her. Pressure them? Scare them a bit? Sure, Dunbakel said, nodding. Paid to do a job, she would see it through. They were just about to enter Border Guard when Dunbakel's nose twitched. A pungent blend of acrid and sour smells mixed with the rank odor of decay. The stench of a beast, or perhaps a monster. There was also the faint scent of a human. Dunbakel's head snapped toward the source. A man in a black robe stood there, accompanied by a beast with menacing eyes glinting ominously. And who are you? Dunbakel immediately took a battle stance, and the stranger mirrored her. One of the more observant Black Blades assessed the situation and commented, "Doesn't seem like they're here for us." Coincidentally, both parties were targeting Border Guard. On one side was the Black Blades raiding party. On the other, an assassin from the sacred ground cult of the Wastes. The cult had already sent skilled assassins to Border Guard multiple times, but none had returned. Something was happening in that city. Their mission was twofold: investigate and wreak havoc. "Where are you from?" asked the cultist, a monk trained in the cult's techniques, formidable and difficult to handle. One of Dunbakel's sharper subordinates answered, "Black Blades. And your purpose?" Dunbakel found the cultist's audacity grating and was ready to lunge, but a subordinate grabbed her arm. "Why?" Dunbakel's eyes asked the question. "What's stopping me from cutting down this arrogant monk?" The subordinate shook his head, signaling restraint. She almost yanked her arm free, but held back. After all, she was more of a mercenary in this scenario. Though a leader, her position was due to her strength, not authority. Another subordinate at the back of the group dotted their eyes around before speaking up. "It might even be a good opportunity," one of Dunbakel's subordinates commented. "Do as you please," she replied indifferently, folding her arms and turning away. Her disinterest left the cultist and one of the Black Blade rogues to negotiate freely. "Then we'll each take what benefits us," the rogue proposed. "Our objectives are aligned after all," the cultist agreed. Though wary of each other, they decided to cooperate for now. "I'll begin," the cultist said, a twisted grin spreading across his face as he reached out to stroke the mane of his beast. A guttural growl, deep and haunting, emanated from the creature. The sound was reminiscent of a hellhound, something straight out of nightmares. And indeed, it might as well have been. The creature, a manticore, was terrifying to behold. Its 3 rows of jagged teeth gleamed under the moonlight. Its scorpion-like tail swayed menacingly, and its lion-like body was corded with muscle. Its eyes, narrow slits of gleaming yellow, radiated malevolence. Each claw was a knife honed to a deadly edge. Manticores were apex monsters, capable of decimating an entire company of soldiers on their own. "Go. Feast to your heart's content," the cultist ordered. The manticore lunged forward with terrifying speed, its claws pounding against the ground. In a single leap, it scaled the fortress wall, bypassing the gate entirely. Its roar echoed across the night, chilling all who heard it. Perched atop the wall, bathed in moonlight, the manticore radiated an aura of fear. And in its path stood a bear? Dunbakel squinted, straining her eyes to make sense of the figure confronting the beast. It was too far to discern clearly, and the dim moonlight offered only vague impressions. But something, or someone, was there. Dunbakel's calculations as a mercenary. Dunbakel knew the risks of engaging recklessly. Killing a nobleman in public would mean being branded a murderer, even if it were justified in private. Better to deal with him discreetly, she mused. But even that wouldn't be easy. The noble's guards looked far from ordinary. Their stance and demeanor marked them as formidable fighters. Perhaps I could manipulate the 4th Company commander, she thought, her mind drifting to the elf. Elves were natural assassins after all, their sharp senses and stealth unmatched. That elf could probably sever a head like that with ease, she reasoned. But the idea came with its own risks. Involving the elf might complicate things further. Still, she murmured to herself, a step at a time. For now, she focused her attention on the unfolding chaos ahead. Chapter 189. This bastard, let's give him a beating. That's a good sword, the blacksmith commented as Encrid chose his blade. I'll take this too, he added, picking out a plate armor piece, a riveted side guard for his torso. It was simple, but effective. Easy to wear without hindrance, though he'd need to find proper shoulder guards to complete the set. Encrid's eyes scanned the blacksmith's shop, noting the pile of scrap metal in the corner. There were 2 more forges inside the border guard, but this one had the best craftsmanship. While there was no special blacksmith for the lord of the area, the forges in the guardhouse supplied the weapons for the barracks, where the soldiers trained. As the war wound down, it was time to stock up on weapons, and the scrap metal would soon be turned into spears, swords, and blunt weapons. The blacksmith before him had been working hard, a little too hard perhaps. Encrid didn't have time for such details, but his concern for the smith's efforts was clear. Here, Encrid said, flicking a gold coin toward the blacksmith, followed by a few more. That's a lot, the blacksmith remarked, eyeing the pile. Buy some flowers for your wife with the leftovers, Encrid added, his voice casual. The blacksmith stared at him with a vacant look in his eyes, his face drawn and tired, not particularly moved. Recently, krona had been flowing freely in their hands, and Encrid wasn't one to be stingy with it. Grace had once pointed out that Encrid's greatest flaw was his disregard for finances, though in truth within their unit, only Cray seemed to be overly concerned with money. Even Finn wasn't one to hoard her wealth. Esther, being a leopard, didn't even have such concepts. But should I even consider Esther part of the unit? Encrid thought, though the leopard had certainly earned recognition for their contributions. He might not officially be in the ranks, but Esther was a valued ally. Encrid thought about the others. Rem, Ragna, Auden, and Jackson. They too had no qualms about spending their krona freely. Among them, Encrid was the most extravagant, spending without hesitation, whether from bounty money or looted treasures. Even after leaving the blacksmith, his attitude remained the same. Clink! He tossed a gold coin into the air, where a rough hand swiftly snatched it from the air. It was John, the leather worker. John was good at his craft, so much so that some traveling merchants would come specifically to buy his wares. His leather work was no mere trade skill. It was artistry, surpassing the level of an average craftsman. This time, Encrid bought leather bracers, arm guards that covered from wrist to elbow. They were crafted from rare materials, soft yet durable, and the craftsmanship was evident in the details. The smooth black leather, carefully pulled together with the same material straps. "They've been oiled 3 times, John added, nodding in pride. "Made from monster hide." Encrid gave a small chuckle at the price. 1 more coin, and the deal was done. "Good," Encrid agreed. John was known for charging a fair price, always receiving what was just for his work, never overcharging. Afterward, he moved on through the marketplace. He was greeted by a cobbler, a familiar face from when Encrid had first unlocked the 6th sense. The cobbler offered him a pair of boots, their soles thickened and reinforced with hardened shells for added durability. "They're not perfect," the cobbler shrugged, "but I didn't want to sell them." "Why's that?" Encrid asked, curious. "My father. He just wants to give them to you," the cobbler's daughter replied with a soft, radiant smile. Encrid flicked another gold coin toward the girl. "Clink!" "That's too much," she exclaimed, her eyes wide. "Take what's left and use it as you need," Encrid said nonchalantly as he continued on his way. He also received a generous portion of seasoned jerky and a couple of bottles of wine along the way. The wine wasn't bad, though he did wonder about the charcoal they had insisted on giving him. "Good charcoal," they assured him. With bags full and the mood lightened, Encrid continued forward, his thoughts already turning to the next task at hand. "Should I make some charcoal-grilled food or something with this?" Encrid muttered, chuckling to himself. "People sure are interesting." It seemed like the power of their guild was starting to show in the city. The darker, stained parts of the area had been erased to a degree, though not all stains could be removed. For example, peasant, get lost. A noble, one of those types. Encrid had crossed paths with a nobleman flanked by guards. The noble looked Encrid up and down, his lip curling into a deliberate sneer. "Playing at being a company commander, huh? I don't know what kind of tricks you've pulled with Marcus, but it was a mistake," the noble said condescendingly. If it were Rem, Encrid thought, that guy would have his skull split in half with an axe the moment he spoke those words. No, at the very least, Rem would have thrown a punch as soon as he said get lost. Encrid could only hope that Rem never encountered a guy like this. The noble's face looked like he was born to be scummy. His slanted eyes and thin lips spoke of a life lived with petty, scheming motives. Though looks don't always reveal the truth, this noble seemed the sort who lived exactly how his appearance suggested. There were plenty of rumors to back it up. Even Luagarne might cringe at his face, Encrid thought to himself. Luagarne, the particular species of the frogs, was known for being picky about appearance, especially human appearances. It was amusing to think that one of them had once fallen for him. "Ftit-tit-tin," the noble sneered one last time, walking away with his guards. He must have had business in the market, heading toward the city gates. This wasn't new for Encrid. The noble had always had a disdainful attitude toward him. So, Encrid didn't think much of it. However, a fruit merchant standing nearby muttered something under his breath. "Annoying bastard. He's got a stink to him. He'll end up dead soon." That was a creative curse. Encrid didn't quite remember the noble's name, though he had heard it before. Not that it mattered. There was no need to know. The important thing was avoiding Rem crossing paths with him. Wonder what that officer who beat someone up is doing now? Encrid mused as he walked back to the barracks. At that moment, Rem spoke up with a sudden thought. "Ever thought about getting someone like Andrew? Lately my hands feel a little rusty." It was a sign of Rem's usual frustration, an indicator that his urges were not fully satisfied. "Want to spar?" Encrid asked quickly, sensing the danger in the conversation. A spar with Rem was always intense, especially when he used his raw strength to its fullest. "I see you've got some good bracers," Rem commented as he noticed the new gear Encrid was wearing, his sharp eyes spotting the quality of the equipment. "Not a bad sword either," Rem added, eyes narrowing. "I just picked it up," Encrid replied casually. After their brief exchange, they finished the spar, though Encrid felt the wear and tear of the battle in his body. It had been a rough session. "I think I'll sleep well tonight," Rem remarked as he stretched, the tension in his body easing. He had been thinking about becoming a knight, but it seemed that now he had found peace with his situation. "Good night," Encrid said as he turned in for the night. As evening set in, Auden approached, having finished his prayers. "Commander, do you want to go on a night patrol?" He smiled softly, his large frame still conveying a calm, gentle aura. Encrid couldn't help but think that if Auden were to decide to charm some women, he'd probably do quite well at it. It was no wonder that Craze wanted to bring him into his salon. "What if you became a priest who roams the night?" Encrid teased, thinking of Craze's subtle suggestions. But Auden just laughed, not giving a serious response. Perhaps he wasn't interested in the idea. Or maybe he was simply proposing a casual stroll in the night. "Sure, why not?" Encrid replied with a grin, wondering what Auden really had in mind. Encrid had been exempted from regular duties ever since the company had become independent, making him feel somewhat out of place in the barracks. So, tonight's patrol had felt more like a leisurely walk than an actual mission. Auden had something to say, and the night patrol served as the perfect excuse to spend some time together. Encrid, on the other hand, had been thinking that it wouldn't hurt to take on some semblance of duty for once. There's a saying in the scriptures: "A day spent accumulating steadily is more important than one spent pushing oneself too hard." Auden began, his usual sermon tone filling the air. Encrid knew Auden well enough by now. When it came to the scriptures and his faith, Auden could go on forever. Sometimes it felt like his words were never ending, especially when discussing religion. "Is Finn all right with this?" Encrid asked, curious. "You said you were trying to convert her." Auden, always earnest in his goals, responded casually. "I'm working on it. Trying to guide her." Encrid raised an eyebrow. Was he really trying to implant his religious views in someone he was trying to bring down? It seemed strange, but it fit Auden's personality. Still, it must be quite a hit to the pride of someone like Finn, no matter how bright and cheerful she appeared every day. "The point is," Auden continued, "it's better to move at a steady pace than to overexert yourself, Commander." He even remembered to address Encrid by his new title. Encrid nodded. It made sense. Lately, he had been pushing himself, feeling as though he were running just out of reach of something. "It feels like I'm on the verge of being caught, but not quite," he thought. He had been swinging his sword, using the heart of the beast, and all the while thinking that if he just took one more step, it would all come together. The impatience had crept in, though he hadn't really overdone it on purpose. But when the heart grows restless, even the smallest things can make a difference. How he felt affected what he did, and that, in turn, shaped how he saw the world. Auden's words were good advice. "Is that so?" Encrid replied. "That's what it means," Auden confirmed, smiling. Encrid easily accepted the words and agreed with them, acknowledging their wisdom. His greatest strength was his ability to listen and take things in stride. However, maybe I've lost my conscience, Encrid mused, remembering his own past approach, pushing through isolation to break limits every day. How hypocritical it seemed now that Auden was the one giving the advice. "I'm watching you closely, and what you're doing isn't overdoing it." "It's just right," Auden said, as if reading Encrid's thoughts. "I think I've gotten too good at reading your eyes," Encrid replied with a smirk. "Seems I make it too easy," Auden teased, returning the smile. As they continued their patrol, a few soldiers nodded their greetings. "It's just an unscheduled patrol." "Don't mind it," Encrid waved them off, his tone casual. The city was peaceful tonight, and everything was safe within the walls. "Did they say I should love this city?" Encrid thought as he gazed down from the gallery, overlooking the quiet streets below. The moonlight bathed the city in a gentle glow, and the sounds of summer insects filled the air. "I'm not sure I love it, but—" Encrid mused. He wasn't sure he could say he loved the city, but at the very least he wouldn't let those who depended on him suffer in silence. Not while he was around. Protect the weak. That was the first tenet of the Knight's Code. Some might say it was an excuse to wield power, but Encrid knew better. If you have strength and refuse to use it, you're just a fool, he thought. His dream was not to be a reckless fool. The moonlight seemed to fuel his resolve. He didn't believe he would suddenly become a knight overnight. There was still much to be done. His path was long. He still had things to learn and time to digest what he already had. Even though he had recently taken up swordsmanship again, he couldn't afford to neglect his previous skills. There's still room for improvement, he told himself. Deep in thought, Encrid's ears suddenly perked up. There's something ahead, he murmured, sensing a shift in the air. Odin responded immediately. A sharp, acrid scent wafted through the air as something swiftly climbed up the wall, accompanied by a roar that sent shivers down one's spine. Grrrr! It was the cry of a beast. No, a monster. The sheer force of it rattled the very core of anyone who heard it, shaking their resolve. What is that? A soldier in front of them froze in place, paralyzed by the terrifying sound. Encrid was about to move, but before he could even react, a figure darted across the moonlit sky. It was a bear, swift and nimble despite its size. Odin.de. Grrr! Odin growled, taking on the massive monster head-on. It was a manticore, an advanced beast, a hybrid of a scorpion's tail, a lion's head, and a body that screamed of deadly power. Its mere roar could paralyze its enemies, and the venom in its tail was enough to end lives in an instant. Fighting such a monster was a task that no ordinary soldier would dare face. The manticore wasn't just any beast. It was the stuff of nightmares, a true terror on the battlefield. But Odin, he stood before it, unshaken, as if the creature was no more threatening than a wild cat. Meow, Odin said in a soft, almost teasing tone, as if chiding a kitten. Making such a racket at night will wake the people up. To Encrid's surprise, the manticore responded to Odin's words. It lowered its posture, almost submissively, as if the massive beast had been reduced to a frightened animal. Odin raised his hands, palms open and facing the creature. His posture was calm, deliberate, and confident. His thumbs pointed inward, signaling a subtle but powerful stance of control. Encrid had no time to dwell on the scene for long. A soldier who had frozen in place earlier stood paralyzed, unable to break free from the manticore's oppressive influence. Encrid quickly grabbed the soldier by the nape and pulled him away. Take a deep breath, exhale, and move slowly. Start from your fingertips and work your way up with controlled strength, Encrid instructed in a low voice. Yes, sir. The soldier nodded, and with Encrid's guidance, he began to regain his composure. Meanwhile, Odin continued to face the beast with the same calm demeanor. The manticore, though a terrifying force, seemed to hesitate in its aggression, almost like a creature unsure of how to deal with Odin's strange aura. On the gallery above, another soldier had taken hold of a whistle, ready to sound the alarm. Encrid, however, gave him a sharp warning look, signaling him to wait. Hold on. Encrid's eyes made the message clear. Drawing attention prematurely could turn the manticore's focus onto them. The soldier, rigid with fear, obeyed Encrid's unspoken command and remained still. The manticore made its move. With a sudden lunge, it tore through the air, its claws slashing toward Odin with a terrifying speed that only a top-tier monster could possess. Its movements were like a blur as it landed with such force that the earth trembled beneath it. The creature's afterimage hung in the air for a moment. Odin, with his remarkable agility, evaded the swipe, stepping aside just in time. Then, with a swift movement, he swung his left fist toward the manticore. Ah! Encrid marveled at the perfect evasion followed by a flawless counterattack. It was the same principle Encrid had recently learned in swordsmanship, a fluid transition from defense to offense. Step back and pull the opponent into your range. Twist your body to create space, then strike when the opening appears. It's possible if you've anticipated the attack, he recalled, remembering Luagarne's teachings. The moment Audin's fist connected with the manticore's skull, the sound of impact echoed like a drumbeat. Bang! The creature staggered back, its thick hide taking the brunt of the blow but still forcing it to reel. The manticore let out a pained roar, its fury and frustration clear. "Now behave," Audin said in a calm, almost reproachful tone, as if scolding a misbehaving child. For all its fearsome appearance, the manticore was now a mere subject of Audin's discipline. In that moment, the battle had shifted from a life-or-death struggle to something that almost seemed trivial, like a simple lesson, with Audin teaching the beast its place. The soldiers watched in awe as Audin calmly took charge of the situation. To them, the manticore was a nightmare incarnate, but to Audin, it was just another creature to be gently admonished. In a way, this scene, Audin's control, his understanding of beasts, and the calm with which he handled such danger, was just another day in the life of someone who saw the world through a different lens. Chapter 190. Open it. Ah! The manticores, struck, let out a beastly roar. It had pulled back as if to retreat, but it suddenly charged again, slamming the ground with its heavy body. Whoa! Its claws tore through the air. Audin quickly shifted his position, changing his stance as he swung his hand. With a precise strike, his palm hit the manticore's cheek. The manticore's front claws slashed through empty space, while Audin's palm made contact almost simultaneously. It was a fast exchange of blows. Audin's palm was a weapon in itself, but the manticore's was an advanced monster. It took the blow, its head snapping to the side, but it mustered its strength, and despite the hit, swung its front claws again. Nice! The manticore's enraged roar split the air. Ugh! Ah! The pressure from the high-level monster caused the group of soldiers to groan, overwhelmed by its presence. Then the beast, whose cry had echoed through the surroundings, suddenly, "Satch, where do you think you're going?" Audin slapped the manticores again. This time, the blow was harder than before. Dark blue blood spilled from its mouth, and a drop of blood splattered on the ground. Ugh, that's... Ugh. The soldiers muttered in astonishment. The sight was shocking. For a moment, the paralysis seemed to lift from them. Who would think that someone would slap a monster like that and leave it like this? Had the manticore's pride been wounded? Ignoring the pain on its own face, the manticore's lowered its body and once more charged forward. This time, it was faster than before, and its attack was more complex. As it swung its front claws, its tail lashed out behind it. The tail came down from above, like a lightning bolt. Audin's movements blurred as he became just as fast, leaving an afterimage. Wham! Once again the front claws missed, and the scorpion-like tail stabbed through the air. During that moment, Audin simply and smoothly swung his hand again. Slam! What was that sound? Encrid inwardly clicked his tongue. He had seen every move in the fight. Not a single moment was missed. At first, the combat resembled a form of swordsmanship, but now it had become nothing more than slapping the monster. The manticores had never encountered an opponent who exceeded its own physical capabilities and speed. If I were the manticore, I'd be bewildered too. The beast seemed to falter for a moment, its head shaking from the impact. But then its eyes once again glinted with murderous intent. A monster should act accordingly. The Holy Scriptures say that having a different faith and straying from the right path are two separate things. Audin muttered as he casually flicked his hand. The man, as large as a bear, continued to toy with the manticores. Krrr! The manticores charged again. Zetch! It was slapped once more. If it received a light blow, its head would simply twist to the side. But if the strike was stronger, its body would be knocked away. Thud, thud. Like a failed skipping stone, the manticore rolled across the gallery. And who would call that thing an advanced monster? A creature that fills soldiers with fear? The monster of all monsters. Audin, swinging his hand, was reminded of his old days. Monsters, beasts, cultists. Those were the kinds of things he had dealt with in his past. He had plenty of experience, especially with advanced monsters. The manticore's face began to swell after being slapped repeatedly. A few of its teeth were knocked loose and scattered on the ground. Just when it seemed like he should feel pity for it, Encrid sensed a small disturbance below. He heard a faint groan and saw the shadows shift. It seems we have some guests below as well. I'll go down first, Encrid said. Anshin, Audin, Arhu. Of course, brother. Audin grinned, turning his back on the manticore with a smile. Seeing this as an opening, the manticore charged once more. This time it launched a triple attack. First came the front claws, followed by the tail, and finally, a snake-like tongue shot out. Audin twisted his body to dodge the front claws, flicked his hand to redirect the tail, and ignored the tongue as it wrapped around his neck. The Lord said there are unforgiven sins, Audin murmured, swinging his hand while ignoring the tongue. Close quarters combat always favored monsters or beasts. That was what the soldiers had learned by watching. So, what were they witnessing now? Thwack! The sound of a slap rang louder than ever, and one side of the manticore's face caved in. It was entirely from Audin's palm. The watching soldiers felt an urgent need to relieve themselves. The monster was terrifying. The beast was terrifying. But right now, the scariest thing was that gentle-looking guy, smiling like that. Repent to the Lord, and cleanse yourself of the sins that cling to your body. I will suck and lick the tainted soul clean. Thus, beg for forgiveness, and beg again. His tone was compassionate. His smile was the same. But what about his hand? I think I peed myself. A soldier next to his companion mumbled. Everyone watching had similar thoughts. Just before Encrid descended, he tapped the soldier's shoulder who had witnessed the manticore's face caving in. You smell like piss? Saying this, he descended down the gallery. He picked up speed, kicking the stairs with each step, and saw a soldier loitering by a small side door next to the lower gate. Though he didn't recognize the soldier's face, the uniform clearly marked him as part of the border guard's reserve force. He saw the soldier's hand reach for the latch of the side door. Next to the door, a soldier lay slumped against the wall. A dark red liquid oozed from the half-crushed body. Encrid quickened his pace, approaching the soldier. The one at the latch hesitated and looked back. Encrid ignored the soldier's gaze and inspected the one on the ground. At a glance he could tell the soldier's skill level. And if the one behind decided to sneak an attack, it wouldn't be a problem. This gave him room to be at ease. Upon further inspection of the soldier's wounds, not deep. It wasn't fatal. The soldier might be able to walk, though it seemed unlikely given the extent of the wound. Of course, that was just Encrid's high standard. The soldier felt like he was dying. He had a hole in his stomach, so it would be strange if he didn't feel that way. Should be able to walk now, right? Encrid said, bending down and inspecting the soldier's body. The soldier, who had been holding the latch, hesitated. Should he open the door now? Or maybe just push it open? His indecision was understandable. The soldier knew Encrid was the infamous commander of the demonic company. In the meantime, Encrid helped the soldier up. Oh, it hurts. I got stabbed in the stomach. "It hurts. You should be able to walk." "No, I can't walk. If I die, tell my sister there's a pouch under my bed. You'll not die." Encrid cut him off. The soldier was being overly dramatic. He had tried to die 100 times before. Though the wound wasn't something that could be fixed with a simple bandage, it wasn't severe enough to bring death. Encrid tore part of the soldier's sleeve, roughly binding the wound to stop the bleeding. Ugh! As he pressed on the wound, the soldier's eyes widened in pain, so Encrid pushed him lightly against the wall to support his back. "If you can't walk, you have a whistle, right?" "Yeah, that one. Watch carefully, and if something goes wrong, blow it." Encrid said this and turned his body. The soldier, with one hand on the latch and the other holding a knife, hesitated. He was still unsure. The rumors about the Mad Men Company's commander had stopped his hand. Wasn't he a hero of the battlefield? Though the recent incident in the Knoll colony was unknown to him in detail, the commander's previous reputation made him a dangerous person for sure. Even so, he couldn't handle the 10 Black Blade members waiting outside. It wasn't something one person could face alone. Moreover, those waiting outside were all veterans accustomed to killing. It made sense. Oh, the Black Blade had come at the request of Vansanto, and their mission was clear. In the past, real battles in this land had been fought by small elite forces. The threats and pressures they exerted came from their elite status. The fact that only 10 had been sent made it clear how formidable they were. Of course, the Black Blade's involvement would remain hidden. That was necessary. What if they argued that there were too few defenders after causing a disturbance? And if they added the intelligence that their neighboring threat, Marta, was on the verge of starting a city war? They would have no choice but to turn to the Black Blade for help. The kingdom's central forces would have no reinforcements to spare, and the south would be busy dealing with the monsters there. The Black Blade was a band of thieves, but Marta was no different. They were a city built by Eastern mercenaries. Mercenaries had always been treated poorly, but Eastern mercenaries were especially looked down upon. It was like bringing in a tiger to deal with wolves. But they would be forced into such a situation. The preparations were underway. Vansanto had even secretly turned a few insiders to his side. This was Vansanto's plan. The first step was to let in the men waiting outside, and this was the first move. "What are you doing?" The soldier, sweating coldly from his complex thoughts, or rather, the spy posing as a soldier, flinched at Encrid's question. His mission was to open the door. That would let the Black Blade warriors waiting outside inside. He had just plunged a knife into a soldier's stomach and was about to open the door when Encrid showed up. He wasn't supposed to be assigned to patrol duty, so his sudden appearance was unexpected. The spy had been operating among the border guard for several months. He knew who Encrid was. He swallowed hard and couldn't move. If things went wrong, he would be dead in a second. The spy knew he couldn't face Encrid with his own strength. Opening the door wasn't an act of self-sacrifice. I should have opened it and run earlier. His judgment had been delayed. He had doubted that Encrid might be making him careless and missed his chance. His eyes darted around, searching for an escape. Encrid casually glanced at him and quickly assessed the situation. Most importantly, he felt a presence outside. His keen senses, combined with intuition, told him, "Open the door, let the enemy in." What was the goal? A disturbance? Something else? He wouldn't know until he met them. The soldier who had been stabbed didn't seem to have a fatal wound. Encrid quickly finished his thoughts and spoke. "Open it." The spy visibly panicked. His eyes blinked rapidly, and his hands shook. He was clearly startled. Open it." It was more of an instinctive command, but one based on Encrid's accumulated experience and sharp senses. Those waiting outside would find another way in if he didn't open the door now. Chasing them later would only be more troublesome. The alarm would ring, and if they wanted chaos, they might act that way. For now, things were quiet. It was just a situation that arose during the patrol, and a proper response could handle it. If needed, he could always blow the whistle. This was the border guard, and Encrid had come with Audine. What would happen if the whistle sounded? Would Ram get excited and rush out? He seemed particularly frustrated lately. But more than anything, Encrid felt confident. Whoever or whatever the opponent was, he was quite sure he could endure. Was it just misplaced confidence? No, it was the confidence gained from dodging and dancing with hundreds of gnolls. Eh? The repeated sound of confusion. The spy was thoroughly flustered. Encrid took a bold step forward, moving with such confidence that his opponent couldn't even react. The spy reflexively raised the latch, then shoved the door open, leaping to the opposite side. As he pushed, the small door was forced open, and the spy made a run for it. He tried to turn and escape, but Encrid's hand swiped through the air. It seemed like a meaningless gesture. At least, that's how it appeared to the spy, but a throwing knife shot through the air, embedding itself in the back of his thigh. Ah! A short scream. This level of noise would surely attract the attention of nearby guards. Beyond the slightly ajar door, a pair of eyes waited. The number of enemies wasn't small, but it wasn't an overwhelming army either. Encrid stepped forward, unsheathing his sword and pushing it through the opening. With a quick thrust of his sword, the enemies in front stepped back, and in that brief moment, Encrid slipped through the door. Once outside, Encrid counted the number of enemies with a glance. 10 of them. What a bunch of crazy bastards. One of them, cloaked entirely in black, spoke, his face partially visible in the moonlight. Encrid didn't recognize him. One of the group raised an eyebrow. At the back, there was a woman with hair so white it was almost unnatural. Her ears resembled those of a beast, indicating she was likely a beastkin. So, you came out knowing we were waiting here, huh? Encrid shrugged. It was up to them to figure that out. You're a crazy bastard. The first one to speak. Swish. One of the figures in black drew a short sword and lunged at Encrid. The strike was lightning fast, almost without any warning. The movement and the blade coming toward him were almost simultaneous. It was incredibly quick. The air, previously calm, was now sliced by the sharp blade. It was fast, but filled with killing intent. It was fast, but its trajectory was simple. Encrid raised his sword from below to block the attack. Duddy-dotchoon. With a swift move, he knocked the short sword aside, then brought his sword down diagonally, taking a stance to strike again. The opponent moved his foot back to evade. Instead of striking, Encrid spun his blade nonchalantly, drawing 2 arcs in the air. After adjusting the position of his sword, he quickly transitioned into a downward slash. This was one of the new sword techniques he had learned, a spiraling slash. Hey! The surprised opponent raised his short sword to block, but the difference in weapon weight was undeniable. Clang! Crack! Encrid used his strength to press down on the opponent's blade, delivering a crushing blow. Gurk! The opposite side of the opponent's short sword stabbed into his chest. 1 down. With a simple motion, Encrid reduced their numbers, then positioned his sword towards the hilt, preparing for the next move. Let's do this together. If we go one by one, we'll die in order. The beastkin woman, who appeared to be their leader, spoke. Her tone was filled with evident tension. She clearly seemed to be a skilled fighter. Encrid sized up his opponents. Then it occurred to him. I don't have to hold back. In the past, he wouldn't have acted so recklessly. He would have been calculating, searching for a way to survive first. But now, the presence of these opponents wasn't something to take lightly. Did that mean he couldn't win? He didn't even consider that possibility, so Encrid didn't hesitate to take the next step. Chapter 191. White Lion Audin literally toyed with the manticore. It seemed as though he was simply slapping it. The manticore, battered by the strikes, curled its tail and slowly retreated. Grrr! On the ground the beast's sharp teeth, fur, and dark blue blood were scattered. As the manticore curled its tail, Odin still smiled benevolently and gave a subtle gesture with his hand. "It's time to go, brother monster." His tone remained the same, but the meaning was different. It was a death sentence. The manticore pulled one of its legs back, clearly frightened. It seemed like it was about to flee. Most of the watching soldiers thought so, but Odin didn't. The manticore was an upper-level monster, a very cunning one. After pulling back, it suddenly lunged forward with no warning, its strike silent and quick. Its claws shot out, and its tail crashed down from above. Odin had anticipated it. He knocked away the front paw and grabbed the tail, using the manticore's momentum to slam it into the ground. Boom! With a loud crash, the manticore groaned in pain. It was an upper-level monster, capable of taking on a whole platoon of soldiers, but it was no match for Odin. As it was slammed into the ground, rocks flew in all directions. The startled soldiers had now turned into cheerleaders. "Well done! Woo, madman!" Among them, the term madman seemed fitting. Odin approached the manticore and slapped its face a few more times. After tossing the beast around several times, he finally climbed onto its back, grabbed its neck, and with a swift motion, twisted it. Manticore, resembling a snake with its long tongue, stuck it out. With its eyes rolling back, it exhaled a faint breath before collapsing. Its forehead hit the ground with a thud. The upper-level monster, who had been slapped mercilessly, was now nothing more than a high-priced corpse. From its teeth to its leather and innards, everything about it was valuable. "What the hell are you?" A voice filled with disbelief came from the opposite side where the soldiers were gathered. To Odin's right, there was a group of soldiers, and the voice came from the left. "I didn't think a monster would come alone. Where are you from, brother?" Odin, backlit by the moon, stood up from the manticore's back. Following the direction of the voice, a heretic had appeared atop the gallery at the end of the castle wall. Odin had expected this. It was inevitable. Upper-level monsters were intelligent and cunning. A manticore would never be foolish enough to attack a human-made castle, especially after taking such a beating and still fighting. That didn't make sense. If it was starving, it might charge, but even then, it had been given an opportunity to escape. Yet, it kept attacking. That meant someone was controlling it. Odin waited for that person to reveal themselves. That was why the fight had dragged on. As soon as he sensed the presence of the real enemy, he killed the manticore. Now it was no longer needed. "Bold!" the person shouting that had blue light flickering in his eyes. Odin recognized it. The mark of a heretic. He was a follower of the evil gods. "You are a brother who serves the heresy," Odin muttered quietly. During his days as an inquisitor, he had hunted down heretics like this. The heretic, whose eyes shone a bright blue, raised his hand. As he did, the soldiers were too shocked to say anything. It was the perfect moment. Bang! Odin disappeared. Or at least, that's what it looked like. His body was faster than the manticore, closing the distance with incredible speed. Boom! With the sound of the ground shaking, a deafening noise rang out. To the soldiers' eyes, they saw only a figure flying to the side, crashing into the wall. Suspended in the air, twitching, was now a lifeless body. "May the gods watch over you." Odin's voice rang softly as he recited a prayer. The soldiers' gazes turned toward the massive creature that had now come to a halt, its right fist extended in the air. The Mad Squad's Odin, now rumored to be part of an independent unit. Odin's strike had been too fast for the soldiers to properly see. All that was left were the results. Odin lowered his hand, returning to his usual demeanor. The soldiers looked at the broken body that had been slammed into the gallery wall. The body was half crushed, and what should have been there was now missing. The head was gone. Where's the head? They didn't know. All they knew was that the insane religious fanatic had erased someone from this earth with a single punch. The evidence was the blood splattered in a radioed pattern across the gallery wall. I really shit myself. One soldier felt the terror rising within him, realizing he hadn't truly seen what happened. How could someone like that exist? The manticore and the heretic were dead. Most of the soldiers hadn't properly grasped the situation. Fortunately, one squad leader who had arrived late on the gallery began to take control of the situation. The ambush. It's dealt with. Seeing the commotion outside, I think more are coming. So everyone head downstairs for support. There's no need for that, brother. Auden, after his prayer, stared blankly at the wall beneath the castle. It's almost over. Auden saw his platoon leader, the one he had been training with. Though he had known him from their sparring sessions, seeing him in real combat was different. You've gotten stronger, brother. The way he moved his body and wielded his sword now revealed something Auden hadn't seen before. Confidence and faith, things that had grown over time. If Auden had known him from the start, this would be a remarkable advancement. And that made Auden happy. What could he do? He had come to genuinely hope for his success. Is this your will, my lord? Did you guide him? Though his lord still gave no answer, Auden no longer needed one. He had come to a small realization here. It all started through Encrid. Needing an answer might be a sign of my weakness. I will move forward without doubting or needing proof. There was a person who lived like that, following the words of the Holy Scriptures, never yielding to anything and overcoming any hardship. How could one not be pleased by watching such a person? Auden wished blessings upon Encrid, who burned away his own life. But Encrid didn't wait for blessings. He earned them himself. And so now Auden would pray for him, but he didn't need to beg the gods. Good. The squad leader blinked, clearly confused, looking at the bear-like figure. But was it really okay to not go down? Distracted by the noise outside, he still moved his feet. When he went downstairs, he found soldiers with holes in their bellies, and others bleeding heavily from their thighs. That guy's a spy. The soldier clutching his stomach spoke. He was pressing down on his wound with his own shirt to staunch the bleeding. The squad leader ordered the soldier who had followed him. Keep him captured. The squad leader looked at the spy abandoned by Encrid, and then examined the open gate. From the castle walls, the fight had been hard to see. There, a lone figure in black was cutting through and stabbing enemies to death. It was a familiar face, none other than the infamous Mad Squad leader. The Black Blade bandits were in disarray. Dunbakel, in particular, had never experienced anything like this. A knight? No, a Knight's Order member. Dunbakel spoke, her hand on her scimitar. Was this opponent too much for them? Or had they just come unprepared? 5 of the men who came with her were already dead. 2 others had lost a leg. Even if a high-ranking priest came and poured divine power on them, they would still be crippled, limping for the rest of their lives. And of course that priest was not coming. And even if they did, no divine healing would be given. They were done for. At this point, it seemed like Dunbakel was about to die from blood loss. The opponent, still holding his sword, flipped it in his hands and gave a small nod. It was clear that this person wasn't even acknowledging Dunbakel's words. The calmness and leisure were evident. "What the hell are you?" Dunbakel asked in disbelief, but Encrid just shrugged. He didn't feel the need to explain his dream of becoming a knight, or how he wasn't one yet to someone who bore malice. Instead, Encrid examined his sword. It cuts like a dream. He had aimed to slash at the thigh, but the thick leather pants were cleanly sliced open. The cutting ability was extraordinary. Was it because the blacksmith had sharpened it well? Or was the sword itself just that great? Encrid decided it was both. The balance with the pommel in hand and the leather wrap around the hilt felt perfect. Along with the sharpness, the strength of the blade impressed him greatly. Though it didn't appear to be Valerizan steel, it was a high-quality weapon. This was the first time Encrid had held such a fine sword. "Aren't you coming?" Encrid spoke lightly, almost to the wind. He wanted to use the sword more. Of course, he was also eager to try out the techniques he had honed. He had once dismissed Rem as overly frustrated, but now he realized, am I the same? Somehow, he found himself eager for more combat. Dunbakel frowned at his opponent's words. Where did this guy come from? The scent was different from the start. The keen nose of a beastman could sense the level of an opponent even before engaging in battle. To be precise, it was the realm of instinct that protected one's life. Dunbakel had started to get a sense of the situation. This seems like my grave. So, should she run? She didn't want to. Well, hadn't she been living a life half-heartedly ready to die? In that case, closing the book of life at this point wouldn't be so bad. He had come here to die in battle, so she had made his peace with it. Most importantly, the opponent who had stepped up to face her wasn't bad at all. Both his appearance and skills were the kind of opponent Dunbakel liked. He's overwhelming. Thinking this, Dunbakel couldn't help but let out a small laugh, one that didn't quite fit the current situation. At the sound, the last remaining member of the Black Blade Bandits shot a glare at him. From him came the unmistakable smell of fear, like the stench of urine. "Do you want to live?" Dunbakel asked the bandit he didn't even know the name of. What? Was this crazy woman asking if he wanted to live? Seems not. Before the bandit could respond, Dunbakel's muscular fist slammed into his face. Thud! The heavy noise echoed. The bandit's legs flew up as he let out a strange, short, final cry. With a single punch, Dunbakel's fist had driven deep into the bandit's right eye, causing it to pop out, spraying blood and shattered facial bones in every direction. The bandit, who had been keeping his eyes fixed on Encrid in nervous tension, now had one side of his face caved in, and of course he was dead. "Good resting place," Dunbakel muttered, still holding out his fist. She didn't explain her actions. Instead, she revealed her true nature. "Hey, let's fight properly." The moment Dunbakel spoke, her eyes changed. Her pupils elongated and split vertically, transforming into something more beastly. Growl. What was the difference between a werewolf and a beastman? It was in their appearance. Beastmen were originally humans with animal traits added. Because of that, they didn't undergo transformations like this. Though sometimes they might experience a slight physical change, like longer teeth or sharper eyes, their human form never altered drastically. That was the norm for beastmen. But Dunbakel was different. With the beast's blood surging through her body, something animalistic took over, and Dunbakel began to transform. Crack. Dot. Long white fur sprouted all over her body. Her facial bones cracked and shifted, becoming like those of a lion's. Encrid had seen beastmen in his life, but this was different. Why was she transforming? Though it was a long explanation, she had changed almost instantly. "Monster?" Encrid asked. Could this one speak? Her new form resembled something like a lycanthrope, but with a lion's appearance, especially one with white fur and a very different aura from a werewolf. Honestly, Encrid thought she resembled a mythical guardian of some celestial temple, rather than a mere monster. At least, that's how it felt to him. But the first word that came to his mind was still monster. "Grar, I've been called that a lot." Dunbakel responded with a growl, as was often the case when she transformed. Encrid felt a strange sensation in her aura, her attitude, and even her tone. It wasn't that she was referring to a resting place for herself. It almost seemed as if she was wishing for death. But that wasn't the important thing. "Are you coming?" "Of course. Grara." Without waiting for an answer, a massive white lion lunged toward him. Her left hand extended claws as she slashed with them, and with her other hand, she swung a scimitar that had appeared out of nowhere. Claws and blade intersected, targeting Encrid's chest and waist. Without missing a beat, Encrid raised his sword, striking twice in quick succession. Both were slicing blows, each packed with powerful impact. In that moment, he activated his Heart of the Beast, using a technique that wouldn't allow the enemy to bind him. It was a technique focused on overwhelming force. Clang! Thud! He deflected the claws and the scimitar with one powerful strike. However, the beastman didn't retreat. She charged in, a relentless assault, as if she had already accepted her death. Encrid was momentarily stunned by the ferocity of the charge. They were now so close that the beastman, expecting her attack to be blocked, tilted her head back and prepared to slam her forehead into him. Valen-style mercenary sword? After the charge, a headbutt. This was a familiar move. Chapter 192. Are you crying? Valen-style mercenary swordplay. Close combat technique. Dotto. Headbutt. Encrid was startled. No, surprised, but not enough to fall for such a blow. His path thus far had been far too arduous for that. As his sense of evasion kicked in, his body moved on its own. He tilted his head aside to avoid the attack and immediately swept his leg out. With a sharp thud, his foot struck the white lion's ankle, sending him tumbling forward. Right where he fell, Encrid's blade whistled past. Had the lion stayed in place, the sword would have surely left a mark somewhere on his body. Instead, his forward roll spared him. The beastkin's reaction, speed, and judgment were remarkable. Encrid, in turn, naturally increased his own pace. Step after step, he closed the distance, his blade swinging faster, and his reactions sharpening. The rhythm shifted entirely. This was Encrid's most notable recent development, his ability to elevate his tempo mid-fight. A diagonal slash, twice as swift as any he had delivered before, surged forth even from his twisted posture. Dunbakel clenched his teeth tightly. It was an angle from which escape seemed impossible. The beastkin raised her elbow. Crack! Thwack! Slash! She aimed to parry the blade's edge with the bone of her elbow, but her opponent, keenly aware, adjusted the sword's angle. What had been a downward blade quickly pivoted to a horizontal slash. As a result, Dunbakel's elbow made contact not with the flat but the sharp edge. Even so, the beastkin's reflexes, unique to her kind, remained intact. Despite a portion of her elbow being cut, she managed to deflect the strike. "You can do that?" The voice was low, sharp, and precise. Above all, it was close. Dunbakel had assumed that transforming into her beast form would grant her the endurance to hold out longer. How naive. The sword was already descending toward her head. To be honest, she couldn't even comprehend how her opponent had closed the distance and swung so quickly. She barely managed to block, barely managed to evade. Pain surged through her as her arm muscles tore while she raised her scimitar to intercept. Though she had resigned herself to death, she refused to perish as anything less than a warrior. She wanted to meet her god, the god who dwelled in the sacred halls after death. Kriemhalt. Dunbakel murmured her god's name, the name of the deity all beastkin worshipped, the god of war and fertility, the sole divine figure in their belief. To embrace Kriemhalt's glory meant to die a warrior's death. If she perished as a warrior, she would become an eternal, indomitable force, Kriemhalt's blade in the swirling chaos of eternity. Clang! Crackle! Sparkle! The scimitar clashed against the incoming blade, and sparks scattered as the weapons slid against one another. For an instant, The red sparks seemed to illuminate the night like embers against the pale moonlight. In that fleeting moment, Dunbuckle made her move. She aimed for her opponent's likely position using a Valen-style mercenary swordplay technique, a deceptive kick to the ankle. The trick was in the diversion. While her gaze and weapon feigned an attack on her opponent, her real target was their balance. It was a calculated move, but her opponent thwarted it with ease. A simple shift of the foot. The blade pivoted downward, meeting the kick with the sole of their boot. And then the sword descended, this time aimed squarely at the nape of her neck. The cold touch against her skin made Dunbuckle think of the end. Will I be able to reach Creamhalt's side? As death loomed, stray thoughts intruded. Why wouldn't they? For someone who had lived trembling with resentment, regrets were bound to be abundant. Abandoned by her village, discarded by the city, and shunned by her own kind, none had easily accepted her. She had survived as an outcast, rejected by all. Becoming a mercenary, proving herself through the blade, had seemed like the only path. But even that wasn't simple. The road she believed to be her salvation had been blocked. Her inability to bear children had felt unfair. Her very existence felt unfair. Why me? Why did only she have to endure such a life? Her bitterness transformed into a desperate will to live. Regrets clawed at her heels, while rage pounded in her chest. Encrid, with his blade pressed against her nape, hesitated. It wasn't compassion. It was something intuitive, primal. A gut feeling told him that letting her live might be better than ending her. To justify his instinct, he added a practical reason. We'll need a mouthpiece to answer questions. Who sent her? What group she's with? Initially, she had lunged as if begging to die. But now, with a sword at her neck, her body trembled. Encrid could see the white lion's fur quivering. Fear and frustration danced in her movements. The beastkin pressed her palm against the ground, pulling her hind legs inward to crouch. That looks just like Esther when she's exhausted. The thought struck him unexpectedly. Do you want to live? The sudden question made Dunbuckle lift her head despite the blade still resting on her neck. Had her eyes always been this blue? Tears streamed down her faintly golden eyes. Crying. Here? It was, naturally, the last thing he'd expected. Grrr, grrr. The beastkin sobbed. Whatever storm raged within her was hard to discern, but one thing seemed clear. She's asking to be spared. He withdrew the sword. Almost immediately, a familiar voice pierced his ears. What? Not killing her? Yawn? It was Rem, speaking while opening her mouth so wide it looked like her jaw might split. Her yawn was almost theatrical. When did you get here? Are you crying? The question from Rem hung in the air, sharp yet laden with that casual sarcasm only he could deliver. His tone was light, almost playful, but it cut through the tension like a blade. Encrid glanced at him, his usual stoic demeanor unshaken, though the subtle rise of his brow hinted at mild exasperation. Dunbuckle, this proud, feral creature, didn't respond immediately. Her trembling frame seemed at odds with the overwhelming presence she exuded moments ago. The gleam of her golden-tinged blue eyes, now glistening with tears, held none of the fury that had propelled her relentless attacks. Instead, they spoke of exhaustion, regret, and something far deeper, the fragility beneath the beast. Encrid's grip on his sword eased, the blade no longer an immediate threat. He hadn't expected this, not from someone who charged so recklessly into battle. Yet, here she was, defeated, crouched, and vulnerable, weeping in silence. Answer him, Encrid said flatly, though not unkindly. His voice carried an undertone of curiosity. He wanted to understand. Dunbuckle's lips parted, but no sound emerged at first. Her shoulders rose and fell with a rhythm of ragged breaths as she wrestled with the humiliation of her position. Finally, her voice, hoarse and trembling, broke through. Do I look like I want to cry? She growled, her pride flaring for a brief moment. But it was a weak defense, quickly betrayed by another tear streaking down her furred cheek. "Yeah," Rem interjected deadpan. "You look exactly like that." Encrid sighed, shaking his head. He wasn't here to mock or taunt. The fight was over, and whatever had brought her to this point, her desperation, her fury, or her pain, it had run its course. He stepped back, lowering his sword completely, signaling that he had no intention of striking her down. "You want to live, don't you?" Encrid asked again, his gaze steady. Dunbakel's ears twitched at the question. Her claws dug slightly into the ground as if bracing herself. Then, reluctantly, she nodded. It was a small, almost imperceptible motion, but it carried the weight of her surrender. "Well, there's your answer," Rem said, yawning again. "She's not just a crybaby. She's a crybaby who doesn't want to die." His grin was infuriatingly smug. Encrid ignored him, keeping his focus on Dunbakel. He wasn't certain yet if sparing her was the right choice, but something about her fight, her tears, and even her silence, told him she might be more valuable alive than dead. "Stand up," he said firmly. "You're not going to die here." For a moment, it seemed she might not obey. Her pride was visibly at war with her survival instincts. But then, with a pained groan and trembling limbs, she rose, the aura of the fierce white lion still flickering faintly around her. "Good," Encrid muttered. "Now we talk." The sharp sound echoed through the night as Rem's palm landed squarely on the back of the white lion's head, cutting off her angry retort mid-sentence. "Language," Rem scolded, his voice a mix of mock authority and pure mischief. He wasn't done tormenting her yet. He crouched beside her, poking at her head with a finger before delivering another light slap to her already battered pride. "Stop crying, will you?" He said he's not going to kill you. It was as if he had no off-switch for his antics. The others had gathered now, descending into the clearing as quietly as shadows. Odin, Jackson, Ragnar, and Cray stood at varying distances, each observing the strange spectacle. "What's all this racket about at this hour?" Kreese asked, his tone carrying more curiosity than irritation. "Was it noisy?" Encrid replied with a mild frown. Jackson gestured vaguely toward the camp. "Esther called us over." His tone was the usual monotone, but Encrid sensed something different. A faint hint of admiration, perhaps. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Jackson asked. "Did you see the fight?" Jackson nodded once, then fell silent. He had in fact seen it all, having arrived before even Rayem. His sharp gaze had dissected every move, analyzing with the precision of a blade. Elite recognizes elite. Jackson, usually reserved, couldn't help but be impressed. Watching Encrid fight was like witnessing a spell. An intricate dance of precision, instinct, and unrelenting force. The others felt the same. "What was that last move?" Ragnar asked, her curiosity breaking through her usual calm. "Mixed a little Valen mercenary swordplay with something new I picked up," Encrid replied. Ragnar's expression turned thoughtful. "Did Frog teach you that?" "Huh?" Encrid blinked, caught off guard. Luagarne had urged him to learn a variety of techniques, but what he'd done earlier wasn't something he'd been taught. It had simply happened, a natural, instinctive response to the moment. As he replayed the sequence in his mind, Encrid himself couldn't fully explain why he had acted as he did. It had felt right, a necessary motion dictated by the flow of battle. The realization struck him. He had reached a level where his body and mind moved in perfect synchrony, even against a foe of considerable skill. "And yet, not enough," he muttered under his breath. The thirst for improvement gnawed at him. Kreese interrupted his thoughts. "So where is she from?" he asked, nodding toward the defeated lioness. While Encrid deliberated, Rem was busy doing what Rem did best, being an insufferable pest. He leaned closer to the white lion, tapping her on the shoulder wound with infuriating precision. "Does it hurt? No? Must be fine then," he teased. "What's the deal with your face, though? Did you eat curses instead of meat as a cub?" The white lion growled low in her throat, a dangerous sound muffled by the residual tremor of earlier tears. "First time seeing a lion cry," Rem continued, grinning. "Want me to dig into that wound to help the tears flow better?" He didn't stop there, laughing as he added, "Come on, Krabbe, show us more. Let it all out." Encrid sighed, coming to a familiar realization. Rem really is the most obnoxious bastard alive. If ever a battle needed a provocateur, Rem would be his first choice. But here, there was no strategy, no purpose, just his unrelenting knack for getting under someone's skin. The lioness finally snapped. Raising her tear-streaked face, fury burning in her watery blue eyes, she bared her teeth and growled, "You miserable little—" Her curse was cut short once again by the sharp crack of another slap to her head. "Watch your tone," Rem chided with a smirk, entirely unbothered by her rage. The others exchanged glances, half amused, half exasperated. It was just another day for Rem. Rem showed no mercy. Remaining seated, he shifted his left leg outward and swung his right elbow horizontally with practiced precision. The rotation of his waist lent power to the strike, turning it into a textbook perfect blow, the kind that would have earned admiration had the circumstances been less absurd. "Impressive," Auden muttered, unable to hide his appreciation. The white lion, however, had no chance to admire the technique. The elbow slammed into the back of her head, sending her sprawling forward in a graceless roll. "Ugh," she groaned, the sound somewhere between a gasp and a whimper. "Hey, can we talk this out?" Rice interjected, attempting to de-escalate the situation. Encrid nodded in agreement. If they didn't step in, Rem might very well beat the poor mercenary to death. "This cat, growling at me like that," Rem grumbled, clearly still irked, but he raised his hands in mock surrender. All right. I was just saying hi, you know. A friendly tap, that's all, like waving, with my elbow. If that's his idea of a greeting, 2 greetings would probably wipe out an entire squad." So Crace prompted, turning to the dazed lioness. "What's your affiliation?" Her will broken, pride shattered, and with no loyalty left to cling to, the lioness finally gave in. Survival was her only goal now. "Black Blade," she muttered. "The mercenary band?" Craze asked, his expression darkening. She nodded. "Well, this is trouble," Craze muttered, his usual composure wavering. Encrid remained silent, processing the information. It was sheer coincidence they'd intercepted this raid, but the implications were troubling. Marcus, the battalion commander, had once asked him if he loved the city. Now, standing here, having just protected it against a dangerous foe, Encrid felt a strange satisfaction. Yet, concern lingered in the back of his mind. Too weak, he thought. The city's perimeter defenses were woefully inadequate. It wasn't just that Encrid's standards had risen. The reality was that the guards couldn't handle another assault of this caliber. Patrol units would be slaughtered before they could even mount a defense. Worse, there had been infiltrators in soldiers' uniforms trying to open the gates. Spies in the city were nothing new, but this brazen act was a glaring issue. As much as Encrid wanted to act, there wasn't much he could do immediately. "Captain, we should file a report," Cray said, breaking Encrid's thoughts. "Nearby," Rem interjected. "We're really letting her live." "She stays alive," Cray said hurriedly, clearly worried that Rhea might take matters into his own hands. Encrid nodded. His gesture added weight to Cray's words, and he gave a single, decisive order. "Take her into custody." The lioness slumped in defeat. Her fate was no longer in her hands. As the soldiers moved to restrain her, Encrid noticed the gathered troops nearby. Among them, one figure stood out, a lieutenant with insignia on his shoulder. The officer met Encrid's gaze, saluted crisply, and Encrid responded by tapping the pommel of his sword against his palm, a simple gesture of acknowledgement. "Thank you," the lieutenant said earnestly. "It's fine," Encrid replied, turning away. The lieutenant was visibly shaken, but gratitude glowed in his expression. He understood what had just transpired. Without Encrid and his unorthodox unit, he and his men would likely have been slaughtered, leaving their families behind to mourn. As Encrid walked away, Cray sidled up to him. "The Black Blade business stays quiet," Cray whispered. "Understood," Encrid replied, willing to accommodate for now. "We'll handle the report ourselves," Cray continued, his voice steady but firm. While the others began cleaning up the scene, Cray hovered near the corpses. Encrid glanced back, curious. "Something wrong?" Cray straightened, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Looting rights belong to our unit, don't you think?" It was hard to argue with his logic. The spoils of battle rightfully belonged to those who fought. The soldiers began recovering the equipment of the fallen raiders. Among their finds was a collection of high-quality weapons, though there was no trace of the infamous krona pouches often carried by mercenaries. Still, the weapons alone were a worthwhile haul, and Cray's, true to form, wasn't about to let such an opportunity slip through his fingers. Chapter 193. Moving as one. Marcus received the late-night report with a familiar blend of surprise and gratitude. "Every time, you manage to impress me," he began with genuine admiration, followed by an almost excessive show of thanks. "I owe you for this." Though officially a company commander now, Encrid still found it odd that a battalion commander like Marcus would lower his head so willingly. "It was mere chance," Encrid replied plainly, delivering his account of the events with an unembellished tone. "That was it." "Understood," Marcus said, concluding the exchange. With the report done, Encrid left Marcus's office, leaving the rest of the cleanup and follow-up to the border guard's leadership. Marcus, as the person in charge, would handle the aftermath. Outside, the ferry company commander was waiting for him, falling into step alongside him with her usual detached demeanor. She stared ahead, her words as casual as her gaze. "Tonight, together? Just holding hands, though, since purity must be preserved before the sacred union. I'll sleep alone. In my barracks. Hands free." "Understood. Is that really supposed to be a joke?" After parting ways with the ferry commander, Encrid returned to his quarters. He rinsed off the sweat from the night's battles and settled onto his bed, water dripping from his hair. Running his fingers through it, he realized his hair had grown quite long again. Restless night. If they were going to attack, they should have gone all out. The barracks gradually quieted as his comrades drifted to sleep, adding their own remarks here and there. Everything unfolds as the divine wills. Pray, brothers and sisters. Something went down, didn't it? Kjarn. Ah, if the Black Blade's here, things must have turned nasty. Despite the banter, Encrid didn't simply sleep. Instead, he replayed the fight in his mind. Victory or defeat, domination or struggle, every battle offered lessons. That was what he'd learned, and how he'd lived. Tonight was no exception. Even though he'd cut through the enemy with ease, there was still much to learn. As his thoughts blended with sleep, his dreams took shape, a pack of 10 white lions charging at him. Even in his dreams, he felt no panic. They were manageable, fightable. For the first time in a while, Encrid could tangibly sense his own growth. Amusing, isn't it? His battles used to be desperate struggles for survival, a fight to stay hidden and unnoticed. But now, even in a dream, his heart surged with adrenaline and confidence, a testament to the countless hours of training and practice. Oddly, Esther appeared beside him in the dream, not as a leopard but in an entirely different form. Her skin was pale and smooth, her figure draped in a flowing black robe that shimmered like an expensive fabric despite its dark color. "Is that the real you?" Encrid asked. "Don't acknowledge me in this realm," she replied curtly. What an odd thing to say. Even so, Encrid recognized her unmistakably. Her jet-black hair and piercing blue eyes made her identity plain. Though perplexed, he decided to humor her request. It was a dream, after all. Wait, isn't this my dream? His musings were interrupted as the pack of white lions lunged forward, their claws and scimitars flashing. What began as a bloody skirmish turned into something almost dance-like, fluid and controlled. I never did ask how they learned the Valen mercenary sword style. That thought was quickly replaced by others. They were so intent on dying, yet seemed to cling desperately to life in the end. Strange. The peculiar nature of the white-furred beastfolk lingered in his mind as the dream faded, giving way to the morning light. Encrid opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling of his barracks. Summer mornings brought early sunlight, even at dawn. What's on today's agenda? He already knew. Start with the isolation technique, followed by sword drills, interspersed with focus training sessions. Encrid's daily regimen remained unshaken. Practice with tangent blade form, training his 5 senses, and rigorously adhering to the isolation technique. Jackson had once said training is a daily commitment. Especially with sensory exercises, these build incrementally day by day. Skip them, and you're wasting progress. This philosophy echoed Audin's teachings and aligned perfectly with the principles of the isolation technique. Brother, missing a day and doubling it tomorrow won't work. It only harms your body. Do it every day. Every single day. Brother, are you listening? The repeated emphasis had been so relentless that it was ingrained in Encrid's mind. But daily training wasn't a burden. To Encrid, it was as natural as breathing, a non-negotiable foundation of his life. Thus began his day with a review of his tools, a reflection on past encounters, and disciplined training. Meanwhile, Marcus, the city's leader who had marveled at Encrid's actions the previous night, was dealing with a more infuriating matter. The shameless audacity of a noble who had taken bribes from the Black Blade mercenaries. Dunbakel, now imprisoned, had confessed everything he knew. I was ordered to stir up trouble at the border guard. That's all I know. I'm half a mercenary myself. I wasn't told the origins of this mess. But it's clear someone inside the city is involved. Marcus didn't bother pressing her further. Instead, he summoned the bribed noble, who descended to the prison with an entourage of guards. When Marcus asked if he had any knowledge of the situation, the noble sneered. I have no idea what you're talking. He frowned briefly before turning his attention to the captive beast folk. Filthy animals, speak clearly. Are you seriously claiming to be part of the Black Blade? And you, Marcus, you believe the lies of a mercenary bought with mere coins. The noble's outburst was laced with indignation. His brazen hypocrisy left Marcus flabbergasted. I swear, if I could cut this fool down here and now. Turning his gaze away from the noble, Marcus restrained his rising frustration. Still, leaving this man unchecked wasn't an option. A parasite causing such chaos couldn't simply be ignored. Killing him outright isn't an option. Not in the city. As loathsome as he was, the noble remained one. Killing him would invite complications, particularly for the border guards standing. The central authority could easily use such an incident against them, no matter how justifiable the act. Marcus weighed his options. His reputation as a war fanatic often painted him as someone disinterested in political maneuvering, but that assumption was far from accurate. To survive and thrive as a central noble, one needed to master the art of manipulation and subterfuge, skills Marcus possessed in abundance. After careful thought, he decided on a plan. The noble couldn't be dealt with directly, but perhaps he could be paired with someone who had a knack for resolving matters with excessive efficacy. Encrid. The man didn't even need specific orders. Stationed in the barracks, he'd already eliminated a Black Blade elite, reduced a manticore to a bloody pulp, and decapitated a cultist leader, all in a single night. Perhaps just assigning him to accompany this noble will suffice. If nothing happened, so be it. But if trouble arose, Encrid would undoubtedly handle it in his usual fashion. Publicly, I'll frame it as a simple assignment. Marcus harbored more insidious thoughts beneath his polished facade. There was still the matter of the Black Blade mercenaries and their schemes. They couldn't be left unchecked. He let a faint smirk slip as he announced, "Marteg has begun assembling an army." It wasn't a lie. In the mercenary city, a self-proclaimed general was indeed mobilizing forces, preparing for conflict with the border guard. While this information was still limited to those with sharp ears, the whispers of an impending city-wide war were already starting to spread. "And we don't have reinforcements to count on," Marcus remarked as he took a step sideways. The torchlight mounted on the underground wall flared briefly, illuminating half of Marcus's face while leaving the other half in shadow. He looked like a man weighed down by the burden of protecting the city. Marteg held a clear military advantage. Marcus knew it. The noble knew it. It was precisely because of this that the suggestion to bring the Black Blade mercenaries into the fold had been made, a preposterous idea born of desperation. Marcus, standing as both the city's commander and its figurehead, gave the appearance of deep contemplation. What if we hired them as mercenaries? He mused aloud. Though he hadn't specified whom he meant, the noble's ears perked up. They couldn't openly declare the Black Blade as allies, but hadn't that group occasionally taken mercenary work? The suggestion was to discreetly employ them for this situation. The noble Vincento, who had taken bribes from the Black Blade, caught the implied offer, though he worked hard to conceal his eagerness. His face remained carefully neutral. The long-awaited opportunity was finally here, but Vincento swallowed his initial response. To show too much enthusiasm might arouse suspicion. The attack may have failed, but this could turn out better than expected. Perhaps Marcus's desperation worked in my favor. Vincento's instincts, honed for survival since his youth, had secured his rise to power. But his addiction to that power dulled his judgment. He underestimated the complexity of the situation, emboldened by the presence of the Black Blade's guards at his side. "One of the captives is Dunbakel, a beastfolk woman," said the guard. "Dealing with Encrid shouldn't be hard. As for the claim that he fought off 10 attackers alone, that's clearly a lie. Even I would struggle with 10 of them. The story about him repelling a night raid unaided. Nonsense. His squad must have intervened. The Manticore? Who knows? Likely just a baseless rumor." The Manticore carcass had been quickly hidden by the Gilpin Guild, who intended to profit from dismantling and selling it. This move left only whispers of its existence behind. What Manticore? Another one of Marcus's tricks, Vincento thought, dismissing it as typical pre-war posturing. He didn't even try to investigate further, nor did the Black Blade guard beside him. Both knew that Encrid had become a formidable presence, and his subordinates had gained a reputation for their prowess. But if they're matched against the right opponent, the guard was confident, not in his ability to win, but in his ability to kill. He was overconfident, even arrogant. Meanwhile, Vincento, envisioning a rosy future for himself, let his imagination narrow his focus. Feigning disinterest, he glanced at Dunbakel before commenting, "Doesn't seem like she's a particularly renowned mercenary." For mercenaries, a lack of a famous moniker often meant being regarded as second-rate. "She should be executed. When do you plan to start the operation?" Marcus, looking at Vincento, wondered how such a man had risen to this position. The downside of the frontier. Talent is a rare commodity, he thought, reflecting bitterly. Yet the barracks seemed to overflow with capable individuals these days. "Tomorrow would be best, before Marteg's forces make their move," Marcus replied, concealing his satisfaction beneath a grim expression. Vincento's face lit up with contentment, unaware that Marcus had far more planned than he let on. As for Dunbakel, she remained silent in the darkness, her fate momentarily delayed. The trouble started with a rumor. "Martaig's demands are outrageous," said Vengeance, who had shown up despite being off duty. He sought out Encrid, starting a conversation with no clear purpose. Craze, overhearing the exchange, couldn't hold back. "Reinforcements? Forget it. They won't come. Or rather, they can't. Let me explain since you seem clueless. Here's the situation. In the south, there's a full-scale war against monsters. It's bad enough dealing with hordes of beasts, but now the southern powerhouse Rehinstetten has stepped in. The kingdom's fate hangs by a thread. Meanwhile, the border guard proved its mettle holding off the Aspen threat and buying time. But since this is an internal conflict, the central authority won't intervene. Even if other factions try to get involved, the western nobles, Baron Ventra and Count Molson, are already in place. Normally the best option would be to request reinforcements from these noble armies. But don't hold your breath. Ventra is practically Molson's lapdog, and Molson, he's infamous for never lifting a finger unless there's profit involved. Encrid marveled, not for the first time, at Crace's ability to gather such information while remaining seated. More than anything, though, it was his endless chatter that amazed him. "Doesn't your throat hurt?" Encrid asked. "Hurt? Not at all. Back in the day, I even performed puppet shows where I handled 5 roles all by myself," Cray replied cheerfully. "A remarkable talent indeed. Managing 5 roles in a solo performance couldn't have been easy. Given what Encrid knew of Craze, he wouldn't have half-assed it either. This was the type of man who'd pledge even his soul if it meant furthering his goals. And how many traders pass through this city? Borderguard may be a fortress city, but it's also the top trading hub in northern Norillia. All you have to do is listen, and you'll hear plenty. That's both the problem and the key to this current mess," Cray said, cupping a hand behind his ear for emphasis. His tone made it sound like the most natural thing in the world, but such intuition wasn't commonplace. People with this kind of foresight usually fell into 2 categories, fortune-tellers or con artists. Christ was neither. He was simply someone gifted with an uncanny ability to read the flow of events. And now the Black Blade Gang has arrived, along with cultists popping up here and there. It's not looking good. So, any thoughts about leaving Border Guard for another city, Captain? Encrid didn't even dignify that with a response. Leave? And abandon the people left behind? Are you serious? What kind of talk is that? Have you no intention of protecting this city? Vengeance shouted angrily. Craze hadn't been serious, and Encrid knew it. Yes, of course, we'll protect it, Cray replied dismissively. If you've eaten your share, do your job, Big Eyes, Encrid quipped, siding with Benzance. Oh, so that's how it is. You're taking his side now? Really, Captain? I feel betrayed. Is this how you treat your rival? Crace's puppet show experience wasn't for nothing. His exaggerated impression was surprisingly convincing. He leaned casually, pouting as he delivered his lines. What's this? Are you saying Big Eyes wants an axe in his head instead of a flower crown? Is that it? The problem was that Ram had just stepped out of the barracks and overheard the exchange. That's not what I meant, Cray stammered. Vengeance, you're back again? Got nothing better to do? Rem chimed in, casually misnaming Vengeance, though he didn't bother correcting him. It was at that moment that someone called out. Captain, you're summoned by the battalion commander. The ferry company commander stood just beyond the training grounds, leaning over the low fence with her torso and face in view. It seemed she was showing up more often than the official messengers lately. Why would a company commander handle something as mundane as relaying a summon? Volunteered, she said with a grin. I see, Encrid replied, now accustomed to fairy humor. He didn't even crack a smile anymore. Big eyes, you seem to need some training yourself. Off you go, Captain. In the meantime, I'll turn this one into a model soldier, Rem declared, gesturing at Cray with something akin to a death sentence. Wait, Captain! Take me with you, Christ pleaded, his voice rising in desperation as Encrid turned to leave, silently wishing him well. Perhaps venting some pent-up frustration, clearly intended to work Cray's hard. Sometimes, venting like that was necessary. A shriek that sounded like a pig being slaughtered erupted behind him. Encrid ignored it. Inter-squad murder is strictly prohibited, the ferry commander noted casually, glancing over her shoulder. He's not going to die, Encrid replied. The fairy thought for a moment before nodding. I trust you'll handle it. Her tone was oddly reassuring. When Encrid entered the battalion commander's office, Marcus wasted no time. I've got a mission for you. I need you to act as an escort for an envoy. The urgency in Marcus's tone was evident. He hadn't even waited for a salute. An envoy? To whom? We'll need to hire mercenaries, won't we? That's the reason, Marcus explained. The combination of envoy and mercenaries seemed odd to Encrid. It sounded like the battle with Martague was imminent. But was it truly as dire as it seemed? To the Black Blade gang, Marcus added. You're not the envoy, just their escort. If envoy and mercenary were odd together, envoy and bandits were outright bizarre. And yet Marcus's eyes sparkled with a strange enthusiasm, practically glowing with excitement. That unsettling twinkle made Encrid feel profoundly uneasy. Chapter 194. Moving as one too. Isn't this too much, Captain? Seriously, Crace said with his eyes dark blue and swollen. Encrid, while taking off his boots, replied, Was your eye always that blue? That guy Ram has some skill. His disguise was so good, I almost didn't recognize you. His eyes were so swollen that his pupils weren't visible. He had clearly been hit hard, though it didn't seem like it was an intentional beating. He might have overdone it a bit. There were traces of blood around his nostrils, indicating he had likely had a nosebleed. At Encrid's words, Cray snorted, swallowing and then sighing. Rem's been acting a bit strange lately, don't you think? Encrid couldn't deny that. He was sharper than usual, a lot more irritable. Before, he would just ignore things, but now he would lash out with an axe even at minor provocations. For example, keep your eyes open. You want to get your skull cracked with an axe? Saying that, he would address the soldiers nearby in a threatening manner. It wasn't rare for him to clash with Ragna either. Hey, picky eater, you want your skull cracked? In response, Ragna would say, Come out. I'll split your skull and eat honey off it. And just like that, their brutal sparring would begin. Encrid didn't intervene right away anymore. Now he would just observe. There was a lot to learn from these duels. Watching them fight closely was a valuable experience for him, and it was actually quite enjoyable. Perhaps it was a sign that they were maturing, or maybe they had just gotten more intense. After a good fight, Encrid would reflect on his own techniques and sharpen his skills, which made for an overall fulfilling time. But lately he couldn't help but wonder, why had Rem become so sensitive? Usually, Rem and Ragna's squabbles were nothing new. But the worst had to be his situation with Jackson. From Encrid's perspective, it seemed like a pointless issue, but maybe there was something more to it for them. One day, Rem and Jackson faced each other in front of the door. Neither of them would move. Ram began to idly stroke the handle of his axe, while Saxon let his arms hang loosely. Encrid couldn't just watch this. This is dangerous. In the past, Encrid had been able to break up these standoffs by squeezing himself between them, but now it felt more complicated. Enough. When those words were added, Jackson made a small clearing of his throat and stepped aside. Rem, without a smile or a word, simply trudged off. He's sensitive, Really sensitive. Of course, Rem wasn't the only one who's been like this. Ragnar also carried a similar aura. And Jackson was the same. At least Auden seemed unchanged as usual. Ern said he was going on patrol, mentioning he hoped to come across a manticore or something along the way. Odin, on the other hand, said he was going to lead an evening prayer and sermon to a group of soldiers with deep faith, where he was quite respected. Jackson, as always, was nowhere to be seen. Ragnar was sleeping in the corner of his bed. It was all typical. Encrid scanned the inside of the barracks before speaking. Seems like it. This was his answer to Crace's question about being sensitive. Thinking it over, it did seem like Rem had become a lot more sensitive lately. Ugh. But what did the captain say when he called you? Crace seemed satisfied enough with Encrid agreeing about Rem's sensitivity that he didn't continue discussing it. After all, what was the point of talking about his sensitivity? He was just a crazy guy. Ignoring it was the best option. Mercenary contract envoy escort for the Black Blades. At Encrid's straightforward statement, Chrysa's eyes widened. As he opened his eyes, the blue bruises around them became visible. Wasn't that painful? It seemed like it would hurt. But Craze didn't care about the pain. Actually, now that he was probably feeling the pain, Craze asked with a serious expression, "You're going to do it, right? Knight?" Encrid was unsure why Craze suddenly asked that, but he nodded. The answer to such a question was always decided in advance. He understood why Cray was double-checking. Becoming a knight was indeed a distant, almost absurd dream. Right now, it didn't feel like the same dream that had once been torn apart. But it was still not an easy path. Wasn't that clear to Encrid? Crace wasn't mocking his captain or trying to snap him back to reality. Encrid was a crazy person. If he said he would do something, he would do it. If he said he would seek it out, he would. If he said he would fight, he would. He's not normal. Living like that, he wouldn't last long. It was natural for him to not live past 20 years old. But wasn't the captain already 31 this year? How he had survived until now was a mystery. But anyway, that was the kind of person he was. That kind of person wanted to become a knight. He wasn't the type to give up easily. So Crace had roughly researched what the process was to become a knight in the kingdom. Who exactly enters the knight orders? Who are the squires before becoming full knights? Most of them were the children of nobles or acquaintances of prominent families. If they didn't have power and wealth, some came from distant branches of royal families. But what if you weren't a noble or from a well-off family? Even then, occasionally, really occasionally, a rare genius with unbelievable talent would emerge. These people would often rise through their sheer abilities and be recognized by the kingdom to become knights. Of course, luck would play a part too. But are such cases common? Absolutely not. It was never common. The so-called geniuses from all over. When they met children from prestigious families who had been trained systematically from a young age, they often ended up being beaten senseless. Learning swordsmanship, awakening talent, it's all easier in the central regions. The level in the central areas is much higher than in the outskirts, so everything, teaching, inspiration, and opponents for sparring, is better there. Since skilled individuals gather in the center, talented people naturally flock to the royal palace, and talent is further developed in the midst of such a concentration. True geniuses. That means, unless you're someone who can stand on your own purely through your abilities, it's generally not easy. Normally, if you're not from a particularly distinguished family, walking the path of a knight is incredibly difficult. It's tough. It's painful. It's a path of hardship. Then, assuming there is a genius, what's needed to become a knight? Talent? Talent is obviously necessary. Did you refuse it? The mission. You didn't refuse it, did you? No, you didn't, right? You must do it, absolutely. In addition to skill, What's needed is merit. The marks of efforts made for the country. Merit will soon become honor, and honor proves the subject's worth. For an outsider, especially someone who came from the ranks of mercenaries, the first task in becoming a member of the Knight Order, in Encrid's view, is to establish merit rather than skill. So, if you really want to become a knight, tell me. You didn't refuse it, did you? You wouldn't, right? The mission the captain spoke of might not have been very appealing to Encrid. Even Encrid thought so. A bodyguard for the envoy? Who's the envoy? Encrid's sharp mind quickly pieced together the situation from Encrid's simple words. It was obvious who was going. That noble fool with the strange eyes would be at the heart of it. It would be those two as the main players. At least a squad-level bodyguard would be required, and Encrid's strength would probably be a way to deal with that. Why? Why keep Encrid close to this noble? They must have an agenda. That agenda was clear. Control. Either kill him, or create a situation where something close to that happens. The problem was if the noble figured it out and turned against them. So that's what it was. Marcus was a fox. A warmonger, really. In Encrid's eyes, the captain was a fox among foxes. Despite his rough appearance, as if he were some bandit, after the battle at Aspen and the Green Pearl battle, Encrid had been dispatched to fight in a dozen other places. He killed the leader of the colonies and even executed heretics. Just last night he defeated 10 skilled fighters from the Black Blade. Odin had killed a manticore. In the process, Encrid had even devoured the manticore's corpse, but there was no word from the higher-ups. If they wanted compensation, they had to give something in return, right? The captain didn't mention any of this. He subtly let everything slide without publicizing anything. He allowed people to believe what they wanted, letting rumors spread without intervention. Why? Is it because he dislikes Encrid? That can't be it. The reason for kneeling and crouching on the ground is to jump higher. He hides and deceives. The one thing he's hiding is the strength of Encrid and the crazy company. The benefit to be gained by hiding that. Encrid's mind spun rapidly. For someone else it might have been confusing, but for him this was easy. Why wouldn't it be? To survive he had considered far worse things and acted on them. Compared to that time, this was simple, sitting in one spot and just thinking. As he continued to untangle the threads of his thoughts, the answer came. What leads the battlefield on this continent? It's the knights who break strategies and tactics. Even among mercenaries, those who are considered knight grade are the ones who make things happen. There are beings among other races that are also called knights, and that's how the term knight grade came to exist. So, elite warriors. That's what has long been the core driving strategy. Of course, that doesn't mean that commanders on a large battlefield would foolishly rely on one knight. In fact, even in the previous battle at Aspen, the overall flow of the battle didn't change until the Border Guard reserve forces, which were mostly peripheral, won. It's war. All of this is preparation for war. If you hide your own strength, it could become a fatal blow to the enemy. This is the first move for that. It looked like the swelling around Encrid's eyes had reduced. It seemed like Encrid saw it too, shining unnecessarily. It shone even brighter than the captain's eyes from earlier. If you refused... Refuse? I said I would do it. Oh, I'm relieved, because this is important. You see, I know. No, it's not just about what it seems. This mission to escort the envoy isn't just a simple escort. That bastard probably wants him dead. At Encrid's words, Encrid blinked. His swollen eyes were now sharp again. Ah, he wasn't an idiot. Your eyes are disrespectful. What? Never mind. He couldn't hit someone who had already been beaten this much. Encrid let it go. Merit. It's a step towards becoming a knight. I know. That's why it was important. Marcus was more influential than expected, with a higher rank. The envoy mission he mentioned wasn't directly related to merit, but Encrid knew the beginning and end of this wouldn't be as simple as it seemed. He wasn't guessing the reason or speculating. He just had a gut feeling, intuition, and instinct. Ever since his senses had sharpened and become more sensitive, there were times when his instincts would strike him like a sharp stab in the head. This was one of those times. This mission, it shouldn't be left alone. So there was no reason to refuse. No, I thought you might have refused because it would interfere with training. Yes, I get it. Merit, that's what's important right now. What's more important than skill is merit. In fact, there are probably those in the Knight Order who get in simply through their merit, right? Even in the Red Cloak Knights, as much as they're a prestigious order, they can't be free from power struggles. It was a cynical remark, but Encrid secretly thought the same. So we decided to bring them along. If there's a chance to kill him, would they? Chapter 195. Moving as 1-3, immediately after Encrid left, Marcus secretly summoned the Border Defense Commander. "Is everything ready?" Marcus asked, reclining in his chair with a relaxed posture, though his eyes were like a predator waiting for its prey. These people are quite used to this sort of thing. Good. Then proceed as planned. Aren't you going to tell the independent company commander? I've given him a hint. It was only a subtle indication, but he would figure it out on his own. In fact, there was no need to put pressure on him about killing a noble. This was Marcus's intention. He would take the noble scum who had eaten Black Blade's gold and make sure to spin him around appropriately. And since they were bringing a prisoner along, using the captured beastmen for various schemes wasn't a problem either. In short, it meant that the commander understood Marcus's intentions. There was no need for further explanation. An unskilled man who somehow manages to please the right people while not lagging behind in abilities. How many such people could there be in the unit? Although he had been promoted to independent company commander, he was still not fully recognized, meaning his rank was seen as relatively lower than the first company commander or the border defense commander. But his abilities were more reliable than anyone else's. He was exactly the right person for this role. Moreover, Marcus sent Encrid with an unexplainable sense of expectation. No, it wasn't just that. He had many plans. Marcus also intended to hide Encrid's true abilities. Though keeping him within the unit wouldn't suddenly make someone notice, it was still better to be cautious. Since the Martai bastards kept sending spies, Marcus wanted to keep Encrid out of their sight as much as possible. Unnecessary exploits revealing their strength would be disastrous. A core, elite force member with exceptional skills who could even become a commander. Encrid was obsessed with training and had a decent character. He could also handle the whims of a noble. Quite the catch. No wonder Encrid was an appealing recruit. Moreover, he was the one who had ignited the fire in Marcus's heart. For the first time in a long while, Marcus was living a lively life. It wasn't about repeating meaningless days, but rather about striving for something new. This is exhilarating. But despite his inner excitement, Marcus remained focused with serious eyes, dedicated to his task. His task, which didn't align with his War Maniac nickname. That was how it had always been. The nickname War Maniac was a mask to deceive others. The truth was, Marcus wasn't particularly skilled in battle or warfare. He knew that. Of course, not having a talent didn't mean he couldn't handle it. Marcus knew how to use people. He knew how to trust them. He relied on his people. The first company commander, border defense commander, ferry company commander, and now Encrid. He had an overflowing hand of jokers. He even had an ace. With so many cards to play, winning against the opponent was easier than it seemed. Because there was no need to complicate matters, Marcus moved simply and directly. He just had to seize the right moment when his opponent wouldn't expect it. Damn those black blade thieves. What are they trying to pick up by poking their mouths in? Savage beasts. Beasts that drooled over a city that he had to protect. Should he just let those beasts be? Then, the border defense commander saluted, and Marcus spoke to the back of his head. Kill them all, of course. Border Guard was a fortified city and a military hub. It had spilled vicious blood in the war against Aspen. If anyone underestimated it, they would soon face the consequences. Not even a platoon, just 3 of you? Baron Vincento shot a glare at Encrid, Rem, and Ragnar, immediately spitting out harsh words. 2 commoners and a barbarian? What a terrible combination. It stinks. Don't come any closer. This was what he said the moment they met right in front of the city's gates. Rem's hand gently gripped the axe handle. Encrid stretched out his right hand and grabbed Rem's wrist, while using his other hand to press on Ragnar's left thigh. He shook his head to signal them both. What is this? You dare not show respect to a noble. Vincento desperately prayed to the heavens, urgently wishing for them to be killed. Encrid had already expected this reaction, so his response was calm. Yes, He gave a military salute and positioned himself to block Rem and Ragnar. So, you're the subordinate of that commander. Vincento continued to mock. My axe is weeping, my pants are getting wet. Please, don't make my axe sorrowful. Translation seemed strange, so I looked it up. The part about his pants getting wet can be interpreted as an exaggeration of his feelings of excitement and expectations about the noble getting too out of line, and giving his axe a reason. To strike, Kanjenjin. Ram barked seriously. Don't. At least in the city, it was out of the question. If it wasn't for the assault on a superior officer, then murdering a noble would bring the royal palace's executioners into the matter. Seeing what they were doing now, it seemed like it wouldn't end with just a beating. Ragnar, you can't do it either. The blonde with the red eyes looked grim. Let's go. Luckily, a guard in black cloak, dressed in leather armor, led the noble through the streets. The only ones riding the carriage were the nobles and the guards, while Encrid and his group decided to walk. And their group had gained 1 more member. Why are we taking her? Ragnar tugged on the rope in his hand. The beastman named Dumbakel, who had been standing nearby, was dragged forward by the gesture. Her wrists were tightly bound with thick ropes, and her arms and torso were also wrapped up. Ragnar was holding the end of the rope, which was trailing behind. It was clear that the rope had been rubbing against his wrists, causing blood to seep out. The skin of beasts, being tougher and stronger than humans, should have been able to withstand more, so this likely meant that the rope had been tied so tightly and hadn't been loosened even once. But no one had any intention of loosening it. Guide. Encrid didn't trust the aristocrats they were traveling with, but he certainly didn't trust the prisoner Dumbakel any more than them. But she wants to live. Encrid took a straightforward approach. He asked the captain for the prisoner's guidance and immediately went to speak with him. I'll spare your life if you do one thing. You can think of it as a request. Since she had called herself a mercenary, the idea of a request seemed fitting. The payment would be her life, and the choice was the prisoner's. You'll save me. The prisoner's eyes were filled with suspicion. And yet, the more Encrid looked, the more his eyes seemed remarkable. Golden eyes with a feline-like gaze. Isn't there some kind of legend about golden-eyed beasts? Encrid remembered something he had heard during his time as a mercenary. However, the appearance before him was like a wet dog. She looked like she'd been kicked out and beaten down. Encrid noticed it, but didn't ask any questions. There was no point. It was a deal. After the task was over, there would be no further business between them. Whether the other party died or left, the beast's business would be over. Do you want to do it or not? Whether you believe me or not, whether you want to or not, that's up to you. After speaking, Encrid shook his head and continued. Actually, There's no choice. Do it. It's better than being executed. If you go outside, there might be a chance to escape. Why? Encrid didn't answer the question. He couldn't. How could he explain it? That look in his eyes, the desperation to live. It reminded Encrid of his own desperation when he had fought for his dreams. If frogs are driven by desire, then beasts are driven by reproduction and instinct. So, it was natural for the beast in front of him to want to live. Wouldn't a human do the same? But at that moment, that look in his eyes was different. It wasn't just a plea for life. It was the kind of gaze that said he would do anything to survive, a madness in the eyes. It was pure instinct and intuition, but Encrid didn't want to ignore it. Are you into beasts? The battalion commander had joked, then continued. A beast or two, it doesn't matter. Do whatever you want with them. Whether to release or kill them, he had said, it was up to the person's preference. The battalion commander was very forthright in this regard. Encrid, on the other hand, planned to release the prisoner if he complied. The prisoner had committed a crime, after all. Should that mean they all should be executed when war breaks out? He didn't want to know the backstory. It was just a whim. And if it could be used for something, then all the better. That was why she had been assigned the task of guiding the noble. It would also be an opportunity to verify whether the guide knew the way, and if there were any tricks being played. As he pondered over Ragnar's question of why he was taking the prisoner along, he found his answer. Encrid wasn't sure if he could explain it to Ragnar. It seemed impossible. Would Ragnar listen even if he said something? She looks like he knows the way. Encrid summarized his thoughts succinctly. Ragnar made an oddly hurt expression at that. I might not be good with directions, but I know how to handle a sword. Who didn't know that? I know, Encrid said plainly, and then walked out of the gate. Dunbakel, who had been observing the situation, found it all quite strange. The man who had once tormented her with an axe was now no longer even looking at her. She was being treated like an insignificant beast. The man merely stroked the axe handle and stared at the guard target. The beast's instincts warned him. If I leave him alone, he'll probably chop me into 6 pieces. Encrid seemed to know that too, as he repeated his warning. Tone it down. Stop it. Stop, I said. Ram. But still, the hand didn't leave the axe handle. This man is crazy. Dunbakel immediately figured out what kind of person Rem was. His insight was sharp. If you make a wrong move, I'll cut you down. It was the same for the one who was holding her back. The statement carried no emotion. It was a simple fact. It would happen, and that was all. It was like saying the sun would rise the next morning. Even if I manage to escape the bounds, I'll die. The bigger issue was the bonds that were tied around him. A preference, huh? He shifted his arm beneath his chest, wrapping his forearm around it, then moved it up to his neck and wrists. It wasn't just uncomfortable. Walking was the only possible activity. Not long after they began walking, the noble in charge opened the window of the carriage. They could still see the fortress walls behind them. So, if a soldier with sharp eyes saw them, they would likely recognize who these people were. The noble who opened the window spoke. You look interesting. You, beast, come to my carriage tonight. The way his nostrils flared made Dunbakel wonder what would happen if she shoved her nails into them. Then, will you untie me? I think it'd be more fun if you stay tied. The noble's clear desires and lust were evident, but rather than feeling disgusted, Dunbakel thought that this noble seemed much easier to deal with than those who had previously held him. Ram, the crazy one, smiled at the noble's words. It was clear this was a dangerous situation. Ragnar, who said nothing, spoke in a calm tone. If you move without permission, I'll cut you down. It was said with the same calm tone one would use to say, the moon will rise tonight. Does that mean he'll kill me if I do what the noble wants? In this entire situation, Dunbakel thought he was seeing the calmest human being. Encrid, was it? As the carriage started moving, Encrid drew his sword and began swinging it. What's he doing? Whoosh, swoosh. The sword cut through the air. Was he practicing while walking? Or just training? Encrid's footwork seemed to be part of the exercise too. The noble's guard, who was also the coachman, sneered. Just because a grub rolls around doesn't mean it becomes a butterfly. Was he talking from experience? Dunbakel had fought against Encrid before. She knew his skills well. But seeing him do this now rather than feeling afraid, a sense of curiosity emerged. Looking back, Ragnar was watching their commander carefully. Dunbakel couldn't help but ask, his curiosity growing. Why is he still training like that with such skill? Not sure how to respond, Ragnar answered without hesitation. He used to be terrible. He couldn't even fight a single ghoul. A ghoul? Really? Dunbakel had fought against Encrid before. She knew his skills well. He was no slouch. Yet he swung that sword every day. Even though it was only to toughen his palm and build muscle. He did it every single day. No exceptions. How could he do that? Ragnar spoke almost to himself, as if recalling the past. No. Had he been talking to himself the whole time? How do you know? Dunbakel watched Ragnar's eyes, curious about what was going on. Those eyes, there was something burning in them. It was like he was lost in thought, obsessed with something. Now didn't seem like the time to ask. He couldn't even fight a ghoul, yet he kept swinging his sword. Every day. Such a person. He's the kind of person who's lucky to be alive, and I can't understand why he's eating sword for lunch. But I don't know when he became this strong. Rem added to the conversation, coming over after initially showing no interest. Now that he was talking about Encrid, the crazy one came over and spoke. The tone was different now. Gone was the mocking attitude of someone using a past injury to taunt. Even though he was a crazy one, Dunbakel moved slightly to the side. As they walked, he continued to watch Encrid, who was swinging her sword. Dunbakel thought, when was the last time I did something like this? After being cast out as a beast, he fought to survive. Then she realized she was a half-beast and figured she wouldn't be able to learn much more. Since she couldn't advance further, she stopped training, stopped growing. That man couldn't even fight a ghoul? And still, he kept swinging his sword every day. He could hear Rem mumbling, it didn't even take a year. Was he a genius? No, definitely not. A year. Could someone really change that much in just a year? Dunbakel found herself watching him. Chapter 196. If feast has been prepared for oneself, isn't it only right to at least taste it? He quickly made a fire and placed a pot on top. Since it was a field meal, it wasn't going to be anything extravagant. Dried meat, fruit, cheese, and water mixed with wine were all there was. Everyone ate and drank. Encrid, tearing into the seasoned jerky he had brought, noticed a pair of eyes watching him intently. It was the beast woman. Do you want some? Seeing the longing in her eyes, it seemed they were quite hungry. Thinking about it, she probably hadn't had a proper meal since being imprisoned. Whether they kill or free her, one should at least provide food. The hunger was so intense that their eyes seemed to glow. A golden hue. No need to be stingy. How significant could one piece of jerky be? Encrid tore off a portion of the jerky and sat in front of the beastman. He shoved it into their mouth, and the beastman blinked in surprise. Try it, Dunbakel mumbled to herself. The savory and sweet blend of flavors spread in her mouth, stimulating her mind. At the same time, she looked at the man in front of her. She observed him over and over, and before long, beyond jealousy and envy, something resembling admiration started to grow. What if I had lived like him? She couldn't help but feel a sense of envy. It must have been luck to have such an extraordinary subordinates around. If that kind of luck had come her way, why had she been born this way? Why was she born to be abandoned and forsaken? It would have been better if it had ended with just being neglected. Then she would have fought for her village. And if she had died like that, it would have been fine. If she had left for Kriemhild's embrace. Regret, jealousy, longing, and sorrow. A mixture of emotions filled her as she chewed on the jerky. She swallowed and even passed the water bottle. Thinking it was water mixed with wine, she was instead met with a refreshing apple flavor that filled her mouth. Apple cider? Why was he treating her this way? Dunbakel thought he was trying to seduce her, but she couldn't be sure. It was a moment of choice. Should she speak or stay silent? It was a turning point. Dunbakel made her choice. There would be an ambush by the black blades. With seasoning still on the corner of her mouth, Dunbakel spoke. If he asked how she knew, she planned to talk about the markings. Encrid just looked directly into Dunbakel's eyes and said, "I see." After that, Dunbakel expected Encrid to do something, but surprisingly, he remained quiet. He simply returned to his meal, speaking only a few words to the noble and a member of the Black Blades. "How do you know the way?" Knowing the road as a messenger for the Black Blade wasn't the same as knowing the way. Marcus hadn't even stirred to bring this up, but Encrid had. Vansanto twisted the corners of his mouth. He looked at Encrid with a mocking expression and spoke. "You don't need to know." Commoner, Dashel. Commoner. Was it a habit to attach the word commoner to the end of everything? Though he didn't seem to be a very impressive noble either. Encrid, thinking it was no big deal, nodded in acknowledgement. That wasn't really important anyway. Encrid looked at the guards in black clothes. He had observed their walking patterns, hand gestures, attitudes, and positioning. He'd seen them in the city before, but now that he was out here, he could clearly tell. Not bad, I think. Rem, Ragnar, Jackson, Odin, and even the fairy commander. Lately, he'd had an abundance of sparring partners, but none had given him quite the same feeling. Their steps light, their hands fast. They likely preferred short weapons. Throwing techniques would probably be top-notch as well. Part of him wanted to see their unique skills, while the other part of him felt an inner thirst. Sparring was sparring, and real combat was real combat. Watching someone chew thin bread and drink water in front of him, this thought arose. I want to fight. The movements and gestures naturally piqued his interest. How effective will my swordsmanship be? What should he focus on when facing them? How could he catch up to their steps? Encrid wasn't a genius. Just because he saw something didn't mean the method to counter it would suddenly appear. However, after hundreds or even thousands of sparring sessions, he could draw on his experience to come up with a response. If I cut their thighs, their feet would freeze. That would essentially seal one of their special techniques. It was when he saw their peculiar habits that Encrid wanted to fight them. Maybe it was because they sensed his gaze. Annoying. The guard in black raised his head and spoke after taking a few sips of water and a bite of bread. His gaze landed on Encrid, and Encrid opened his mouth. Me? Who else? A strange tension filled the space between them. One showed a subtle hint of hostility, while the other displayed an obvious sense of ill will and discomfort. The guard in black, revealing his hostility, sat and crossed his arms, resting them on his knees. They were gathered in the shade under an appropriate tree. The sound of two horses walking over dry grass, munching on the dried plants, and a cool breeze for a summer day blew as the guard spoke again. You must be at the height of your confidence now. Encrid inwardly agreed. Lately, he had been feeling a sense of confidence. But you should be cautious. You need to choose your opponents carefully. That was also true. Isn't that just a special class in the so-called common soldier ranking? That was not the case. You shouldn't risk your life on foolish actions, right? Encrid wasn't even surprised anymore. Hadn't people underestimated him countless times before? This was nothing new. Even before he left, didn't Cray say something similar? Marcus tends to hide the captain's achievements. He seems to have ulterior motives. He had hidden and concealed things. In that case, it wasn't surprising that others might misunderstand. But there was disappointment, too. Their perception. He had seen through his opponents, but they hadn't seen through him. In truth, this was only natural. Encrid had climbed from the very bottom to get to where he was now. He didn't have the habits of someone who had quickly acquired skill. Arrogance and pride were the furthest things from him. What remained was the relentless drive of someone who had climbed up through defeat. So, to an outsider, he might just appear as someone who wielded a sword at a decent level. That's some nonsense, Rem said as he saw this. Hearing Rem's words, the noble Vincento spoke. "Shut up, you barbarian! Are you showing off that you grew up without a mother?" His words cut deeply, like a sharp blade, provoking Encrid thought it was too late to stop this now. In fact, he thought it was fine this way. I will say shall be it runs from the guard. After all, it would be over once they had finished their meal and passed half a day. The black blades waiting in ambush ahead would kill them all. Normally, he would have been the one to take action. One of them would be fine, but if it was Rem and Ragnar together, but he didn't want to fight both of them at once. Encrid didn't even matter to him. Who was that guy? Among the black blades, he was one of the elite, ranking among the top with his skills. He had learned from a great teacher. It was one of those moments. "You barbaric fool, shut your mouth. Are you trying to show off that you grew up without a mother?" Vincento spat out his usual venom. Encrid had to stop Rem again, but there was no time or moment to do so. One thud! A sound like the wind being sliced was followed by a heavy and horrible noise. The guards turned their heads. He tried to process the situation for a moment, still turning his head. Grr. A person with an axe lodged in their face couldn't speak properly. That was to be expected. Moreover, surviving would be impossible. If someone managed to live with their face half split like that, they'd be more like a ghoul than a human. Even a ghoul would die if their face is split like that. Between the vertically split skull, something small and precious that had been in the head was now spilling out, blood flowing freely. The moment of impact sent an eyeball flying out and rolling to one side. From the force of the axe, the body flew back several steps, landing in a crumpled heap as a corpse. The person was Vincento, a member of the Black Blade, an envoy for this mission, and a noble. Damn, that guy has a filthy mouth. Rem, the barbarian, muttered as he shook his hands. What the hell? At last, the guard, now startled, jumped up and said, "Hurting." Suddenly, the two horses tied to the carriage neighed loudly in panic. Dunbaker was also surprised, mouth agape. He killed a noble. They had just barely left Border Guard's patrol area and had been traveling for a little over half a day, and now the envoy and their guard had been killed. Killed by the very man who was supposed to protect them. Encrid's assessment was simple and plain. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. These crazy bastards. The guard wasn't particularly sharp. At least, Encrid thought so. Ragnar was indifferent. He merely asked Encrid, "Are you handling this alone?" "I'd like to. Do as you wish." Ram walked up like he was going for a stroll and pulled out the axe he had thrown. Below the axe was the dead Vincento, the scum who had eaten the gold coins from the Black Blade. Knowing he was trash, why hadn't they killed him easily? Because he was a noble. The noble's status acted as a shield, even if it wasn't inherited, and was just a minor noble. If this was revealed, Rem would be hunted for the rest of his life, yet he took such a gamble. The guard's thoughts grew complicated. "What are you looking at?" "Want me to add a decoration to your head, too?" Rem, meeting the guard's gaze, said. "It's mine." Encrid, rarely showing greed, added, "Oh, I know. If it weren't, I would have swiped it already." Rem, shaking his limbs, wiped the blood off on Vancento's silken robes, cleaning the axe blade. The guard, seeing this, spoke up. "This is still Border Guard's patrol area. What if a patrol comes through?" It was a natural question. "They won't come," Encrid answered flatly. He already knew how patrols were carried out. He had learned everything from Vengeance, who also served as the patrol captain. "They won't come." Only then did the guard in black realize that this wasn't an impulsive act. Was this planned from the start? Encrid swiftly drew his sword with a churr. The sword reflected sunlight, scattering light. Seeing the sword tip aimed at him, the guard also drew his weapons. 2 black daggers were unsheathed soundlessly. The guard held them both in reverse, blades facing downward, and instinctively took a fighting stance. There are reinforcements half a day's distance away. It was time to forget about Vancento's death and focus on finding a way to survive. How could he survive? Encrid had said he would handle him alone. Rem and Ragnar didn't seem interested. "I'll go all in and charge." He was confident in his speed. But to do so, some things had to be in place. "You knew the patrol wouldn't come, so you planned this, right?" Encrid shrugged. "None of us need to be seen, is that it?" As he spoke, the guard subtly began moving his feet. It looked like he was trying to avoid the sun. Encrid mirrored his movements. The guard had positioned himself exactly where he wanted. He was now behind the carriage, on the right rear. He swiftly threw the dagger, held in reverse. Encrid instinctively raised his sword. If the guard threw it or rushed in, there would be time to react. The guard threw the dagger upwards and waved his right hand. At the same time, 2 throwing knives shot from his belt. His handwork was quick. He threw the weapon in his hand to distract Encrid, and then threw knives from his waist. The 2 knives flew and struck the horses' necks. The horses cried out in pain as they staggered and bled. The guard had calculated that if the horses were dead, the others would not be able to pursue him. The remaining task was to fend off Encrid, who was blocking his way. With a swift motion, he caught the dagger he had thrown and lowered his stance, striking the ground. He rapidly closed the distance, getting within sword range in no time. It's often said that heavy infantry has the advantage in battle. But when the distance closes like this, light infantry has the advantage. "I've got him." The guard, confident, crossed the daggers he held in reverse and slashed at Encrid's wrists and neck. Encrid deflected one of the blades aimed at his wrist with his forearm guard. He dodged the second strike to his neck by tilting his head backward. It was a trick made possible by watching and timing his movements accurately. With that, Encrid raised his knee, and the guard, already close, had no time to dodge. The guard quickly raised his knee to block. Thud. "Ugh! What power is this?" One blow, just a knee strike, left the guard's shin in pain. But that wasn't all. In an instant, Encrid vanished from view, and suddenly a presence beside him made the guard lower his head. Ping! Dua! Before he knew it, a wide-bladed guard sword had swept through the guard's hair, cutting several strands free. Without waiting for the guard to catch his breath, Encrid thrust both daggers forward. Whoosh! The thrusts cut through the air. Behind the guard, Encrid's next strike was already on its way. He used his forearm like a sickle, slashing downward. Wham! Crash! The strike hit the back of the guard's head. The guard, still in his lowered stance, collapsed to the ground, his forehead slamming into the earth. Encrid didn't hesitate and drove his sword into the back of the guard's head. Thud! After creating a second hole at the back of his skull, he pulled the sword out and blood spurted from the new wound. Encrid stepped back and wiped his sword in the air, blood droplets splattering onto the ground. "You don't look too happy. Was it boring?" Seeing this, Rem asked. Encrid gave an honest reply. It was too dull. His speed was slower than Encrid's. His fighting skill wasn't as good as the cursed sword. But it wasn't like there was no flash of brilliance either. He was better than that beastman, but calling him outstanding was difficult. In the end, it felt like doing something without wiping properly afterward. "What was your name again?" Encrid asked without hesitation, not directed at Rem or Ragnar. The beastman soon answered, "Dunbakel." Staring into the beastman's golden eyes, Encrid asked with regret, "How many ambushing soldiers are there? If a feast had been prepared for him, shouldn't he at least taste it?" Encrid was sincere. Dunbakel now had no choice but to acknowledge. These guys were definitely crazy. They're probably elite. They'll had time to prepare so they wouldn't have sent weak ones. Encrid didn't laugh at this, but his eyes shone. Rem grinned. Ragnar, on the other hand, silently watched Encrid and then spoke. "Why did you give up the distance? To induce carelessness. Not bad." Even in this situation, they were talking about swordsmanship. It was absurd that they weren't even bothered by the fact that they had just killed a noble. Chapter 197. That's how it had been. That's what he had thought. Vincento had devised the best plan in the given situation. Well, he had. He had decided to kill the guards, Encrid and his group, and then take the opportunity to ally with Martai and overthrow the city. He even added that this was something that should have been done long ago. Now Vincento was in a position where he could no longer speak. His head split open and buried in the ground. There was no more speech to be had. "Let's go." Encrid sorted through the 2 corpses and the wagon, taking what could be taken, and buried the bodies in the ground. Not bad. A hefty pouch of gold coins, a few jewels, and several black stones whose purpose was unknown. The black stones didn't seem like jewels, but when he looked at them a strange energy was felt. Could they be sold? They might be worth something, so he took them along. Stuffing the gold and other items into his backpack, he also grabbed the black dagger that the guards had used. In the end, he had gathered everything of value. It felt like he'd looted everything. "I feel like a thief," Encrid said, and Rem joked, "Encrid's band of thieves. What if we start an army?" Despite the words, Rem wasn't the type to steal from innocent people. Without resting, Encrid and his group moved on. Naturally, Dunbakel, tied up, had to follow along. There was no chance to escape. They were informed of the ambush position. Even though they had been told that some of the Black Blade's core forces might be there, they were all still relaxed. Rough wilderness, black sun, crumbling earth, breaking skies. Rem suddenly stopped walking and sang a song, one that sounded like something you'd hear in a frontier town. It wasn't a particularly good song, but surprisingly, Rem's voice was quite good. Racing through the sky, shattering it down. Listening to his song with one ear and letting it slip out the other, Encrid heard the others up ahead talking. "How did you master the sword movements? How did you memorize them?" "I've memorized them all." It seemed like a complicated question, but the answer was clear. The blonde-haired person seemed to hesitate for a moment, as if choosing their words carefully before blurting out, "Reaching to the left with your hand is to send the opponent to the right. You must not disregard the meaning of each movement." "Okay, understood." Encrid, the leader, nodded. "Understood?" Dunbakel thought, utterly confused. What were they talking about? Encrid continued and clarified his understanding. "Every step and every hand movement with the sword has meaning. Right?" The blonde nodded lightly, cheerfully. "Yes, every movement has its meaning." Dunbakel still couldn't quite grasp what they were talking about, but he understood one thing. They're talking about swordsmanship. Dunbakel remained baffled. Why are they so carefree? Something itched in his chest. He couldn't pinpoint what it was, but one thing was clear. Curiosity welled up. What were these people all about? Encrid had a small realization while listening to Ragnar's words. It was exactly what he needed to hear right now. Ragnar had figured this out after a single battle and said it. His awkwardness in phrasing didn't matter. As long as I understand it, it's all good. The problem didn't exist. Encrid reflected on the lesson he'd been given by rearranging his thoughts. Every sword movement has meaning. It was essential to understand all of it. He had also felt something while fighting the beasts from the rear earlier. The combination of the Valen-style mercenary swordsmanship. Ultimately, wielding the sword was the responsibility of the person holding it. Understanding and internalizing it. If he understood it fully, he could deconstruct it and use it, pulling out the needed movements when required. Ragnar's words had begun with the meaning of movements, but for Encrid, the end result was a lesson in how to approach learning swordsmanship. Medium swordsmanship should come after you've understood the sword techniques you've learned so far, Ragnar said. And after you've internalized them into your body, Encrid added. They nodded, looking ahead. There's an ambush up ahead. Rem finished his song, and Encrid put an end to the conversation with Ragnar. The beast woman spoke up from behind them. Her voice was strong, hiding none of her urgency. What's your name? Encrid turned his head slightly and asked, though he wondered why the beast woman was asking the same question over and over. The beast woman responded with a look that seemed to say, Why does it matter, Dunbakel? All right, Dunbakel. Encrid tried to explain. Why were they heading straight into the ambush? Why were they taking such risks? Encrid didn't see this ambush as a threat. Why? Who was it that had passed on the information about his group's forces? The dead noble and the guards. All the Black Blade assailants were dead, and the only survivor was this beast woman. If this beast woman had secretly passed on word, things would be different. But there's not even a hint of that. They hadn't left room for that to happen, but there was something they could feel just from looking at her. Questions, curiosity, and a mix of desire were in his golden eyes. Dunbakel, the beast woman, was only asking, why head toward the ambush? The answer was simple. If a small elite force was waiting without understanding the strength of their enemies, then an ambush wouldn't be an ambush in that case. Of course, all these calculations could go awry, and they could end up in danger. The probability of that was always present. But what if the Black Sword had gone half mad and sent more than half of their forces here? That won't happen. The chances of that were extremely low. Crace had acknowledged that Encrid wasn't using his head, but when he did, it worked out quite well. Though the phrasing irked him a bit, it wasn't a bad remark. Encrid knew it well. If it were me, if he were the leader of the Black Sword, he'd send exactly twice the number of forces than the ones previously sent. That would be enough. If he were to worry more, he would add someone skilled at murder rather than combat. So, the strength composition would be flawed. But it wasn't just him. Rem and Ra were also with him. Ragnar, who yawned and muttered he was sleepy as he walked with his mouth agape. Rem, kicking stones as he walked. Neither of them showed any signs of tension. Both were still overwhelming in strength compared to Encrid. This was the miscalculation about their strength estimation. This was Encrid's belief. Dunbakel's repeated mention of the ambush ahead was his way of asking why they were moving forward. Encrid had an answer, but saying all of it would make things long-winded, and there was no need to explain it to the golden-eyed beastman before him. If you're asking why we're heading toward an ambush, it's simple. He paused for a moment before glancing at the beast woman's eager eyes and added, because I want to swing my sword more. It wasn't a lie. He had calculated, but it was also a desire deep within his heart. At those words, Dunbakel's golden eyes started to shake wildly. Why? Why would they go for such a reason? But at the same time, it made sense. The teachings of Crimhart surged from the depths of her heart, like a fountain striking his head. Ding! It felt like someone had struck a bell right next to his ear. You will live and die on the battlefield. Crimhart, the god she believed in, had said this. The man before him was about to live that way. At the same time, he remembered the words of the fortune-teller she had heard when she was driven out of the village. When you seek death in the future, a guide will be by your side. At the time, he had thought it was just a pitying remark, but now it seemed different. Dunbakel had prepared herself for death, but he was still alive. Whose whim had saved him? It was because of the man before him. Within Dunbakel's heart, a subtle breeze of envy, jealousy, and admiration grew. I want to have his child. In reality, it would be impossible. Hybrid children of beastmen and humans weren't easy to conceive. But there was more than one wish. I want to stay beside him. I want to be by his side. I want to learn from his life. I want to die by his side. Complicated and subtle desires burned in her heart. Encrid caught a glimpse of her eyes. Why are her eyes like that? He had gotten used to seeing people with crazy eyes recently, but this was the first time he had seen such a look. Something strange yet intense. By the way, why didn't Esther come along? While staring into Dunbakel's eyes, Rem suddenly asked. Avoiding her gaze, Encrid responded to Rem. I don't know. Our Esther is fickle. Encrid said it as a joke, and Rem chuckled. If Esther hears that, she'll probably draw a musical score on your face, but it doesn't seem like an entirely wrong statement either. Esther, who would act like she would never leave his side one moment, would then disappear from the camp for several days at a time. Considering her behavior, the term fickle seemed quite fitting. The group walked leisurely up a small hill. A few small trees appeared in sight, and soon the trees were dense enough to obscure their view on both sides. The path was rough. Rocks jutted out from the soil, and ants marched in lines carrying the bodies of dead insects. It was a hard path to walk. As they walked, it didn't feel like they were on a hill, but more like a small mound. Originally, if they crossed this place, it would be a 2-day walk to their agreed destination. The place where the envoy and the Black Sword should meet. Of course, the promise had now become meaningless. The wind rustled the leaves, and sunlight filtered through them. It was a pleasant day. The wind wasn't suffocating, and the sunlight filtered through the leaves, not too hot. As they moved a little further, an open area appeared, and behind it, thick foliage and thorn bushes mixed together. So, there was no more path forward. It was a dead end. This is as far as you go. Inside the open area, about 10 people were visible. One of them spoke. 3 women and 7 men. Among them, there was someone wielding an axe, someone standing with their arms hanging down, someone sitting on a moderately large rock, and even someone perched on a tree branch above. There was a variety of them. The atmosphere grew cold. The one who spoke glared, and Encrid and his group stopped walking. Now, what would they do? Tension thickened the air. In the midst of it, Encrid spoke up. Wow, an ambush. It was in a theatrical tone. Moreover, his acting was terrible. Wow, we've been caught. Rem chimed in. How surprising. Ragnar added something similar, while yawning and rubbing his eyes, making it look like he was genuinely shocked. Dunbakel, watching them, was still confused. Suddenly a performance? To wait for us here, these are some meticulous ones. Encrid continued. He was talking about their meticulousness while picking his ears, which was quite an impression. An unexpected moment. I'm so nervous I could die, Rem said, scratching his nose. Even with his nose in his hands, Rem still looked handsome, and that never faded. I almost bit my tongue from surprise. As he spoke, Encrid popped a candy into his mouth. Crunch. Sweet. But where did that candy come from? Dunbakel couldn't help but wonder about it. I want to run away. Encrid's words were matched by I am, who is usually sincere in teasing others. What were the two of them doing? Provocation. Hearing their words, scratching at the enemy's insides right away, even Dunbakel was starting to get irritated. What about the enemy? Are these guys crazy? One of them showed his confusion. Do you all want to die that badly? A woman feigned casualness. You're all dead anyway. One who clearly wasn't interested in them. You little bastards. One was getting angry. Encrid nodded after observing the reactions, and looked at Rem. Rem also looked at Encrid, snorted, and nodded. Both seemed quite pleased with the reactions they had provoked. Don't run away. Stay here. A blonde with red eyes, a person named Ragnar, said, and pulled her back. If there was a time to run, it would be now. However, Dunbakel chose not to flee, but to watch. She wanted to know, to see. What were these three relying on to come this far? The enemy was a well-known force, even in the Black Sword. Dunbakel still didn't know the full extent of Encrid, Riem, and Ragnar's abilities. I've never met anyone like this in my life. Since I don't see Vincento, I guess they've already taken care of him. But did you know we were waiting? The man standing at the front had a scruffy beard. His weapon was a trident. The tip was sharp, and the axe blade beside the spearhead was as wide as the palm of a hand. Just the way he held it diagonally showed he wasn't someone to take lightly. If that axe blade caught you, your skull would split open like a ripe fruit. How did you know? Encrid asked. You have a natural talent for teasing people, huh? The one with the trident widened his eyes and spoke. Rem chuckled. Correct. I've never met a person with a tongue as sharp as yours. Encrid felt a little wronged. I was just being sincere. Of course, he had a bit of teasing intent, but wasn't that a reasonable thing to say in this situation? How did he know? That was perfectly appropriate. So don't think you'll win with your tongue. You should come at me with your weapons, Rem said, as if wrapping up the situation. The trident wielder frowned. He hesitated for a brief moment. Just a moment. They came knowing about the ambush? There was no time for prolonged hesitation. What's there to think about? The fighter was the first to step forward. He wore brass knuckles with flat iron plates attached to them. Encrid had made the move and provoked them, anticipating that the enemy might hesitate. The enemy's response was exactly what he had hoped for. When the brawler stepped forward, the trident wielder could no longer hold back. Kill them first. The force of the Black Sword here was well regarded in the branch. Except for the branch leader, they were known as the 10 Swords. When their group of 10 gathered, they felt confident they could beat anyone as long as they weren't facing a knighthood. Considering the current situation, there was no chance the Red Cloak Knights would arrive, so the trident wielder was confident in victory and moved forward with the plan. That's how it was. That's what he thought. He believed in it. That was until the brawler and the axe wielder were about to strike their first blow. Chapter 198. Those two are better at showing than telling. The brawler stomped the ground and charged forward. His ankles flexed with spring-like force, propelling his body forward in a perfect transfer of power from his knees, thighs, and up to his torso. As a result, he was frighteningly fast. However, it wasn't fast enough that it would be impossible to respond. Naturally, he wasn't a match for Rem. Rem made a feigned strike, raising the axe in his left hand and bringing it down at an angle. Just before the opponent's fist would make contact, and his head would split into two, the attacker suddenly increased his speed, leaving behind a feint after him. The fighter who had been charging at him now appeared to blur with speed. Boom! Rem's left-handed axe cut through the air, missing its target. The fighter, closing the distance, planted his right foot and launched a punch with a heavy metal knuckle. It was clear he had been trained. Then, wham! Why are you putting your neck toward the axe? The sound of the impact was followed by Rem's calm voice. Encrid recalled the scene he had just witnessed. The fighter had been charging with a consistent speed before suddenly shifting his tempo for a more powerful strike. Anyone else might not have been able to stop that blow. At best, they would have been able to dodge it, but the opponent would follow up with another attack. As Odin had said, a fighter who uses their fists is one who pays special attention to distance, brother. In response to this sudden change in pace, Rem seemed almost indifferent. Fighting with the left axe to create an opening, he quickly swung the right axe with much greater speed. Though the opponent used a similar tactic, the result was vastly different. The axe blade flew like a beam of light and severed the man's neck. The decapitated head of the attacker flew off and landed with a thud. The fighter's body, which had launched the punch, collapsed immediately after Rem pushed him away with the back of his hand while still holding the axe. That one's not easy. Don't let your guard down, the man with the spiked spear yelled out. At that, 5 more men closed in on RMB. They were all men. 3 wielded tridents and swords, and 1 toyed with a dagger. In total, there were 5. This is fun, Rem said, even as he faced them, his attitude calm. He even danced a little, as if enjoying the moment. Ragnar placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and walked confidently toward the man with the spiked spear. "Kill him!" the man with the spear shouted. In that instant, a female thief, perched on a branch, shot something. Ping! A short arrow aimed at Ragnar's shoulder. Ragnar twisted his body to dodge the arrow and smoothly drew his sword as he did. The motion was so fluid, it seemed almost rehearsed. Clink! The sword clashed against the spear, blocking it with a sharp sound. Perhaps because the strike wasn't very strong, the spear-wielding man briefly tilted to the side. At that moment, a second arrow flew toward him. As expected, Ragnar dodged it once again. The short arrow struck a stone on the ground and bounced off with a sharp sound. Up there! Encrid spotted the origin of the arrows. On the tree above, a small figure, using a device on his wrist, was shooting arrows. Encrid moved quickly. Though he lacked a whistle dagger, he was trained in proper throwing techniques. In a split second, he slowed down time, focused and gauged the distance between himself and the archer before tossing a dagger. The dagger cut through the air and missed the archer, but lodged itself deep in the thick tree trunk where the figure had been. "Kill him, Rumt!" the man with the spiked spear shouted. One of the enemies approached Encrid. This one wielded 2 daggers. Rumt eyed the dagger hanging from Encrid's waist. "Dagger. Got it as a gift." Before the enemy could finish speaking, Encrid responded without even taking a breath. Rumt furrowed his brows at the reply. He had a fierce look, with sparse eyebrows and unnaturally small pupils, which made him appear intimidating. However, appearance and skill are not always tied together. A typical mercenary face. Many mercenaries bore scars, making them look menacing just by their appearance. "I taught him," the man said. At about 40 years old, someone still fighting on the front lines would have to be quite skilled. His heart raced. He was probably better than the one he had taught. But was he better than the leader of that group? A strange sense of anticipation filled him. And if there was anything he hoped for, "Are you going to do this alone?" 5 were facing Rem. 3 were facing Ragnar. Why was he facing only one? The last one was a monkey-like creature jumping between the trees. Meanwhile, Rem was smiling while swinging his axe, facing the 5 enemies. The 5 opponents were showing caution. They had seen their comrade killed in a single blow. Even the spear wielder was being cautious. When you have the numerical advantage, it's usually better to surround the opponent slowly than to rush in recklessly. The spear wielder and his 2 companions formed a circle around Ragnar. The ones facing Rem were doing the same. "I'll kill you first, and then I'll rip that beast's throat out." He was clearly furious, though it wasn't clear what his relationship was with the black-clad guards. But despite his anger, he didn't rush in. It wasn't because he was cautious. It was because he had experience. Encrid didn't plan on waiting. He stomped on the ground and moved forward. After hearing a few words from Ragnar, he had gained a new insight into swordsmanship. He focused his attention and sharpened his senses. He could feel the prickling, killing intent of his opponent against his skin. As Encrid charged, Rum's hands moved. They were fast. Incredibly fast. His hands whipped through the air, and the blades seemed to multiply. Encrid, using the basic swordsmanship of a straight thrust, extended his blade. If it was blocked, he intended to strike again, or counter with a thrust. Rum swung 2 daggers and deflected Encrid's sword. Thud! It was a technical deflection, not relying on strength, but on skill. The technique struck the center of the blade, disturbing its balance. Encrid couldn't land the strike where he intended. His blade veered off course. As his sword drifted, the opponent closed the distance and stabbed with his daggers. It was an unpredictable trajectory coming from below. Encrid, fully relying on his instincts, felt the blade approaching from the direction of his throat and pushed his left foot down to halt his body. He locked his movement, then tried to block the incoming dagger with his forearm guard by pulling his elbow back. But the dagger moved like a snake, targeting his chin. It was a swift, unpredictable strike. Encrid tilted his head back. The tip of the dagger grazed his chin with a quick flick. As his sword extended forward, he reeled it back and pulled it inward, but his opponent rolled to the side to evade. The 2 daggers crossed in front of him, and his eyes locked onto Encrid, as if asking, "You'll dodge that?" Encrid casually extended his sword again. What was there to avoid? To be honest, if he hadn't practiced evasion, he might have been finished by that blow. But now, his body reacted automatically. His opponent was quite satisfying, though there were still gaps. Clearly, there was a noticeable skill difference between him and Dungbakle. Special class, maybe, but still under the knight level. Encrid assessed the opponent's skill level in his mind. With that thought, he pushed his sword forward once more. The daggers came at him again. It was the same technique as before. Thud! Evasion, not just from the field, but honed through years of experience. His swordsmanship had grown, and with it, the heart of a beast. His heart awakened, and strength surged throughout his body. He pushed his weight onto his left foot, moving forward with a crushing force. His opponent wouldn't have anticipated the sheer power he carried. His focus and heightened senses made the oncoming daggers appear like fragmented images, not a blur. Clang! Sparks flew as the dagger collided with Encrid's sword. That was the end of it. For the technique to work, the opponent's strength was required. The dagger couldn't even budge Encrid's sword, nor could it evade the blow. With overwhelming strength, he pressed down. In the slowed time, Encrid saw his opponent's panicked eyes. And with that, he thrust his sword. Thunk! The leather armor protecting his opponent's chest was torn, and the blade passed through. The enemy tried to twist his body at the last moment to deflect the sword, but Encrid's sword was simply too good. The tip of the blade sliced through the leather mercilessly. It was no trouble to cut through the remaining flesh and muscle. Starting beneath the collarbone, the sword pierced diagonally, then was pulled back, causing a spurt of blood. Ping! At that moment, a short arrow flew toward Encrid, aimed directly at him. Ragnar made that move part of his follow-up and dodged. Encrid imitated the move. Ducking the arrow, he pivoted around his left foot, spinning his body and momentarily exposing his back to conceal the start and end of his hand's movement, before throwing a dagger. Whoosh! The monkey-like female thief didn't seem to anticipate this, and the knife struck her thigh. Ugh! The monkey-like thief got stuck on the branch. Encrid's fight was over quickly. Why wouldn't it be? It ended after just 2 exchanges of offense and defense. Encrid's gaze naturally shifted to Rem and Ragnar. Well, those two were obviously dominating. Just below the level of a knight was an understatement. If the situation allowed, they could even kill a knight, as they claimed. The skill gap was clear. The defeat was, of course, due to ignorance. They didn't know Encrid or the Mad Squad. Because they didn't know, they had to suffer. Encrid's gaze fell on Ragnar. Whoosh! The spear wielder made a feint with his spear, then swung horizontally. Ragnar matched it with a sword swing. A defense? No. Clang, clang. Bind, body. When blocked by the blade, the spear's tip was deflected, and Ragnar, controlling his strength, rapped the spear with his sword. Then, spears and swords flew from both sides of Ragnar. They both seemed to be using speed as their advantage. The weapons extending from the 2 female thieves' hands had a terrifying momentum. In that brief moment, Ragnar combined several moves into one. First, he gripped his sword with both hands and swept the spear away to the left, lifting it up and twisting it. The sword's flat side stayed against the spear, maintaining the bind. He changed the trajectory of the spear, thrusting forward. The speed wasn't too fast or too slow. As he twisted the sword, he took a step forward, and the spear and swords passed where Ragnar had just been. The spear-wielding male thief gritted his teeth, pulled the spear inward, and pushed the blade away. Ragnar didn't force any strength into it, and took another step closer. With that, he aimed for the left side of the spear-wielder's head. The spear-wielder leaned back to avoid it, but it was too late. Squish! A chilling sound rang as the man's ear was nearly severed. Blood poured down his left cheek, dripping to the ground. The 2 women who had been waiting around them moved faster. The 3 swords danced through the air, and the spear-wielding female thief swung her spear widely to sweep at his feet. After severing the ear, Ragnar quickly retrieved his sword, deflected the 3 swords with his blade, and dodged the spear aimed at his feet by jumping to the side, effortlessly escaping the range. It was a stunning display of distance control and precise swordsmanship. How? And as Encrid watched, he wondered. He felt like he was fighting while trying to gauge the opponent's skills. After observing, he quickly realized the answer. They're showing it, huh? What is swordsmanship? Every move has meaning. Ragnar's evasions held more than just defense. The positions he moved to were on the spear-wielder's right side, forcing the female thief with the 3 swords to focus on Ragnar in between them. Without even breathing, Ragnar delivered a thrust with one hand. Having stepped back, he now moved in and aimed for the spear-wielder's neck. Again, the speed of the attack wasn't too fast or too slow. To be more precise, just enough for the opponent to block. Encrid's eyes darted about, and his mind raced faster. Each of Ragnar's movements was a lesson, a learning experience, a textbook he couldn't afford to miss. But Encrid couldn't just focus on Ragnar, as Rem was doing something similar. Sa! With a strange battle cry, Rem swung his axe down like a bell. A thief approaching him blocked the axe with a longsword. Thud! The sword broke in one hit. You little bastard, my axe is a good one. Indeed, the axe was a good one. Rem had picked it up from a mercenary who had once used it. Rem, too, was fighting with an emphasis on showing, rather than just relying on his strength. While Ragnar focused on precision and the meaning within the form of swordsmanship, Rem used his superior strength and focused on showing how to fight. If you're already superior to your opponent, why wouldn't you use that to your advantage? It was almost as if Encrid could hear Rem's words. And with that, Rem showed how to fight. He didn't rely solely on the axe to win. He kept talking, getting under his opponent's skin. Is your mother a ghoul? And Encrid saw him use what he had learned from his own experiences. The axe was used with precision to deflect and strike, each step calculated to put him in the best position. As Encrid watched the two of them, he came to a realization. Those two are better at showing than telling. It was a brief moment, but already Encrid felt like he understood what they were conveying. It truly felt that way. Chapter 199, Boss, we've got a delivery. The difference was clear. One side spoke of skill, form, and meaning. The other demonstrated how to overwhelm with superior strength. If one focused on swordsmanship, the other was a massive raw instinct. Both were crucial, and both were necessary. It wasn't as if Ragnar avoided instinctive moves, nor was it as if Rem ignored the structure of swordsmanship. Their traits were simply distinct. Thus, there was much to learn. Moreover, there was a commonality between the two. Be it swordsmanship, instincts, footwork, attacks, or defense. Precision. It was like threading a needle with intricate detail, or using a fork to precisely pierce grains of millet. Their shared trait was the remarkable precision in their stances, touches, and steps, even while fighting. Damn these guys. The shadow of defeat had long since settled in. The halberd-wielding rogue's complexion was dark with despair. His muttering voice was drained of energy, as if he already sensed his death approaching. He had felt the stark difference in skill. It was the same for the 5 fighting Rem. 2 of them had their swords broken and had to draw short swords. Another, who had tried to throw daggers in an opening, ended up with one of his own daggers embedded between his eyes, dying. Instant. The one who died collapsed, his limbs twitching at first but growing cold as time passed. Among the 4 remaining attackers, one had his arm severed. These results came even though the attacks were intentionally held back to demonstrate to Encrid. Meanwhile, the female rogue who had been attempting to shoot arrows from the trees with a knife still embedded in her thigh kept hesitating whenever she felt Encrid's gaze. Finding her distracting, Encrid hurled another knife, this time piercing her forearm. I can't focus on observing those two when I keep getting distracted. Ugh! The rogue groaned atop the tree. The halberd-wielding rogue, with blood vessels bursting in his eyes, rushed in, tears of blood streaming down his face. In his final moments he threw his spear, intending to grab Ragnar in a desperate embrace. Ragnar responded by abandoning the precise longsword techniques he had shown earlier, and instead displaying his true special. The blade of his arming sword gleamed like a flash of light, slicing through the rogue's body at an angle, a mid-sword-style downward slash. The balance of strength and technique turned the man's body into a pile of straw, cut cleanly apart. In an instant, Ragnar shifted to the side, punching a female rogue wielding a rapier in the face. Smack! Urgh! Her teeth flew into the air. As she recoiled, clutching her face, Ragnar followed up with a horizontal slash. Slice! Her severed head flew through the air. Ragnar didn't stop there. Switching from the swordsmanship forms he had shown earlier, he fought as if trading places with Rem, using rough but precise, and precise yet powerful mid-sword techniques. Yah! A female rogue with tanned skin, easily mistaken for a man, lunged forward with a spear. Ragnar sidestepped it. His movements read the spear's trajectory and speed with such clarity that they seemed effortless. Dodging the spear's path, he stepped forward boldly and followed with an overhead slash. The mid-sword-style chopping strike landed on her head. Thud! Her skull shattered like an overripe fruit. That was the end. He killed them all. Afterward, Ragnar calmly flicked the blood off his sword and turned his head. Of course, his gaze fell on Encrid. Did you see that? Though unspoken, the words resonated clearly. Encrid nodded. Precision, the meaning of swordsmanship, and the strength that form provides. It was a guidepost, a direction to move toward. And Encrid was pleased by that realization, especially knowing Ragnar's actions didn't mark the end. Why'd you finish first? For reasons unknown. Rem suddenly exploded in anger, swinging his axe furiously. After hammering down on his opponents with brute force several times, forcing them into complete defense, one of them darted his eyes nervously. He clearly had a plan. Rem, noticing the shift, abandoned his forceful approach and began swinging his axe more methodically. Footwork, gestures, posture. Then came the descending axe strike. It wasn't meant to claim his opponent's life. Encrid noticed, but the rogues did not. The trident-wielding rogue raised his weapon to block the axe. Meanwhile, another rogue spun to the side, opening his mouth. It was a spray of poisoned sand, stored in his mouth for a critical moment. It was likely a last resort, but Rem was prepared, stepping back as if it was part of a planned sequence. Damn it. The rogue with blue-tinged lips muttered a lament-like groan. Rem smirked. You're so obvious, you bastard. With that, his axe danced, severing the rogue's neck. One of the rogues suddenly stabbed the throat of his legless comrade and cried out, "Please spare me, I'll tell you everything." A rather pathetic end to the scene. Really? Great. Well, so you're willing to endure anything, huh? Didn't he just claim he'd say anything? Rem had a peculiar trait. His ears heard what he wanted to hear. What? Where should we start? Your hands. Your feet? Huh? I'm going to mince you, piece by piece. With his axe in hand, Rem gestured with his thumb and forefinger, showing a small gap. Huh? The rogue clearly didn't understand. Still grinning, Rem swung his axe. Whack! Thud! A head flew off, and a body crumpled to the ground. Kidding? I don't have such twisted tastes. It seemed like he might, though. Possibly could. Encrid thought as much as he glanced at Rem, who was already turning to speak. Did you watch closely? That single question revealed his entire intent. Both Ragnar and Rem had slowed down their fights to put on a show, for their leader to see. These two? How far could they truly go if they unleashed everything? Every time it seemed like he'd caught up, they'd already moved far ahead. At first, Encrid had thought of them as just high-ranking soldiers. Then, when he reached the level of a high-ranking soldier himself, he realized they were far beyond any soldier ranking system. As he reached the elite level and stepped toward his dreams, capable of killing a knight's squire. In other words, their combat prowess was at least on par with a sub-knight. Rem himself had once said he couldn't kill every opponent. 1 out of 100. But who could believe that? When Rem spoke, it felt as if he meant that with the right means he could kill them, without fail. It wasn't arrogance or conceit. It was a demeanor born from a clear-eyed grasp of reality. Ragnar was the same. Audin and Jackson, too, carried a similar air. The four of them were monsters. Encrid marveled at his own fortune. 4 monsters, 4 teachers, 4 times the things to learn. Wasn't this truly the best? While Encrid nodded in quiet admiration, Dunbakel, who had been watching the fight, stood frozen, her mouth agape, drip, saliva trickled from her lips to the ground. She was so stunned she didn't even realize her mouth was open. The Black Blades 10. A group of 10 that could handle almost anything. They were considered the highest combat force under their branch head. Their opponents had been from that group. One rogue, the halberd wielder, had transitioned from being a mercenary. Back in his mercenary days, he was a renowned figure, bragging that he could face anyone below a sub-knight. His fame grew after surviving a clash with an actual squire of the knighthood. And yet, he was toyed with. Dunbakel, whose eyes were sharp, could see it. Ragnar's skill wasn't just exceptional, it was overwhelming. No, it wasn't just skill. He had played with them. She suddenly realized she couldn't measure their abilities by her own standards. As Dunbakel stood in shock, Rem spoke. "Close your mouth. You're stinking up the place." Startled, Dunbakel finally closed her mouth. Meanwhile, Encrid approached the female rogue who had wounds in her thigh and forearm. The female rogue squirmed beneath a tree like a worm and stammered. I'm useful. Please spare me. I'll do anything. It's true. For someone of her massive build, it was almost laughable. Perhaps the term female rogue conjured images of a charming feminine figure. If so, anyone thinking that would need their head examined. This woman fit the definition of rogue perfectly. Blackened front teeth, one missing altogether. Skin rough enough to be menacing, and eyes reeking of bloodlust. Her stench was rancid. Days without bathing left a sour odor mixed with the acrid smell of urine. The woman who had wet herself looked up at Encrid. What could be seen in her eyes? A plea for life? Or perhaps the primal instinct to survive? Not long ago, Encrid had spared Dunbuckle after seeing something in her gaze. He neither regretted nor dwelled on that decision. It was something he acted on simply because his heart compelled him. Dunbuckle's eyes then had shown no trace of malice. And now? Bunk. Bite. Encrid drove his sword clean through the female rogue's throat. A plea for life was no different from a plea for treatment. Her injuries were already severe. Only immediate healing and prolonged care could have saved her. The dagger wounds in her thigh and arm weren't random. They were calculated, intended to immobilize by severing critical muscles. Her request to be spared might as well have been, "Fetch me a high priest immediately, or take me with you, heal me and cherish me." But she was a rogue. The group might have a grand name like Black Blade, but what kind of notable organization could they really belong to? Certainly not. Originally, this band of thieves went by names like Red Blade or Bloody Blade. Over time, their group caused so much trouble that people started calling them Black Blade. Their blood had turned black from long-standing malice. Any rogue serving as their core force, regardless of gender, would undoubtedly be a wretched scoundrel. While Encrid trusted his instincts to some extent, survival in a world filled with war, monsters, and thieves left little room for hesitation. Killing was a natural part of life, especially for someone like Encrid, steadily advancing toward the title of knight, a term sometimes derided as killing machines. Encrid had no qualms about such a label. Pulling his sword free from the rogue's lifeless body, he turned away without a second thought or shred of remorse. "Is that it, then?" Rem's question cut through the silence. His earlier ferocity had subsided, likely because he'd worked out some of his pent-up tension. Encrid, too, had noticed how unusually aggressive Rem had been lately, though he didn't bring it up. Instead, he responded to Rem's query. "Their base is probably in total chaos by now. What else could be happening there?" Rem tilted his head in curiosity, while Ragnar chimed in with his own question. Encrid wasn't slow to catch on. He had pieced things together before Krays had even explained. How could he not? Even before they'd left, there was an air of unease within the barracks. It was subtle but undeniable. While most ignored it, someone as sharp as Vengeance had picked up on it. "Doesn't something feel off lately? Like there's something going on?" he had asked. Encrid had felt it too, and understood the root of that unease. "They're not coming back." One of the units he sparred with occasionally, the Border Defense Force, had been conspicuously absent. Despite their official title, the Border Defense Force wasn't a mere guard unit. They were a combat-oriented force, often deployed for special operations. Their leader, though formerly ranked as a company commander, was practically second from there. When he started referring to the battalion commander as an equal, no one knew. "It seems to me he's clearing out Black Blade entirely while ensuring attention stays elsewhere." Krays shot Encrid a knowing look. The bait for distraction was evident. "He's hitting them from behind. Brilliant strategy, really. The man's a tactician." It was no surprise that Black Blade's headquarters was in for far worse than their outpost. And, as it turned out, Encrid's gut instincts and Krays' foresight were spot on. "Do you think you'll survive?" after opposing Black Blade. The branch leader, choking on blood, spat the words as scarlet dripped down his chin. His body felt as though it was burning, not just figuratively but physically, as his damaged organs writhed in agony. I couldn't care less. The Border Defense Force captain replied coolly, idly spinning a dagger in his hand. The blade gleamed ominously in the torchlight, its edge sharp enough to elicit unease. He wasn't one to approach recklessly, especially against someone who might have tricks up their sleeve. Cursed kingdom dogs, the branch leader growled bitterly. Perhaps he had his reasons, but they didn't matter. The captain's dagger sliced through the air. Thunk! The blade struck the branch leader square in the forehead, sending him collapsing backward with a dull thud. Take everything and burn the place down, the captain ordered. While Encrid fought his way toward the ambush site, the Border Defense Force made their move under cover of darkness. The Black Blade headquarters was nestled on a mountainside. Its defenses were sturdy, designed to repel both monsters and intruders. But without adequate manpower, even the best fortifications could only do so much. Most of Black Blade's elite, the 10 Blades, were absent. What about the escapees? They know the area too well. We lost them, unfortunately. As the captain explored the hidden paths and treasure-filled caves behind the mountain stronghold, over 20 rogues managed to flee. Among them was a particularly skilled individual who wasted no time retreating. If it was on their leader's command, it was clear this was no ordinary band of thieves. Regardless, the captain focused on their victory, unwilling to dwell on what had slipped away. One of the fleeing rogues was a liaison from headquarters. An attack. This branch is done for. He racked his brain, searching for the best course of action. The Black Blade's 10 knighthood. The chain of command in headquarters mirrored the branch structure. The branch leader had dispatched their 10 elites for an ambush, determined to ensure success. Ironically, that decision had left the headquarters vulnerable. As the rogue fled the burning stronghold with over 20 others in tow, their destination was clear. The ambush site, where the Black Blade 10 awaited. Breathing heavily, the group pushed through a concealed forest path, their escape route a narrow, rugged trail. But when they arrived at the ambush site, what they saw froze them in place. This'll be useful. Figures rifled through the corpses of their fallen comrades. A man with black hair, another with gray, and a third with golden locks stood among the dead. Done, Bakel. The rogue recognized one of them, a beastfolk mercenary they had once hired. Rem, noticing the commotion, and grinned. Boss, we've got a delivery, he called out cheerfully to his leader. Chapter 200. A genuine response. Encrid lifted his head, his gaze locking onto the figure who emerged. It only took a moment for the tension to escalate. Kill them all, shouted the presumed leader of the delivery. His sharp, slitted eyes gleamed with malicious intent. No sooner had the command been issued than the so-called leader turned tail and bolted. Encrid, irked by the brazen cowardice, immediately gave chase. Take care of the rest, he barked over his shoulder, leaving the skirmish behind. Invoking the heart of the beast, Encrid surged forward, mimicking the speed dash of a mid-ranked knight he had once observed. But this time, he fused precision into the motion. With each stride, his mastery grew. It wasn't flawless, but it was no longer unfamiliar. The coward plowed recklessly through bushes and brambles, but such a futile attempt at escape didn't deter Encrid. He was on the man in moments. The cornered man spun around, drawing an arming sword with alarming fluidity. His technique was polished, quick, precise, and laden with feints. A finesse-based style, likely from the flowing blade school, Encrid assessed, recalling techniques he'd faced before. Still inferior to the mercenary styles of Valen. The man struck with speed, blending trickery into his strikes, yet his offense crumbled against Encrid's sheer dominance. Ting. Crack. Dot. Snap! In a single exchange, Encrid's guard sword battered aside the man's blade, slashing through his defenses and into his chest. The force sent the coward stumbling. Desperate, the man lunged with a hidden dagger. But Encrid was faster. His blade thrust upward, the guard's sword slamming under the man's jaw before he could retaliate. In a seamless series of motions inspired by Ragnar's drills, Encrid immobilized his opponent. The would-be escapee now stood frozen, his left arm awkwardly twisted, and his life hanging by a thread. "Who are you?" Encrid demanded, his tone cold and clipped. When the man hesitated, Encrid tilted his blade, grazing the throat. A fine line of blood trickled down, drawing a hurried response. "I'm from the main base of the Black Blades." "The main base?" Encrid pressed. "Why are you here?" "Patrolling," the man sputtered, the lie clear as day. Encrid's instincts, honed by countless battles, screamed the truth. Without a second glance, he drew the blade across the man's neck, ending his life in one efficient motion. Time was too precious for interrogations, especially when the enemy had nothing worthwhile to offer. Returning to the battlefield, Encrid surveyed the aftermath. Victory was evident in the scattered corpses of the enemy. Only 3 captives remained alive, huddled together under watch. Looting began in earnest. Coins, poisoned sand, crude weapons, and wrist-mounted arrow launchers filled their haul. However, the sheer volume of spoils posed a problem. "You carry it," Ragnar suggested, pointing to Rem. "Do you have a death wish?" Rem snapped back, the tension between them bubbling again. "Enough!" Encrid cut in sharply, silencing the squabble. His gaze fell on the captured thieves. "Tell me," he asked one of the trembling men, "is the main base gone?" Of the 3 captives, one wept helplessly, while the other 2 frantically calculated their odds. "Yes, sir," one managed to stammer. "I saw it myself. It was burning, completely destroyed, looked like someone set fire to it." Encrid nodded, glancing at the cloudy sky. The moisture in the air hinted at impending rain. A fire spreading out of control seemed unlikely, especially if the border defense forces had orchestrated it. "And you 3? Encrid's voice was calm, yet unyielding. "A change in fortune." One of the thieves spoke up nervously. A representative from the main base said, "We were doomed, and some of us had to survive to carry the message." His voice trailed off, the implication clear. They had fled without a fight. The lack of blood on their weapons and their sweat-soaked state only confirmed it. Encrid guessed they were likely the only survivors. The scattered remnants from the base, those who fled into the forest, had probably become a meal for the beasts that roamed there. "You made it here by some miracle, then?" "There's a shortcut," the sharpest of the 3 piped up, seizing the moment to prove his usefulness. The Black Blade thieves were infamous for their adaptability. Whether building nests in treacherous mountain ranges, becoming raiders in the wilderness, or even pirates at sea, they had a way of surviving where others could not. Yet this group, lacking the refinement of those who dominated the seas or the plains, had grown infamous as the largest inland thieves' guild. "I know the paths well," another thief blurted out eagerly. His attempt to gain favor only soured when he began to badmouth the lone beastkin among them. "That filthy mutt knows nothing, thinks she's still a mercenary. The fool." "Enough," Encrid cut him off coldly. "We'll talk when we reach the city." The captive's fate would be decided there. Whether execution, imprisonment, or endless torment, the choice would no longer be his concern. One thief let out a weak groan, as if realizing this was truly the end for him. "Please, have mercy." Encrid tilted his head, showing a brief moment of cruel humor. "Would you rather I end it here?" The man's panicked refusal brought an end to his plea, though his despair remained written all over his face. After stripping the bodies for anything useful, the group bundled their findings in improvised sacks made from torn clothing. Then came the grueling task of digging graves. "You dig too," Encrid ordered the surviving thieves, who reluctantly complied. Meanwhile, Ragnar cut the bindings on the beastkin thief, as promised earlier. By the time the graves were filled and the looting complete, the sun had set. "We march through the night," Encrid decided, and his companions quickly agreed. On the way back, they found an abandoned wagon. The loot was loaded onto it, but with no horses in sight, the three captives were forced to pull it themselves. Drenched in sweat, they struggled to drag the wagon, with the beastkin thief offering occasional pushes from behind. Encrid's thoughts drifted. The beastkin woman's determination and lack of malice stood in stark contrast to the other thieves. While her tenacity was impressive, his decision to free her stemmed purely from practicality. He had no interest in her beyond that. The journey back to the city took twice as long. By the time they arrived, dawn was breaking. "Who goes there?" A soldier on the city wall called down, flanked by 3 archers ready with their bows. "Captain Encrid of the Independent Company," he declared, his voice firm. The recognition was immediate. After a brief exchange, the gates were opened by none other than Vengeance himself. "What is all this? Did you loot a village or something?" Vengeance asked, his eyes narrowing at the loaded wagon. "Not looting. Repelling a ransacking," Encrid replied dryly. Looting the defeated was only natural in his eyes. Despite Vengeance's suspicions, he didn't press the matter further. Instead, his focus shifted to the palpable tension hanging over the city. "You're heading straight to the commander, aren't you?" Encrid nodded. "Good. You'll get the details there." Vengeance refused to elaborate, clearly unwilling to share more than necessary. "Stingy as always," Encrid muttered with a smirk before heading inside. Rem and Ragnar followed close behind, leaving the thieves to be handed over at the gate. "Take care of them," Rem instructed the guards, not sparing a glance as they entered the city. "Who are these people?" Vengeance asked, watching the group with suspicion. "Black Blade thieves," one of the guards replied. Vengeance blinked in surprise. "What's their name doing here?" As his thoughts churned, the white-haired beastkin trailed behind Rem and Ragnar, staying close but silent. Should I stop her? He wondered briefly, but decided against it. If Encrid hadn't raised an issue, there was probably no need to intervene. Once the group was out of sight, Vengeance turned to a subordinate, his tone measured. "Am I stingy?" The subordinate swallowed hard. Honesty was a virtue, but some truths were better left unsaid. "And no, sir, you're fair. Perfectly ordinary, even." While he couldn't call him generous with a clear conscience, this was as close to the truth as he dared to go. After all, Vengeance's petty jealousy of Encrid's popularity with women was no secret. "Exactly. I'm not stingy, am I?" The subordinate nodded quickly, a display of wisdom in action. Meanwhile, Encrid stood before Marcus, the battalion commander, his mind brimming with questions. "Why didn't you inform me earlier?" Surely, knowing the situation would have allowed for better preparation or a more proactive response. Marcus raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. His response was blunt. "Because you're terrible at lying." Encrid blinked. "Have they been watching me?" He wondered, though Marcus's statement seemed based more on his usual demeanor than any direct observation. "If you want to fool the enemy, start by fooling your allies," Encrid mused, silently conceding the point. "And what if I'd been in danger? That's why I had you take Rem and Ragnar." A brief silence followed. The risk hadn't been that significant after all. "What's going on with the city?" Encrid changed the subject, sensing a shift in the mood. The ferry commander, seated nearby, took over. There have been multiple incidents, 2 ambushes on scouting parties, 4 attempts to breach the walls by infiltrators, and 3 attempts to sneak past the gates disguised as civilians. This hadn't all happened in a single day, but rather was a culmination of recent events. Who's behind it? Do I really need to spell it out? The fairy commander retorted. Martai, Encrid answered, cutting the pretense. Marcus nodded grimly. Yes, Martai has officially declared war. The timing wasn't a coincidence. It was a calculated move, likely made before any preemptive actions could be taken. This isn't just a border skirmish, Marcus continued. It's a full-blown war between cities. Martai has already sent forged documents to the central authority, claiming our territory has been theirs since the previous administration. Marcus let out a bitter laugh. The absurdity of the claim was evident, but the implications were far from amusing. We sent them our own forged documents in response, the fairy commander added, smirking. Claimed Martai was under our jurisdiction instead. So, it's not just a war of swords, but of paperwork too, Encrid thought wryly. Marcus' tone grew serious as he fixed his gaze on Encrid. I'm expecting great things from you on the battlefield. The intensity of his gaze was both unnerving and oddly reassuring. Marcus wasn't just placing faith in him, he was relying on him. The fairy commander chimed in with his usual light-hearted sarcasm. Shall we call this the honeymoon war? Is Marcus planning another marriage? Encrid quipped in return, drawing a hearty laugh from the battalion commander. Despite his reputation as a warmonger, Marcus appeared unfazed by the impending conflict, as if he held an unshakable belief in victory. After finishing his report, Encrid left the command center, heading back toward his quarters. Not leaving yet, he called, noticing the beastkin Dunbakel lingering near the barracks. She had been trailing them all the way, but had stopped just short of the entrance. It was odd that no one had challenged her presence, especially with war looming. This place is getting sloppy, Encrid thought. As he turned to her, she met his gaze, her voice calm but resolute. I have something to say. Her husky tone carried the distinct cadence of a beastkin, but it was unmistakably feminine. There was a weight to her words that hinted at more than mere gratitude. I want to fight, she said simply. Encrid blinked, surprised but unreadable. You're not part of this battalion, he replied after a moment. Hell, I was once, she countered, and I can be again. Her tone didn't waver, but there was a certain weight behind her words, a reminder of a past she wasn't ready to leave behind. Encrid crossed his arms, studying her. Most people begged for freedom, especially those dragged into situations like hers. Yet here she was, asking to step into a battlefield she had no obligation to face. Why? He asked finally. She hesitated, her lips... Because I owe myself. The answer wasn't what he'd expected, but it was genuine. That much was clear. Chapter 201. What exactly is he relying on? One. Wow, I wonder. On a summer evening with the wind blowing, the white-haired beastman spoke in front of the barracks. Out of sight? In response to the question, Dunbakel carefully chose her words. In reality, it wouldn't matter what happened at this point. I'd be fine as a slave or a servant.